Hey everybody, what's going on? Rob Sesternino back here for some talk about the 24th best season of Survivor. Tonight, we're going back to my old stomping grounds where I get stomped. Survivor All-Stars Season 8 of Survivor. We will be talking about all things All-Star Survivor here tonight with a great panel. Very happy to have here with us someone who adores Survivor All-Stars. Here with us, it's Matt Ligori. Matt, how are you?
I am great. Yes, adores. Spent a lot of my childhood rewatching this season. We'll talk about it. So I know it pretty well. Should I just get this right off the bat? I had a 21st birthday party that was like themed Survivor All-Stars. It was a surprise party. I didn't plan it that way. Shout out to Matt Gagan. He threw me a Survivor All-Stars themed birthday party. We had tribes and everything. So I'm excited to be here and talk all about the season that I definitely know the best. So, or I know the best of seasons I know, not better than you guys.
But probably 21st birthday of Survivor All-Stars, but you were nowhere near 21 during the airing of Survivor All-Stars.
Correct. I don't know how old I was when I watched, but All-Stars was my first season. So I was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 sitting on the couch with mom, and 21 or however, not 21 years later, however many years later, it was well known enough that I am a fan of All-Stars, and the party happened. It was Shapiro versus Mogo Mogo. And I don't remember if I won anything, but we had some challenges. We had fun.
Yeah. All right. Matt, happy to have you here on board as an All-Stars lover. And I'm here with a woman who is perhaps Survivor, the world's biggest Survivor lover. Please welcome our chief international Survivor correspondent, Shannon Gus is here. Shannon, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you. I had a good time watching the season. We only have to watch the first 3.5 episodes, right? Was that the assignment? All right, great. So that's what I watched. Matt, I feel like we're touching on something that's important here because All-Stars was my first full season. It was my second season. I think I started midway through Pearl Islands, and it was very important to my childhood. Rupert was a massive reason I became a fan because he reminded me of Hagrid. I loved Hagrid. Yeah. I love Harry Potter. And I think that's the thing. I honestly think that's the thing that people felt at the time. A lot of kids got into Survivor for that reason. So it definitely was very formative to my early fandom. I had not watched it again since then in full in 17 years, since I was 11 years old, and I have just watched it now. So I have a lot of feelings.
Yes. Okay. Same. All right. We will be talking about Survivor All-Stars here tonight, the 24th best season in our ongoing Top 40 countdown. Over the weekend, we will have our patron feedback show every week. We get questions from the listeners. This week, I can tell you, we have over 200 questions from our listeners. We have a lot to talk about. This is I believe, the longest season of Survivor there is, and it feels like it. That we will talk about it all here tonight. So we'll get to questions, but I'm sure we will have to get to many more on our patron feedback show over the weekend with Lauren Werner Foley and Rachel Hawthorne coming up this weekend in our patron podcast feed. Of course, you can access that at robswebsite.com/patron. Okay. We had a lot of fun last week talking about Survivor Samoa with Puya and Mel Hulst. So looking forward to stay on the hot streak here, talking about Survivor All-Stars. Okay, Survivor All-Stars. First time in the history of the show, they bring people back. Super exciting as a Survivor fan, super exciting as a Survivor contestant. Survivor All-Stars, 18 survivors for the first time, also 3 tribes for the first time. Matt, do you feel like did they nail it?
So let me ask you, what do you make of the fact that this was my first season and I didn't know anybody going into it? Do you feel like that would I hope everybody understands how different of an experience that is. This is a new cast to me when I first watched it.
Well, what was the appeal of Survivor All-Stars?
I mean, it wasn't anything particular. I think it's just when my mom was like, hey, come watch the show with me. But I mean, obviously having gone back and seen all of those seasons, a handful of times each, seasons 1 through 7. Yeah, I think they definitely got a lot of the key players that you would expect them to get. You would hope that they got winners. They got people that stand out from their seasons. And of course, the obvious, they also got a couple of people that are surprise picks. They got a couple of people that you're like, oh, interesting choice. But I think the beauty of this season, just to kind of get into it, is like for me that those are the people that made it far and created their own legacies. I mean, again, to get right into it, Rob and Amber, they were nobody coming out of their original seasons and become Rob and Amber that all these years later, we still know Rob and Amber. They are married, 4 kids. Like their story is still being written for Rob and Amber. So a lot of history created here.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that they were nobody. I mean, I could tell you from the real time that I think that it was like pretty much common knowledge that Boston Rob was going to be on this season. You know, he was really celebrated during Survivor Marquesas. I knew that CBS and the production really loved him. Amber, of course, was like a major surprise when I first. I remember where I was when I first heard that. I had heard from like Mitchell Olsen on the telephone that like, like did you hear Amber? I'm like, Amber is going to be on there. So yeah, there were definitely some surprises along the way. But you know, I guess it makes sense to come in as a new viewer to Survivor because Shannon, it's 2004. It's not like you could just like dial up All Access or Paramount Plus and binge the first 7 seasons.
I think as well, like when it's a returning season, there's a lot of noise around it. I think you'd hear the same about Heroes versus Villains. A lot of people came back and they'd missed a lot of those seasons. Even I think like Australian Survivor also, it's like people come in maybe because they don't know the people, but it feels like a really big thing. And I think that what we've been talking about, like me and Matt having watched it without knowing the icons of the game and not really understanding like the travesty of some of these icons going so early on, it really did change the viewing experience because it became the story that was writing itself and we didn't come in with any of that baggage. So yes, when I remember as a kid, like I loved Romba and I still do. I mean, just watching that story play out, it's definitely one of the most renowned things that has happened in Survivor history. So while it is quite an inverse boot order where the legends go early, for me, with my modern lens, it becomes quite a consistent cast because you either are a legend, always were, always will be Rob, even if you went early. And then if you made it far, you know, you've gone on to create your story and you've since become really important to the history of the show. So to me now, where it sits, it is really a consistent and great cast.
Okay. Show premieres on February 1st, 2004. It would follow the Super Bowl between the New England Patriots and the Carolina Panthers. Airs the same night as the infamous Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake Super Bowl incident. That was all one night.
That was
2004 wasn't great
to know what was happening there.
Yeah. So,
but can we ask you? I mean, I'm sure you've talked about this before, but what was that night like for you? Being on the season, you know, obviously you knew how things played out, so I don't know how excited you were to watch it, but I'm sure it was still a big night.
Yeah, my parents used to have a big party every week for Survivor, the Amazon, but there are family friends that they have a Super Bowl party every year. So that I had gone to the Super Bowl party and then went to watch Survivor after the fact. So it was not any sort of like dedicated celebration to my return to Survivor.
Okay, well, you deserve better.
It deserves better
in a lot of ways.
All the way around.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And Rob, you get the first confessional. Like, I just want to say, like, I put this out on Twitter and you didn't engage with it, and I was wondering if you still wanted me on the podcast.
Yeah, that's fine.
You've been complaining for a long time about your lack of edit, and there's definitely stuff that I will get into that I want to complain about your edit, but it is not for lack of screen time. You're a big character. What are you whining about?
I wouldn't say that I was a big character
12
on the show.
confessionals in 4 episodes.
Yeah,
for a pre-merge boot.
It's fun. I mean, it's not what I'm used to, Shannon.
You're used to the most confessionals in Survivor history, average per episode, until I think Russell Hans. Like that's a high bar.
Yeah. So it was, you know, just a little bit of like, you know, I have some confessionals like that, you know, is there anything that's like super memorable? Probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a like a totally like purple, like I'm Liliana in Survivor Fiji or anything like that. But, you know, it was a step in the wrong direction.
You're noticeable. Like you're fully like, you know, you watch the season and you see that Rob C was there. Rob C was brought back and, you know, not to cut too far ahead, but like when he gets taken out, it's because of how big of a threat he is. And we all know that.
Yeah.
I mean, we see it. We're looking for it. I still think that you were a big character. Obviously, Rob and Amber are gonna do it is one of like the most important confessionals of the whole season. Then you wish them luck with that. I don't know what you're wishing them luck with, but you got that luck.
He did.
Yeah. Well, we don't need to make this all about me in terms
just
of
sprinkle in little bits of Rob.
Yeah,
I mean,
a little
kind
bit.
of like the season did.
You know, I'm really not a big part of this season and its story. You know that like. You know, I honestly, like, I went back and watched these, and it's like I don't have any sort of like, trauma to go back and watch these episodes. It's not like anything that bums me out. That was the part of the season that I enjoyed most in the beginning of the season, and not because I'm on it, but because I feel like that happens to be the most fun part of the season is like those first, 4 or 5 episodes of the show where, and again, not because of me, it's because I feel like that definitely the tenor of the season changes after. And I do think that a big part of the change in tone of the show comes where we get to 5 episodes in. There's the incident with Richard Hatch in the Attack Zone Challenge where he rubs against Sue Hawk. At the time, it doesn't seem like it is going to be a major moment in the season. But as that sinks in for Sue, then ultimately it's going to culminate in her, having a very, emotional reaction to all of this and ultimately quitting the game. And I feel like that the show really it is very hard to get back to anywhere near the sort of the fun that's had in the first couple episodes.
And especially the way that everything gets handled by her tribe after she leaves, some of the comments that are made while she's still there after she leaves. When I say that this is one of my favorite seasons, obviously, as I've gotten older and rewatched this and fully understood exactly what was happening there, that's not fun. By any means, and it's hard to watch every time that you see what's going on there. It happens in episode 5, and then the things play out in episode 6. If I have those numbers right, where Sue is going to end up, really going through it and ultimately leaving the game. And I'm glad that there were some people on the show in real time that were understanding what she was going through and telling us. Not many. So I'm saying I'm glad that there was at least like 1 or 2 people out there that were, but definitely, really could have been handled a lot better by the way that it was portrayed or shown to us, and by some of the people out there. Yeah, definitely not fun to go back to all that.
Yeah, I would say that it is a dark season across the board. I mean, even in the first few episodes, which I agree are the most fun, we still have Jenna leaving because her mom is dying. And then after that, we have the bitterness of the jury and all the personal friendships that were being broken. Like, it's not a light season. And I would say that as someone who was viewing it now with quite fresh eyes, I'm willing to feel all those feelings except what happened with Sue and Hatch. Like, I'm okay for the show to make me invested enough to feel frustrated with characters that I feel are being hypocritical, to feel sad for people that are going through devastating things like the loss of a loved one, to, just be angry at the show or sad at certain boots, things that don't seem to, really get at a feeling I don't want to feel. And the Sue and Hatch incident is like the one thing that the season makes me feel that I don't feel that I consent to feeling. It's too much beyond that. So that is a really hard one. I've definitely had some thoughts over the last few days. I feel like I've been constantly thinking about it. It's been very emotional for me to think about that incident.
Yeah. I think what's really weird about it, especially to go back and watch it, is just sort of the, open speculation about like, but what's really going on here?
Right.
That just the fact that is even in the show, that is the part that's really is wild, where there's sort of just like open speculation about like, is she really upset about this? Is she going for a lawsuit? And you would think that, the production itself, it seems like that a lawyer would say like, hey, like, we can't, like, let's not have this in the show where the players are talking about like the potential lawsuit that could be forthcoming about this. Like, that is just wild. The amount of like rampant speculation that goes on about this.
Yeah, it's so disappointing. Like the lack of respect towards Sue when she's obviously going through something super, real that just happened to her. And the way that like the lack of respect from the people around her, from the show, the way that this is like again all presented of just why are you like if they're gonna have that conversation about is she doing this for the money for a lawsuit, like don't show me that, like show me how she's feeling and why she's leaving. And if the audience is feeling that, then like I can't stop the audience, but you don't have to give them that narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that the show didn't know what it was doing wrong to the point where it thought it was doing okay up until season 39. Like there have been some hard lessons learned way in the future. And I would say that that speculation from the contestants to me comes down to three things. One, Sue wasn't really liked by her tribe, and unfortunately their compassion
I
didn't
liked
extend
Sue
to her.
Hawk.
Yeah, you weren't there, Rob, but like for some of the other people, it
And
came
Alicia
into
liked her a
personal
lot.
feelings. Alicia was great in this episode. She was, MVP, but she was there for her. But some other people, they thought if they don't have a personal friendship with her, that maybe they shouldn't be there for her. And it obviously should extend beyond that. And I think that Sue was seen as being like tough and strong. So seeing that vulnerability from her, people were, they were wondering if maybe that was a play. And then obviously the gamification of everything in Survivor, even to the point where Jenna is leaving the game, it's like, well, your mother is dying, but to quit, and like, I think we see, I didn't care about their uninformed opinions in that situation. And I definitely didn't care about it here, where it really became so about more than the real life stuff that was going on, which it hadn't have been. But if I could just comment on just something that Matt brought up, which was the word respect, because in thinking about this so much for the past few days, that's kind of where I've landed. Like Australia at the moment is having renewed conversations around consent based on stuff that's happening in the government. It's like a national conversation. And I've personally been talking about it a lot with my friends. And not even like consent in sexual romantic relationships, a lot of like platonic friendships, boundaries being acknowledged. And a couple of days ago, I watched a video from a woman named Clementine Ford where she said, respect is at the cornerstone of consent. And that illuminated for me. And I love that you brought that word up, Matt, because I feel here we see that lack of respect. And I think when you think about like Sue and Rich, that dynamic shaped Borneo. It was an iconic, renowned banter, frenemy dynamic. There was nothing like it. But can we say there was respect in that relationship? And I think that watching Sue, what happened to her specifically, but also broadly, for her to be disrespected, for her boundaries and her consent and her humanity to be disrespected, and to say she felt dehumanized, like I totally understand that. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up because I thought, if I can take anything from this, or if I can try and kind of boil it down to anything, how can I move forward with this? How can I be constructive with it in any way? And I do think that respect is what I'm going to be being more intentional about. Am I being respected? Am I showing respect? Like we just need to be so respectful in all our relationships, because we can see that lack of respect, how damaging it can be. And obviously, more specifically, everything else that happened. But for Sue's humanity to be disrespected in that moment broke my heart. And I hope we can all kind of move forward with that sense of respect intentionally.
Yeah, I just take those words that she said in that moment that like stick with you: violated, humiliated, dehumanized. Like all of what she's telling you, and then to have people afterwards still be like, I didn't like the way that she did that. And it's like,
yeah.
What do you mean? Like, why? Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to feel? I wish you didn't feel that. So yeah, just overall, so disappointing from a lot of people that you otherwise would be enjoying on the season because they're bringing other things to the game, but they have something to say in this moment, which really brings down your opinion of them.
Yeah,
so
I do think I look at that in two ways. The first is that the show failed in their duty of care in so many different ways. I mean, it's a tough one, but was she being counseled on the island? Like, I don't know. Were all the contestants being counseled through this? Right. So that's like, what they said was abhorrent. I mean, there was a lot of things, uninformed things that were said, but I honestly think every contestant should have been being counseled through that, rather than them just experiencing the thing that was beyond them and having a camera shoved in their face to talk to America about it. They did say some hurtful things. And I think it was even worse than it could have been in like an all newbie season, because we have these like parasocial relationships with people on TV. We care about these people. We've loved them for years. And then they're saying things that are triggering, that are hurtful, that they are uninformed about, and that they shouldn't have said back then or now or ever. And that's a hurtful thing, I'm sure, for a lot of viewers. It hurt me to see some of my favorites see that. So there's a lot of things about, should the show just be jumping to opinions that really shouldn't matter? I think that they should have been more focused on counseling everyone, including Jeff. I mean, Jeff says which was sort of inappropriate. You know, like I think it's above Jeff's pay grade, and
Yeah.
I think there should have been a lot of professional intervention to how this was being handled across the board.
Yeah, and this is you know, an 18-year-old television show that we're watching. Of course, like we're all a lot smarter about these types of topics now. Where like watching it now, like it seems like that you know, there may have also been like some other previous trauma that Sue had experienced in her life that is also only making things worse. Like, I just felt like watching this again, like Sue Hawk is not an actress. Like I don't see really how you know, you could walk away from that feeling like Sue Hawk put on this, you know, performance where, you know, that's not who she is. Like she's a you know, very like authentic, like a genuine person who like wears that like on her sleeve. So to think that, you know, she would, you know, be able to like reach the emotional levels that she is, where she's not really feeling that is a bit of a stretch.
I couldn't believe, you know, I've never been in Survivor, so I don't understand it. I don't understand how you can be in a situation where you're taught to doubt everything, like never believe anyone. So I don't get it. I mean, seeing her plain trauma to me was so hard to watch. And I can't imagine a world in which you don't take that at complete face value, because it was so genuine and it was so just, again, horrible to watch. But again, I don't understand what it's like to be in that environment. And it is a difficult one in Survivor, where it's a game. There's only one winner. You're not supposed to trust anyone. It's meant to be this like strategic thing. And then real life comes into it and you have to put the game on pause, but no one's prepared to do that. There is no manual on how to push stop and say, okay, this isn't about the game, because you're in it at that moment.
Yeah, one of the biggest things, just real quick, is with the Shapira tribe is like the whole season, they're the fun tribe. They're having fun at every single turn. So when Sue suddenly decides that, you know, when Sue suddenly stops having fun, and the whole tribe kind of by process also stops having fun, because they're trying to make sure that, or some of them are trying to make sure Sue's okay.
Alicia's trying to make sure.
Alicia's trying to make sure Sue's okay.
Yeah.
Amber a little bit. And the rest of them are just like, well, we can't be dancing around singing songs while Sue is out there crying about something. And they're not, you know, again, taking her seriously enough. So I think they were kind of holding some resentment towards her for that as well. And not just how it impacted the tribe, but like, oh, look, morale's going to go down because of Sue now, and just blaming things on her. And it's just, again, overall, really hard to watch back. You know, we see her at the reunion. She's got a smile on her face. She seems to be at a better place in life. But you know, that 5 seconds at the reunion isn't going to tell us exactly how she's doing with it all. I don't know how much she has or hasn't spoken about things afterwards. Just all I can hope is that she's in a good place, a better place now with everything. Yeah,
again, I always loved my time with Sue Hawk, that I felt like that, you know, I don't think I ever had like a crossword about her. And, you know, I don't know if she, you know, ever, you know, spoke ill of me other than voting me out of the tribe. But I remember seeing her the weekend of and they touched on that, and, you know, she has undergone like a extreme makeover in the finale. But again, she seemed to be in good spirits then. I ran into her one other time after that in 2005, and then I have not ever run into her. I mean, she might have been at the 10-year anniversary party also, and then I think that nobody's really ever heard from her. You know, I think that T-Bird has worked on trying to track her down, but no luck yet on the great Sue Hawk.
I'm waiting. I think she's really fascinating. Obviously a huge character from season 1.
Yeah.
I feel like she's got a lot to say, and I hope that one day we get to check back in with her.
Yeah. I'd also just like to say that it also seems like grossly negligent on the part of the production to have Richard compete in these challenges naked, where like, look, I get that's his thing, and like it was like you know, a big laugh in the real time, even like, hey, look, I'm gonna take my kilt off, I swim naked, but okay, he's gonna in the water is, I guess, is one thing, but to have him compete in this obstacle course with an attack zone where he's naked seemed like that somebody should have probably, you know, flagged that in the real time.
I couldn't believe that I was seeing these challenges with him naked, especially knowing what was coming up. Like, I was cringing. And I do think that nudity on Survivor, on US Survivor, anyway, it's not a very modern thing, but I think it's out. Australian Survivor, I think, is contractually obligated to have like one butt per episode.
Yes.
But US Survivor, I mean, I think in all Survivors, we should know by now that like, while at the time it felt like Survivor is back to nature and it's intimate, we're living off the land and we're helping each other. Like, it feels like a place where nudity could be. And it's definitely a big part of the show. Richard was the first, he wouldn't be the last. It's something that was accepted. But I think after season 39, we have realized that this is a workplace. Like, people are paid to be there. We live in a society and we're not actually people who live on an island. Like, that's a TV show that, you know, there's production, like, it's a workplace. And I do think that there's been, in the 18 years since, we've all learned a lot. And I do think no more nudity is going to be a big one. And I do think in the challenges that, they shouldn't have allowed that. Look, Sue says that it is his choice. It wasn't the fact that he was naked. It's the fact that he chose to do that. But in saying that, the show also failed in their duty of care. So you have to look at what they were doing wrong.
Yeah. It's definitely an emotional moment in the season. And it's one that I really do feel like that the show is going to struggle to get past that. It's a weirdly formatted episode as well, where it kind of happens in the middle of the episode and then you go back to camp. It's just, even in the real time in the airing of that, it was just like such a weird episode of the show to watch.
Yeah, I mean, lots to get into as far as like the gameplay goes and how things were playing out with all the other people. But like I said, with Chappelle, like they were having so much fun, and then all of a sudden the fun starts to fade away. And it's not just, you know, this incident, but a lot of the stuff that's coming up in the game is going to start getting a little ugly along the way. And even with, you know, some of the sadder, darker stuff out, like the real stuff, the gameplay just, you know, I've always understood and always will understand why a lot of people have been asking for this season to show up in the countdown since you were done with like Island of the Idols. Like, people have been waiting for this one to pop up. I don't know how it made its way up here to what is it, 24?
24.
Right? 24. I mean, I'm my vote couldn't have counted for that much, right? So obviously there are a decent amount of people out there who find some things in it. But yes, I totally take what you're saying about, you know, rough patches.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, when you get voted out, Alicia says that they need a little bit more seriousness. And I would say, wish granted, maybe beyond what anyone could have possibly wanted. What is difficult about it is that it does involve so much of the group. Like, I was just watching Survivor South Africa season 5, and there were some ugly incidents, but how it ended up going was it was very much personal between a couple of people, and then it would move on, and you know, those people would go home, or the person who was in the wrong would go home, and we could kind of move on with that. This was true in that both Sue and Rich are gone, so you can kind of try and put it out of your mind. But everyone said something that you have to live with and just keep watching them. In saying that, you know, I can understand how people maybe turned it off and never wanted to watch it again. I definitely think it could have had that 39 effect in modern days as well. But we had to keep pushing through with it for this assignment. And I do think that, like, you can try and glean other things. Like, in watching All Stars, like, I still think that I got value out of it. And that value was Ethan's on. But, and maybe some other things, mostly Ethan.
Okay, so yeah, unlike season 39, you know, Sue is gone, Rich is gone, and, you know, the show is going to, you know, regroup and then continue on with the story of Shapira versus Mogo Mogo. On the Sue and Rich incident alone, I don't think that that's what got this down to 24th in the rankings. I felt like that
contributed a lot, though.
It contributed a lot, but that's not the only issue at play here, because then I feel like that then the back half of this pre-merge following that incident really, I think, is dark in a different way of just the dominance of Shapira versus Mogo Mogo, and then the sort of like a self-destruction of Mogo Mogo by a number of curious decisions.
So yeah, that's the part of the game that I get why it feels so dark for people. But to me, it really has always, it reminds me, I remember being younger and seeing it and seeing like, wait, this is a reality show where so many people are trying to play a game, and like friendships. And I didn't understand the friendships, you know, when I first watched it. Now you can kind of understand a lot more concept of what was going on there with a lot of these people. But just as the betrayals happen, and if you call it a betrayal when, you know, whatever, the Lex and then Kathy and the emotions that she was going through, and then as Cheyenne becomes totally isolated as the outsider, and then as Rob and Amber and Rupert and Jenna start to turn on the people that they're working with, Alicia and Tom, everybody that goes out, like, you get one of maybe the angriest jury you have ever seen on Survivor. Anytime you cut to them in the post jury portion of the episode, there's not a smile in sight. Everyone is mad. Everyone is upset. They're hurt. They're angry. They're frustrated. They're pissed off seeing the people that they're mad at succeeding, Rob and Amber succeeding all the way to the end. And every time that they get rid of another person on their way to on their march to the end, they're annoyed. You constantly are cutting back to them to see, how unhappy they are. So for me, I don't know. I always found that kind of compelling, just to see what emotion you could pull out of people that are just playing a game. That's what I thought it was, but obviously there's a lot more to it.
Yeah. We're about 30 minutes into this, and we really have not talked about the Rob and Amber of it all, which is probably some malpractice on our part. This is really their season of Rob and Amber. Shannon, how did you feel like going back and rewatching the many, many hours of Survivor All-Stars? Are there 19 in total?
There's a lot.
Yeah. It's 18 episodes, but then like the finale is super long. You got America's Tribal Council.
There's a recap episode. Yeah.
You shouldn't have started it 4 days ago. Just talking apart me. Bad idea.
But so Rob and Amber, how do you feel like the actual game held up in terms of what they were able to accomplish?
I think that it's a very impressive game. I would say that Romba as a duo, it's not creative because it doesn't need to be. It's not like blind, it is blindsides some of the time, but it doesn't have to be, taking out this person and kind of changing the power structure because they're in charge of the power structure. What's impressive about it is that they suffocate the game from everyone else. They just dominate it beginning to end. I mean, they get some lucky breaks. They win a lot of the pre-merge challenges. They roll in with that majority. They're ruthless. They make so many deals, and that's what it's about. It's not about like cut and paste. It is just march to the end with just pure dominance and push it through and get it done. And I did think that was really impressive, especially in the fact that no one comes for them through the post-merge when they absolutely should at multiple different points. At pretty much any point through the merge. After Lex goes, that's like a kind of table-setting vote, but they should definitely be coming for them. And I will say that the thing for me on the rewatch was I think Amber's game has been lost a bit to history. I think even though it was a pretty even edit, Jeff even says to Boston Rob, this was your game. They kind of, the way that it's been retold is it's Boston Rob. Like, he becomes the most important person in Survivor history, of course becomes Boston Rob's game, but Amber was as much a part of the team. She was definitely like his Steven to his JT. And I think that it is a bit gendered that we say she rode his coattails, because you can see in so many aspects that she is an equal member. At least she's the beta member of the team, but she's as important.
Yeah.
And they do a lot together. And I think that her win really holds up.
Modern Survivor is all about idols and advantages and all that stuff. And I mean, I'm not telling anyone anything new, but that's what makes it so compelling to me to go back to these old seasons when the only way to play the game is by playing the players, right? Like, so Rob and Amber take everybody around them and they have deals with Jenna and Rupert and then Alicia and then Big Tom. And they make a deal with Lex and Kathy and Cheyenne, or Rob makes that very quick pitch we'll get to that they think is going to give them a shot. And then the only way for him to play the game going forward is to keep the people that he knows are extremely loyal to him in the game, get rid of the people that are not extremely loyal to him and Amber, and that causes severe reactions from those people who really thought that they were going to put themselves in a good spot. So yeah, I find it super impressive, both Rob and Amber, the team of them, because as Shannon said, as Rob says in the show, like it can't just be me. Like, we're bouncing ideas off of each other. Like, Amber, it brings home any kind of ideas of like, all right, like, should we do this? Like, should we be taking out Lex here? And there could have been a world where Rob said, okay, you have a point, we shouldn't take out Lex. Obviously that kind of leads people to giving Rob a lot more credit in the season, which I don't think anyone would really say is unfair, but Amber definitely deserves a lot of credit along the way, as these two just from the time that Shapira stopped having fun and had to start playing a lot more game, a lot stronger, those two specifically had to start playing a lot harder. Jenna kind of takes her foot off the gas after all the winners are taken care of. She doesn't give a crap anymore. So it ends up just being Rob and Amber controlling all the people they've built relationships with, making them feel like they are with them, and then cutting them when they need to.
Do you two feel like that they have a best move? Because going through this, I was trying to think like, I feel like that there's nothing really flashy here along the way. There's not even like a, Matt Elrod boot where, Rob's probably best move from his ultimate winning season. Is there one move that jumps out?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a move that jumps out. You take care of her, I'll take care of you if you can. I mean, that is so iconic. And I do think that I don't think Rob's game necessarily rested in it. I think they sort of come in with a majority, but to lose Amber, I mean, without that trust in that partnership, I don't know if he is getting to the end. That is a game-winning move. And I do think the way that it's divided very much was indicative to me of their whole partnership. I think Rob is driving it. I think that line is iconic. I think that the specter of Boston Rob drives, definitely Lex's fear. Like, we need this favor. We need it from Boston Rob because he's such a powerful presence in the game. But then Amber is important too. She is the one driving Kathy more, who seems a little bit put off by the Godfather move by Rob. And I think she gets it across the line. I don't think it happens without the two of them. And even though I would give a little bit more, I'd give 3 cheesy points to Boston Rob, I'd give 2 to Amber, I still think they're vital in that and that they're both really necessary. So I think that is like a pretty good example of their whole game.
It's unheard of that would have worked out for them. And granted, there's a lot more going on there with Lex thinking that there's a possibility that, the Big Tom connection will work to keep Rob wanting to stay with Tom, and then obviously, bring in Lex and Kathy as well. But yeah, that specific one line, take care of her, if you can, and if he doesn't say that, if he just lets them walk out, do they just vote out Amber, even though they know that there's a possibility that could, benefit them? But Rob reassured them in the only chance that he had.
The thing that just jumps out to me when I watch this, and I adore Lex. I love Lex. Kathy is fantastic. One of my favorites. But what are they doing? I find the whole back half of the pre-merge so frustrating. Of where was Lex going? And maybe it's the credit to Boston Rob, like in the pre-game for Survivor All-Stars, whatever he was telling Lex about what they were going to do, it seems like Lex can't wait to get to work with Rob at the expense of going after the Ethans and the Colbys, people that they're not going to jump over and work with Rob, people that were Lex is taking out his own numbers to get to, ultimately work with Rob and Tom, and just can't see okay, Amber, I don't think was part of their arrangement. And, Jenna and Rupert are there, and Rob is ultimately going to go with his people. And, it is crazy to think what that merge looks like if Amber is voted out. I mean, Lex comes in with a ton of leverage there, especially if Big Tom is going to jump in hey, sorry, we couldn't get Sheehan on board. Sorry about the whole Amber thing. But hey, we still want to work with you. I just feel like that it is, just malpractice of what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, to give a little bit, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe because it's the first returning season, they didn't realize and understand that you might have a pre-game friendship.
True. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen, and it could go badly. We're not judging anyone's moves or how they did in this season, but
again, I can speak to it because I felt I was so excited with being on Shapira. I'm like, oh, I'm friends with Rob, I'm friends with Amber, I'm good with Alicia, I'm good with Big Tom. I thought I was golden. Oh, these people are my friends. Oh, this is great. So I definitely can understand where it's coming from.
I do think there is look, we have a friendship, we had a phone call, we've been to parties. You don't know, to parties, as Boston Rob would say. You don't know how bonding it's going to be out on the island, certain relationships. I mean, Boston Rob had literally fallen in love with his future wife. You're not there. And it's something that Tyson has said, that even when he swaps, he's like, this is my group now, because you don't know what bonds are happening on the other tribe, but your original tribe members might have closer relationships, and you can kind of extrapolate that to, you don't know what your pre-game relationships become in the game. I will say for Lex that, for me, his cardinal sin was in just cannibalizing himself within Mogo Mogo, taking out all the threats, all the challenge threats, all the providers, because he really wanted to come and be like the big dog at the merge. And then, yes, they lose all the challenges to the point where they're going to be in the minority. I don't mind the move to keep Amber. I know that it went poorly. I feel like I'm always very pro that move. It's something I've advocated for, like for Survivor New Zealand, Thailand, even Australian Survivor 2018. If you come in before a merge, you're looking at a minority, be a smaller minority, be half the majority, then you're less of a threat. Definitely for someone like Kathy. Lex is maybe too big a target. Be less of a threat. You know, kind of express fluidity as like the theme of the season. There's no tribes. It's really just about kind of working together. Let's get that out there rather than keeping really tribal, than going into a merge where your tribe has fewer numbers. I don't mind that move for him. I don't personally feel Big Tom was switching over because, as I'm talking about, these new relationships on the island that could maybe supersede some pre-game stuff. So for me, I'm okay with the fact that Lex did that, only because I think it was a terrible option for him either way, and that's because he'd made his bed by the decisions he made on Mogo Mogo to get him into a position where there wasn't really, I don't think, a winnable option for him at that vote.
Yeah, no, I definitely can't say that I feel like that vote was like it was obviously one way or the other. I think there's definitely arguments that could be made both ways, and when you see the dynamic that group had going into that swap, which we gotta talk about that swap, how crazy, you know, all that. But when they go to that swap and then they end up back all together, and Jerry especially, who had been with Kathy and Sheehan, who were really not feeling their time with her, they were really not in on the Jerry Manthe, going into the merge, like that's not a strong group. Like Jerry can bounce back over with Rupert and Jenna if there's a Saboga bond there. Ethan, when they have to cut Ethan, I mean, like, you know, obviously Lex cuts Ethan and Colby along the way. It's not like he like 100%, you know, wanted them gone, whatever. Just I'm saying, like, they lost immunity. Obviously, they had to get rid of somebody. Seemed like I guess the best option to him at the time. But I'm just thinking in terms of like when he's at that point, and you know, it's either go with Amber, where if this works out, it will work out. It will be Amber and Rob and Tom and myself and Kathy, and you know, we'll have Sheehan still too. We'll have numbers. We'll get rid of all the other people that, like, I'm sure they're sick of by now. I'm sure they want to get rid of Alicia and Jenna and Rupert. We'll like, it'll work. Obviously it didn't. But what do they get out of going in with Jerry? If Jerry flips back, Jerry and Kathy and Sheehan, there's no trust there. They don't like each other. I don't know.
Yeah, I really, really don't like the Ethan move. I think that if you're going to appeal to Big Tom based on Africa and all the bonds, having immediately got rid of Ethan, like, what are you saying about those pre-season bonds? You're just saying that they aren't important, that your new relationships matter more, and maybe his new relationship should be more important as well. Like, how are you indicating that to him? Also, it broke my heart and crushed my soul. So those things.
Yeah, Ethan can't catch a break in this season.
I love Ethan so much.
There's also like a storyline that like Ethan has the yips in the challenges of that, basically like Ethan stinks at challenges because he gets too frazzled, where I mean, this is a storyline in the season.
And that's all like hyping up Boston Rob every step of the way. Like, look at how great Boston Rob is at everything, and how bad Colby and Ethan especially with that storyline. Like, nobody is Boston Rob anymore. Everybody is bad, not as good as Rob.
Yeah, I do want to say that I was just grateful for the opportunity to spend 8 episodes with Ethan's on, which maybe I didn't really fully understand when I was a kid how much I love Ethan's on. So I enjoyed that. I do think that he's indicative as well of the fact that, like, so many of these legends do deliver early on. Colby, I think, is great. And I think that was like coming into it and seeing what it could have been in those first fun few episodes, like seeing these like really cool interactions. Some of the challenges that we have, like the match challenge, is so fun, and there's a lot of confessionalists, especially Boston Rob's a great confessionalist, you're a great confessionalist, Rob. There are so many that really deliver, and we see how cool this great cast can be. Unfortunately, many of them go early, but I still think, like, bang, this cast is coming out really just with like some impact.
I think one of the underrated reasons why I think this season has some trouble landing is that it is so wet, and it is such a bad weather season, and it is bleak, and the contestants are wet and cold and depressed. And there are moments in the pre-merge when it's like that, but like most, like the first, like basically like 2/3 of the post-merge, it is just like raining. And it is like uncomfortable to watch. And as somebody who was there, it was terrible.
It didn't look fun. The scene of them like drinking the water both out of their hands at tribal or just off of the leaves, like it did not look fun. And to be in that rain all night, there's a lot of parts of Survivor that just don't seem like a thrill. I'm glad you guys had some fun out there in the times that you did, but it doesn't seem the most fun. They also talked about how they gave you, I think, the least amount of supplies or anything at the beginning of the game. I'm not sure if you've ever like how true that is. That I guess I believe it.
I mean, to that point, where in Survivor the Amazon, we had, a lot of supplies, and we had like a whole crate full of supplies when we got to the beach. And we had like changes of clothes and all sorts of, different, we had like a pot of like the manioc to eat. So we were outside on Survivor, but we, sort of like had like a Survivor camp where I think we had a pot and a machete. I think that was what we got to get started on Survivor All-Stars, and we didn't have water in our camp for 4 days.
Yeah, and if anything, all of that gives to some of the fun storytelling in the beginning part of the season with Rudy and Sue both drinking the water and everyone looking at them like, wow, we're not doing that. And you get some fun Rudy moments at least out of it. Sue as well. They're all, like, wow, okay, they're going to do it. We're not going to do that. We're absolutely not going to risk our health in this game in Survivor All-Stars. But when Jeff asks, I think both of them get asked, like, so the water, and like, yeah, no big deal.
In fairness, nothing bad happened to either of them from drinking the water.
Results-oriented thinking, but sure.
But they both maybe the Sue Hawk discussed her tolerance, that she's drank so much beaver poop in her life that nothing is going to ultimately do her in, and Rudy's drank water with bodies floating in it. So basically, they've built up a big tolerance.
And that's what I'm saying about the characters is that big tolerance. Even in 2 episodes, I feel like Rudy really pops. Like you get like a character study of him that is really cool, and they do make the most, I think, of a lot of these characters early on. And I will say on the conditions, it looked tough, but the way it's built up, I mean, you guys eventually get like house type shelters. Not Saboga, but that's their fault. And I honestly was looking at some of these rewards. Shapiro gets a lot of alcohol, then he gets a lot of dental care. I'm looking at that toothpaste and like some of that wine and thinking, okay, this is how Rumba gets together. Those rewards literally created 4 children. Good job. Because without that, I mean, Survivor's not that sexy. Now that they've had toothpaste and they have a little bit about, I get it now.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Oh my God, that's massive. I always think, how can people be together without toothpaste and stuff? That's really just disgusting to me. And they have toothpaste, so it's totally fine.
Yeah. The weather definitely is really there's 2 or 3 episodes, even after the Lex stuff goes down, where it's just it's so rainy, and then the mood is so dark and depressing, and really there's just no room for anybody. Basically, the only hope for any sort of an insurrection to the power dynamic is in the hands of Sheehan. You have a little bit of a pop that Sheehan is ultimately able to win an immunity challenge and take out Alicia.
Yeah, she's kind of quiet up until then. Not quiet, but in the pre-merge, what do you really get? It's her versus Colby, and ultimately she beats out Colby. Sheehan, I'm sure also at the time for people looking at the returners was probably a confusing casting choice, right?
Yep.
So, when Sheehan is going to end up being the one who takes down the person who will end up being voted Survivor's hottest guy. And obviously Colby, a huge fan favorite for so many years. I don't know how people feel about it now. That's a story that happens in Survivor All-Stars. And then, when Sheehan gets to the later part of the game and she's the only one left from Mogo. And we get a lot of Sheehan versus Jenna, which is super something there between the 2 of them, and then she ends up getting the immunity, and everyone's like, this person is so annoying, and it's like, no, she just kind of ruined your plans. I don't really know what you're hating for.
Yeah, it's amazing to me Shapiro don't realize they're the villain in that. They're don't gloat too much. It's no, the audience, I think at this point definitely wants something to be shaken up. I definitely feel, I mean, for me watching it, maybe Sheehan was seen as kind of a lesser all-star. People weren't into it. They just wanted the Rumba trade to keep rolling, but definitely I was cheering for her immunity win. But it is interesting, I think, that the darkness of the season and how much you can withstand that or really even enjoy that or at least be compelled by it, I think really dictate where this lands for you. Because for me, I was watching 2 seasons at the same time in 2019, Australian Survivor 2019 and Survivor South Africa Island of Secrets. Australia was fun and people would get onto Jury Villa and they would be so over it and they'd be partying and it was so much fun. And South Africa was like so dark and they hated each other. They'd get to Jury Villa and they would just tear shreds off each other. They really despised each other. And it made me realize I'm compelled by both of these things. Like I'd probably rather it was fun, but I'm compelled by, like, I wouldn't want it every time, but like I'm compelled by like raw human emotion, like what the psychological game can do to people and kind of studying that. And I think All Stars is maybe the best example of that in the US because the game is still in its infancy. Just a couple of years earlier, alliances are immoral and then turning on them is immoral. And then let's add in some real friends. Like there are some dynamics happening here that a psychologist should study. And that's what's fascinating about the game to me. So while it is dark and at times that's hard to get through, I was never bored and I was always really interested in that dynamic.
Yeah, you get big moments. Like even when Sheehan does go out there, you have it's kind of like the downfall of Alicia, but Alicia has that conversation with Sheehan being like, because Sheehan wants to come talk to her, and Alicia's like, I'm good. I don't really want to talk. We know our plans. It's all set in stone. Cut ahead 10 minutes and Alicia's gone. So the people at that point who, like you said, like we're kind of rooting for the big alliance to have some kind of hit be taken at them.
Yeah. Alicia is pretty indignant about, all things Sheehan, and ultimately she's the one who ends up going out there. It's frustrating, I feel like, to watch because I feel like that you have a lot of people just playing for, okay, I think that Rob is going to struggle to win in the end. And it just feels like there's a lot of people fighting for, okay, somehow like Rob is dominating the season, but he's also a GOAT with the jury. And Shannon, I feel like that is a very, unusual dynamic in Survivor, but maybe I shouldn't say that because I feel like that it's not dissimilar to what we talked about last week with Survivor Samoa.
I also think at the time, I would ask you, did people see Boston Rob as a GOAT? Were bitter juries as understood by the audience? Did they go in expecting that he would win? I mean, as a child, I think I thought Rob would win. I don't think I kind of could recognize. I mean, he only lost 3-4, but I don't know if there were 4 votes he could have got. That might have been like his ceiling, but I don't think I knew he was a GOAT.
Well, I was thinking about this today, and I don't know necessarily. Like, I feel like that there's under no circumstance does Lex vote for Rob. Under no circumstance does Tom vote for Rob. Does Alicia vote for Rob?
No, it's just Sheehan, because Sheehan, when they go to the reunion and they have if you took Jenna instead, Sheehan says, I would have not voted for Jenna, I would have voted for Rob. So there is a world where he gets to the 4 votes. It's just not next to Amber, and that's why people I think people were recognizing.
Would he have beaten Jenna? Would that have that? Are we sure about that? Let's just
it's
talk
two
that through.
unlikable people at that point.
Yeah,
people not like Jenna.
Sheehan does say that she would swap because Sheehan I think was the only one that wasn't anti-Rob. She was just really pro-Amber. So if Amber's not there to vote for, then she might go to the next best thing for her, which is Rob.
Just humor me for 1 second. So Jenna versus Rob. Lex votes for Jenna. I think Alicia probably votes for Jenna.
Yes.
Then Big Tom votes for Jenna, and Rupert votes for Jenna.
Oh, Rupert did vote for Rob, didn't he?
Yeah, Rupert voted for Rob. I don't know. I mean, Rupert, I think,
he was betrayed by his Jenna.
Gameplay a lot. I don't know that Rupert votes for Jenna. I think it's a toss-up.
Would. I think he would. He voted for Sandra both times.
Well, I do think like we never talk about Rob as someone who gave up the game Wu style or even Colby style. And that's because that would be ridiculous because he married Amber. Like imagine the other world where he cuts Amber. Like they probably don't get married, right? And then possibly neither of them have $1 million. It's a terrible move.
I think they would have smoothed things over. I mean, I think that
if he took $1 million from her,
Matt could tell you about John and Netta who got together after Big Brother Canada 2. After John did the same thing to Netta, I think that they would have passed it. Like, hey, come on, it was a good.
But it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah,
well, lovebirds.
In the recent podcast I did with Jacob Sager-Weinstein on like mathematical game theory principles, we talked a lot about Survivor being a zero-sum game where you can it's like winner takes all. and then how it could be a variable sum game if you put in other utilities. So what else matters to you? And I think we did talk about this being maybe the biggest example where it changes the game. It changes the fabric of the game because Boston Rob can't just get rid of Amber to try to win. He ends up marrying her. Like, he wins too. Like, they both get $1 million in their shared bank account.
They hacked the system.
They really, really did. Yeah. Like, this is, I think, the biggest example we see. And there's a lot of examples of additional utilities. But, like, who's going to vote out, obviously, what was true love, someone you're going to marry, at the chance of getting $1 million when, if you go together, you're definitely getting $1 million together.
It was the wildest thing that was possible. And that I could tell you at the time, nobody that was there thought that this was going to last. That I mean, it is a beautiful story that Rob and Amber, that they're together, what, like 18 years now, have 4 kids, beautiful family. So this is like the all-time greatest reality TV love story, better than I don't think that there's a Bachelor story.
Even if there is a Bachelor couple of 18 years, you don't see it where like people always talk about, you know, Survivor or even Big Brother. Like when couples meet on those shows, the bond is just so much stronger because you're going through such a tough experience together. You're not on a dating show. So when the bond forms there, and Rob and Amber become Rob and Amber over the course of 1900 episodes, and then you get to the finale and there's a proposal, and then it's you know, Amber wins, but they both win, and the families are there and everybody's happy for them.
Families.
You'll never see this moment again in Survivor. And if you do, I don't want to watch it because I don't want to see them copying Rob and Amber's story. It's just the final 2, and it's real. It's not like you said, if it like had dissipated, if it didn't pan out, maybe all these years we don't look back at it the same, but this was real. It is real. And it's never going to happen again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm a hopeless romantic. And I just love the Rhomba story. I am a sucker for it. I tear up at all the beautiful moments. Like, I do feel really privileged to watch this really genuine love story that's going to be a lifelong love story unfold in front of us. I think that if Rob and Amber are not that couple, if they blow up, never make it to the altar, the season is borderline unwatchable on the rewatch. I think that they carry so much of it, but I really do feel privileged to see what is going to be a lasting love in their story. I remember watching the proposal in real time when I was a kid, and it was, especially as someone who didn't know kind of the legends that had been taken out at the cost of that love story, it was all about Rhomba, and to see it kind of culminate in that. I mean, I cried watching it yesterday too.
Oh my God.
And then kind of had 32 seasons, and look at the 4 kids running onto the island to meet the 2 of them. It's just, it's Survivor, you know, the whole arc of Survivor, and the way that they brought, you know, these 2 back for the all-winner season. The fact that Amber came back, I don't know if we wanted to get too deep into that now, but just the fact that, you know, the 2 of them are both there. I don't think that we got as much of their story on season 40 as you would have expected, or as I would have hoped. There on Redemption, there were, I guess, I had a lot of fire tokens to talk about. You know, that's Survivor history in the making. So when the kids come out and you're like, oh, look, they're there. But I was like, can we have like a confessional with the whole family here? Nope, I guess not.
They're Boston Rob and Amber. They transcend the medium. They're on other reality shows. They're on Amazing Race. I will be watching the Rhomba wedding this weekend. I didn't have time for the podcast, but I have to finish the story.
Where is it available?
I will find it, Rob. I find most things. I'm getting that. If anyone has any links, please DM me. I am watching the Rhomba wedding. I'm obsessed with Rhomba. I also think when Rob is like, I asked permission from Mr. and Mrs. Burkich, melts my heart. I'm obsessed with it.
And when they get to the reunion and or the America's Tribal Council, and Jeff checks in with them, it's been a week or a couple days since the finale, and they're like, "Oh, people are reaching out to us. They are in our inboxes, whatever you would inbox, right? Back in 2000."
No, I think they just delivered like letters.
Yeah,
like in the mail.
Maybe people were reaching out trying to get all over everything Rob and Amber. And I mean, no, it's not like, you know, 18 years we're still having magazine covers check back in with Rob and Amber, but when they show back up in kind of a relevant way, you know, with Survivor 40, it was a big deal.
Yeah,
I felt like it.
And look, I don't know them super great in real life, but I know them enough that they're like a real life, like a happy couple. And, you know, they're both like, it's not like one of these reality TV couples where they're like vying to always like be in the headlines or anything like that. You know, for everything I hear from Rob, Amber is like an amazing mom who loves just doing that and not trying to, you know, be just a reality star on Instagram. So it's a very nice story that they have like a, you know, a somewhat normal life after all of this craziness.
Yeah, and they're not even the only ones who found love. Somebody else at a final tribal council got called out for finding a cute girlfriend and might still be with them to this day. I don't know who possibly that could be.
A lot hotter than he would have got if he wasn't on Survivor, I hear.
Yeah,
That's
shots fired.
the word is.
All
right.
It was, I think it is really beautiful, and it is like that rare light in the darkness, because it ended up being so important. And even when you see like their last day together, it is light and beautiful and true love, and then they go to Final Tribal Council and it's immediately dark. But when it is just Romba, like it really is all things good, and the way that they talk about each other, about the security and the trust, and like I think pretty much all the things you want from a relationship, you're like, this is the real deal, and it was.
Okay. We have so much more to talk about for Survivor All-Stars. Let me quickly thank our sponsor for this episode of the podcast. Those are our friends over at ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring for spring? What type of role are you hiring for? Maybe you need to hire someone to wear many hats. Maybe you need a Red Sox hat. And so many different hats in business, many of which are challenging. Maybe you might have a simple position to fill, but it's taking forever to find somebody who's a great fit for your company. That's where ZipRecruiter comes in. ZipRecruiter helps you find qualified candidates fast, and you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/survive. Whether you are trying to hire a civil engineer in New York, a pediatric nurse in Nebraska, an attorney in Colorado, or even a mascot in Missouri, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to employ. ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day, from an accountant to a zoologist, like Cindy Hall, and everything in between. ZipRecruiter makes hiring easier. And right now you can try it for free with our listeners get it link at ZipRecruiter.com/survive. If you go to ZipRecruiter.com/survive today to try ZipRecruiter for free, we get the credit for sending you. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/survive. ZipRecruiter.com/survive. Okay. All right. Where should we go next? Do you want to go back to the beginning and go through some of the highlights?
Where it all began.
Lots of big names going out early, and it's sad to see them go, but it had to happen.
Yeah.
If we can just even go even before then, and you just let us know from the time who you think was the missed people on this cast that should have been there. I think that would be really interesting to know from the time as well.
So I remember I had like a list of I was trying to do like a scouting report of like all the different people that were going to be there. Like I knew I was going, and so there was a lot of you knew Jerry was going, you knew Colby was going, you knew Richard was going, you knew Tina was going, but there was a lot of people that were sort of just like on the fringe. I felt like that Helen Glover was like almost like a definite that was going to be there. I thought that Sean Rector had a good chance to be there. I know that Heidi was talked to, but Jenna had told me I think that she wasn't ultimately going, so I wasn't expecting to see her. Trying to think of some of the other people that were sort of like on the bubble at the time, but I think that those. Yes,
fair play. I feel like is always stood out.
We didn't know him.
Well, you guys didn't know him, but just as far as like people that you would have expected might have ended up there.
Because it was
Sandra
a shock that
well.
we saw Rupert. Yeah,
right.
And Sandra, I would have been like gobsmacked if I saw Sandra, because we didn't even know that she won.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was hard with Pearl Islands as well.
Yeah.
The short turnaround.
And Johnny Fairplay, again, we left to go play this. We were only 6 episodes into Survivor Pearl Islands. So Rupert was a phenomenon from day one on that show. So it was like cool to see him there. But like, had we seen Johnny Fairplay, like, it would have been almost like a Russell Hantz type situation where it's like we would not have really known exactly what he was capable of.
Yeah, and when Rupert shows up and everyone's like, "Oh, big man in the back," it's like they understand this is a big character and that's why he's here. But people probably still didn't know what to expect. He's still definitely kind of like an X factor on this season, and he makes his way around.
New kid on the block.
Jenna, I can't imagine how difficult that would have been as well, because you see that everyone has these relationships. Obviously, they didn't pan out as you want. Maybe it was even a better thing not to go in with that baggage, but it's not just that he's new. It's that he hasn't had the years. I mean, you, Rob, as well, didn't have enough time in terms of like years of parties and knowing each other and being a famous Survivor person, which they were at the time.
First time we get 3 tribes in a season. Shannon, you've seen so many different iterations of all-star formats between the US and the international versions. Was this a good way to go 3 tribes of 6?
I like 3 tribes, I think, more than most. I think usually it should create like more fluidity, but then they do put it into 2 tribes, so maybe you lose that. Another thing that's good about 3 tribes is I think you get to know everyone a lot more. Obviously, that's not something we needed to do. So I don't know if it was necessary in this season, but I think they wanted to be like, this is new and different. We have 18 people for the first time. We have 3 tribes for the first time. We have returnees for the first time. And also, it's a theme for the first time. It's not location based, and they actually go back to the same location as the Pearl Islands because it's All Stars as a theme. So I think they wanted to be like, this is new and different. And a lot of the early part of the season is it's going to be harder than ever. It's going to be more different than ever before.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was to say that the way that they brought us out there was that like I was with Shapira for like almost a week before the game even started. We were together for we showed up we all went to Miami, and we I was like given like a room, like a note of like, go to this room in the hotel at 5 o'clock, and like one by one, like people like started walking into this hotel room, and then it was like I think like I want to say it was like Big Tom, Alicia, Sue, Amber, and I'm pretty sure like Boston Rob came in last with like carrying like a hockey stick. That was going to be his luxury item, and he traveled to Panama with a hockey stick. And I was with them, and we flew to Panama, and then we were just like living together like at this house for like 4 or 5 days before the game even started. And then we're ready to go. All right, today's the day we're going to the game. Okay. And they dropped us off with like, oh, still these people? So when Rob and Amber are like on the first day, like don't think like that relationship hadn't already been starting to cook like before we got to the island, where I like the first night, like I couldn't believe it, where she's just sitting on his lap. I was like, oh, we're really doing this? This is happening for real? I'm like, well, this is a terrible move.
Sitting on his lap before the season.
No, this was like night one of the game.
One.
But I mean, they had definitely like cozied up at in the pregame. Like it was not like a super tight, like, hey, nobody talk, nobody look at each other. Like we were just like, mostly like we were like, if we got too rowdy, they'd be like, hey, guys. But we were just basically like the 6 of us hanging out all day.
So your confessional might have even been on like day 1 of Rob and Amber are going to do it. Like you might have made that call early and they just,
it escalated, but just like, the fact that it went from like, it was like, it had been flirty to oh wait, this is like a real couple now.
Yeah.
So do you think that they thought like these people already know each other? It would be pointless to just try and keep them apart or sequester them or just tell them not to talk, because that's not correct from a production decision. Like we shouldn't see that, we should see the first iteration of this group of people together, even if they have former relationships. Like they shouldn't have been allowing you guys to hang out.
I don't disagree. But I think that they
decisions were made.
Like we were going to get like shock faces and like, oh my God, look at the other 2 tribes. Cause we never saw the other 2 tribes in pregame. We only were with our group of 6.
And I wonder, like, if because when the season starts, and anytime that you guys are all together, like all 3 tribes get out there the first couple of times, there's excitement in the air. There's people are smiling, making jokes with each other. Like you can feel how excited people are that this is happening and that you're all there. So I'm like, I wonder, was production feeling this excitement as well? Like, look, we're doing it. Excited. We've got them all here. Look around, like legend, and some other people.
Jenna.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know who to shade here. I didn't feel it.
Rob, no. I'll make it easy.
So I imagine that there was just like, I don't know if that overtook smart decision making by production early on of just like, oh my God, we're doing it. It's real.
And there was so much hype. Everybody was so excited. There was so much press. Like we had like just like there was so much media there. It was Panama, so it wasn't like so hard for a lot of like media outlets to get there, as opposed to like if they were in like somewhere in the South China Sea, right, where it would be like 20 hours on a plane. Like it was like a relatively like 2 or 3 hour flight from Miami to get to be out there. And so there was just like just a ton of press and pregame publicity and all sorts of things like that, all in the lead up of the game.
Yeah,
it feels epic, and it is really cool to see these icons connect. And I think that in those first few episodes, you get a sense of like what could have been just by having these characters interact with each other. And I do think that's why some people feel so burned by the season, in that it doesn't amount to maybe what they believed it could be with some of those cool interactions and kind of what was promised. Because look at the fact that other than Thailand, it's lower on the rankings than all the other seasons that we're taking these characters from. You would think if we're putting all of those good seasons together, we'd get better than that. Isn't that how math works? And I think as two people, you and me, Matt, who went in mostly just like kind of just fresh on this season without having seen the ones before, we could kind of take it for what it was. But when I asked like Mike Bloom, like, why do you hate this season so much? He felt like he was so excited for it, that it was the culmination of something, all of these characters, and it didn't deliver on that, and he felt really burned by that. I get that. From Australian Survivor's perspective, I just had a similar thing. So I totally understand how people personally just felt kind of like betrayed by the promise that wasn't kept of what they thought the season would be.
Right. Yeah. One of my favorite parts of the early season is the challenge that Rob, you were there. So episode 4, the
so good
reward challenge, where you guys you open
Yeah.
up your boxes and you've got different things inside matching with each other. You don't see that in Survivor anymore. You don't see that in these shows that we're watching anymore, of just 10 minutes of pure character interaction of these people who it makes it even better that obviously you all have these relationships. I don't know how well this is playing with like newbies across tribe, but there's no swimming in the water, getting logs, swimming things back to ocean. It's just letting the people talk to each other and let the jokes fly. Everything just happens naturally. They're going to capture all the great sound bites, and it's so much fun.
Yeah, that is very fun. So I did that challenge in the Amazon as well. I might be biased. I thought it works like very well. Both times they did it, they never did it again.
Yeah.
They never, ran it out for any other returning player season. Though they do other men versus women season. Never went back to it.
Yeah, like as a overall challenge, like if you're getting like the casual fan in front of the couch, how compelled are they by that? I don't know if they're getting the same appreciation out of it that I'm sitting here gushing.
Well, they're
over.
wrong.
They are wrong, which we know with the casuals, whatever. But
they don't like fun.
Right, like what's wrong with these people? But like us, like go back and look at this and see these people, like see these characters, see you guys all just having fun with each other, and the jokes just again they naturally just come on out, and it's a great 10 minutes of an episode. I just love it so much.
I want to go back to something that's from the first episode where Jenna Lewis is the first person to say on the show that okay, the winners, they had their time. Winners have to go. Winners have to go. Shannon, do you feel like that without Jenna Lewis on this season, is that idea, does it take root, or do you think that this was only a Jenna Lewis idea?
I can imagine that it would have been bigger than Jenna Lewis. I mean, you were there, Rob. You tell me. I know you didn't have any winners on your tribe, but it seems to be kind of like a prevailing thought across the tribes. I know that Mogo that doesn't have Jenna is talking about it as well. Obviously, she kicks it off. They take out Tina. But I do think that when you're kind of a smaller fish, you're looking to differentiate in some way, and you're looking to take any advantage that you can. And it's kind of the lion and hyena thing that comes out in the season, and winner versus non-winner, which is certainly the prevailing storyline of the early days. If I was a Jenna Lewis, I'd do the same thing. I'd say, let's get rid of the big players, the winners, and then you'll be left with me.
It was easy. It was the easiest thing to do, and people were on board with it. She ended up on a tribe with 2 winners. 2 of them obviously ended up on the outs. She connected with Rupert. She kept Jerry close, and Rudy was, close to Rupert. So it was just like, this should be super easy. And ultimately it was, especially to get Tina out. And then eventually, Ethan's going to go as well. Jenna as a winner doesn't go by getting voted out, but you understand the logic. It's just kind of like watching Jenna, like this is the hardest you've ever seen Jenna Lewis play Survivor. That's not shade, like Borneo is Borneo. So you see like people are coming to play this season. There's no, like the confessionals in the opening in episode 1 are all like, this is all-star Survivor. Like it's going to be cutthroat, like nobody trusts anybody. And we see the gameplay is really, intense right off the bat coming out of Jenna specifically.
Shannon, Is the target the winners a phenomenon unique to this season of Survivor, or do you feel like that it follows through in future seasons of Survivor?
No spoilers, but Australian Survivor did
Yeah,
the same
I was.
thing.
Yeah.
So you know what? If it's winners or not, I mean, I think we see. I mean, obviously Sandra wins again, unbelievable.
Yeah.
But maybe she benefited a little bit from it being so long ago. People didn't really remember Pearl Islands, but I do think mostly like great job, Sandra. I think that we see people take a hold of anything that can differentiate them, and I do think often that is winners, and that is why my take on returnee cast is they need to be so consistent as possible. And even when you have that consistency, people will still find things. You can have a cast of all winners, and even like the legends, more legendary players might go early. And I think that's what's really tough in returnee seasons, is that casting can dictate strategy. Because if I was a smaller player, I'd take out big players too. If I was a one-time player, I'd take out multi-time players too, as we see in something like Game Changers. So consistency is so important, so that the players have less that they can grab onto, and to the detriment of viewers, take out usually the favorites to get themselves further ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I said, when Jenna was done with the winners, what did she have left? What was left on her agenda? Just, okay, I guess now we go to the end with Rob and Amber.
She should have seen it bigger than that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Just an overall note on Jenna Lewis, that did she have a story in the season? Like, was her character defined?
I don't know if I could say yes to that, but I know
She seemed like she was
character.
angry about stuff and in a salty mood, but I wasn't really sure why.
She's a character. She definitely stands out from this season. She's a big part in why this season, I don't know, just stands out for me as one, just somebody that is telling you what they're thinking at all times. And she's just, she doesn't hold anything back. Like, she's feeling a lot of feelings, and she's going to tell you about them, and she's going to tell Rupert about them, and she's going to tell Sheehan how she's feeling. And that's what I want in my Survivor player. Somebody that's just like, I was cooking. I was doing this. I couldn't be fishing. I'm small. You're Rupert. You're allowed to go fish. Like, just, she says whatever's on her mind. She's, she was playing, but she was also just a big character. I think.
Watching this with having watched Gabon only 2 weeks ago, Shannon, I just feel like that Jenna Lewis is like Corinne light.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see that she comes in hot. Like, she is literally telling Ethan to his face about how they want to get rid of him. I think there's multiple sides to her. I mean, she obviously is a single mom. If she wins, we maybe get more of that color in her character, but instead she's the one who takes out all your faves, takes out the winners, kind of gets the ball rolling on that, is then going to end up losing to like the people we should love, which is Romba. So I think it is easy to edit her that way. All that content exists, but I think they just really go gung-ho on that edit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's just so many different other characters for her to interact with, so many other people that she either connects with, doesn't connect with, wants to play the game with, doesn't want to play the game with. And again, like I said, every step of the way, she's going to tell you how she feels about all of it.
Mm-hmm. So we see Tina end up being the first person to go, and really Tina doesn't really get much of a fair shake at this thing.
Yeah. Much like you, Rob.
I mean, like, at least I got to be out there for 12 days as opposed to Tina, who goes from, first to worst.
Whenever I kick the bucket someday. What does she say? I don't know.
Yeah, she's going to have a whole casket full of memories.
Yeah.
A one-person Anderson twin got both experiences.
And she's
she's going to come that now too. So.
She's going to come back. She's going to, get to play again. And we're going to get to see Tina actually, play. I mean, obviously it's with her daughter. It's like a bit of a different circumstance, but I'm glad that this wasn't the last time that we saw Tina Wesson.
One of my favorite moments from the season happens in the first episode, where it's actually at Mogo Mogo. I loved all of the scenes at original Mogo Mogo. I feel like that was also like super fun. That was always like things don't work out for me on Chappelle. I always dreamed like I would have been on Mogo Mogo if I would have been on the tribe, like with Hatch and Colby and Lex, or some combination of that. And I felt like that, ultimately I wasn't going to be there because Jen Rasco was there, but that I loved Kathy also. It was when like the women go off and then the guys go off. And then they all just basically like, hey, can we just all just do the strategizing later? And then Colby says, I don't trust any of you sons of bees. It's just like a really great.
Kathy's like, I don't trust any of you.
Yeah.
Like, they're all looking around like none of us trust each other, but this is the game and it's day one.
Mm-hmm.
We got to relax a little bit here.
I understand why Colby was a phenomenon. Like, I think he is again great in the episodes that he's in, and I honestly can imagine the thrill. Like, I've had that obviously in the returning seasons. I've been watching live and had the super fandom for. When I was watching Winners at War, it was thrilling to see these characters. You can only dream of them being in the same room. You've watched them all separately. Let's see them come together on the same island more. And I can only imagine how cool that must have been for the fans. Again, then to be let down maybe by the way that it went, but in that moment, like, I love fan service. I really do. That's why I often love returning seasons. Let's really just get these cool interactions. You didn't ever imagine like Colby and Hatch interacting, did you? Well, now they are. I can't imagine how amazing that must have been to watch.
Is it possible to call a gay man a stud? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why are we asking?
And then like this scene in particular, I think a lot in the early episodes really set up what we're getting out of these three tribes as we go throughout the season. Shapira, how many times am I going to say this? A lot of fun with them. And then, kind of just some strategy scenes from the people that you need to see it from. Saboga, a hot mess from start to finish. And then Mogo just can't get out of each other's, or can't get out of their own way. They're trying, they want to play hard. They all want to succeed in the game. They all, a couple of big egos over there, Hatch, Lex, people that are feeling really good about the possibility for themselves in this game. And they really just, like I said, can't get out of their own way.
So we see after Tina goes home, ultimately Rudy is going to go in the second episode. I do like all the scenes with Rudy and Rupert, Shannon. I feel like that was like might have been like a fun duo to see if they wouldn't be able to stay in the game longer. Rudy's going to have some issues with his foot. They say he has a problem with the bone. I can tell you that it did turn out that Rudy had like gout in his foot, which was like very painful for him, and he had to get a lot of treatment when we were together after we were out of the game.
Rudy Bush, just survivor icon of life. Like, I really, really enjoyed the Rudy character study that was episode 2, and getting pretty much a lot of the highlights that you would expect from Rudy, even in the short time that he was in the game. There's a lot of fun stuff in these early episodes, even in that episode with the dilemma that they give to Saboga, and then there's the keys. You're kind of out in the jungle trying to find things before idols exist, and in that way, the season really was ahead of its time.
Yeah. I was just thinking when I was watching this with Rudy, it's like Rudy sees sort of like a big burly guy, likes to swim. Rudy's like, that's my guy.
As a type.
Yeah. That's basically what Rudy's looking for.
Jenna and Easton are really close, and I think that you and I ought to form an alliance.
Yeah.
That was really good. Thought that was really impressive.
Thanks.
Yeah. Rudy used to read the Saboga tribe for me on the regular in our post-game interactions.
He was not happy. I mean, how would you expect him to be happy? But when he gets out and he's like, saying that I wouldn't. What I'm flubbing the line, but he's basically saying like I wouldn't. No, I'm still. What does
I
he
wouldn't
say?
want to see me if I was.
I thought it would. I thought it would come to me. If I was them, I'd steer clear of me. I got a lot of friends. Sorry. Sorry,
Yeah.
Rudy for.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, he famously says after that he gets voted out, basically like that he has people that are going to like hurt them.
Which he was mad specifically at Jenna, so I'm glad that Jenna Lewis is still okay to this day.
A bunch of my SEAL buddies are gonna pay him a visit after the season is over, and they shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, even in his in his final words of the rites of passage. Why can't I speak right now? He's talking about how mad he is at Jenna. There, he's like, I just wish that they wouldn't have made me feel so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I used to hear all the time. Yeah, then that big mouth Jenna
wasn't a big fan.
He wasn't a fan. Even in the reunion show, Jeff is like just like his head is spinning. There's so much going on. He's just like at one point he's just like, Rudy is here. Rudy, what do you mean? He's like, I'm just glad that I got voted out early because I don't know what I would have done with all of these backstabbers. It's like, wait, you worried that you were gonna backstab? Like, no, not me, but I was worried about what I would have done being around them.
And no, and sorry, before we get too far away from these first two boots, I have to swing back around to ask you. You get a big confessional,
Yes.
calling one Tina Wesson a big phony.
I did. Yeah, and if you ever listen to the Survivor Survivor All Stars DVD, which was a very fun time. It's me, Jenna, Jenna Maraska, Rudy, and Tina, and we do commentary. I feel very bad about this. I feel bad about just about everybody that I slammed in my confessionals during my time on Survivor. I didn't know Tina from anybody. She's a super sweet lady. I thought and I had met her like one or two times before, and she was like super nice. I'm like, oh, what a phony. Well, what a big phony.
You could really be nice.
She is. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't think that she was just like a super sweet person like she is in real life. So you got to spend that was I was my karma was I would then get to go and spend a lot of time with Tina and get to find out that it's not a big phony.
Definitively not a phony.
Yeah,
good to know.
But, yeah. Just like I don't even know why that was in the episode. Like, it's not like I had any.
Because you were the main character, Rob. You got so much edit.
Mm-hmm,
They said it. They showed everything you said.
Yeah, just making me OTTN to saying something negative.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
But I did feel very bad about that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure she forgives you by now.
I hope so. We spent me and Tina and Rudy spent a lot of time together.
And what a gift!
I can't recommend if people do like watching All Stars. I know there are some of you out there. The DVD commentary, you have to check it out. It's like not something that I normally would go to. Like that exists on a bunch of the DVDs for a bunch of different seasons, and I'm like, I want to watch the show. It's weird to also want to watch the comment or listen to commentary talking over it. I'm like, I can't hear the episode.
Yeah,
but it's fun.
We had a lot of fun that day. That was a really great trip. We went. I went to the TV Land Awards. We presented a Lifetime Achievement Award to the cast of Gilligan's Island with myself and Tina and Rudy and Jenna. And then we also like the next day went and did the All Stars DVD commentary. Mm-hmm. Watched the first 4 episodes, which was a wild. And the show was still airing. Like, we didn't know what was going to happen. I think. Maybe like Richard Hatch had just been voted out. Like it was very soon after where I had gotten voted out.
All right. A lot of fun. Highly recommend.
Yeah. You want to talk about the Home Depot challenge?
I love that.
Talk about a lot of the challenges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So good.
Yeah. Tell me if I'm skipping over anything too much, but the Home Depot challenge, iconic stuff.
For a variety of reasons, but of course, Rupert Boneham.
Mm-hmm.
And
Rafa.
Yeah.
Yes. Who came to the camp.
We get this Home Depot challenge where they're gonna get they're given a whole kit of items to build a shelter, and this is great. Like they have, Boston Rob is like, this is my thing. Rob Cesternino's like, I'm gonna help out as well. You and Alicia
I wish
building the rock garden.
Maybe one of my biggest regrets from Survivor All Stars. I wish I would have sat out this challenge.
It was
a no-win situation for me. I should have sat out, where it was like, this was Rob's element. Like, I thought that I would be like an active participant. Like, I got basically like, they delegated me to be the gopher. And then it was a job that, I could not do to anybody's satisfaction.
Alicia's like, just go do something else, sweetie pie.
Yeah, I was like such a scapegoat. Yeah.
You know that this is irrelevant to your boot. Like, I just watched, I just listened to something on the RHAP archives on Twitter that Boston Rob told you there was nothing you could do. Like, as much as the edit wants to play it up, digging, and it's all completely irrelevant. Like, you know that, right?
I get that. I just felt like that. I feel like that what I did not like was that it presented me that I am like a lazy person around the camp. And while it may not necessarily you may not naturally think that I'm like a really hard worker, but like if you take a look at like what we put, like the output that goes into this podcast, like I never stop working. And like, and if you like, remember when I'm lugging all those the whatever Butch is cutting down up and down that hill. So what I really didn't like, it was like there was like a lot of like, Alicia says, "Oh, Rob's sister, he does the bare minimum to get by," which, like, I felt like was not totally a fair statement. And then Rob's like, "Hey, where's Sestonino? He's on a coffee break." And what happened was there was like a shipping pallet that I had seen that washed up on the shore, and I'm like, okay, because I was starting to feel like, okay, I am not in a great spot. I need like a Hail Mary. And I'm like, I'm going to bring this like reclaimed wood of this shipping pallet back. This is going to be perfect. This is exactly what we need. I'll be the hero. And I like lug this thing like all across the whole island. And it took me a while. Like I didn't check in with my boss and say, hey, I'm going to go do this. And then I got there and the person's like, no, you can't like bring stuff that washed up on the shore. Like it's only like stuff that you find on the beach. So it was like we couldn't even use it anyway. So it was a whole waste. But I just didn't like that it was like that. Oh, and even in like in the previously on in the next step, like going into the boot episode, it's like, and then Rob wasn't working around the camp.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on that as well. Like, I mean, not to skip too much ahead to your boot episode, but like it really, a lot of this really did physically pain me. You had like a very similar kind of arc to what Steven had, I think, when he went looking for idols. They're like, where is Steven? But Steven did recently say in his EW interview, like, are the editors showing humanity to the contestants? And I know that I'm too close to it because I didn't enjoy watching someone I care about getting a negative edit and then get voted out. I didn't like it. You maybe got through it okay, Rob. I wasn't enjoying that.
I didn't enjoy it at the time either.
Well, I mean, just from a storytelling perspective, like as a fan, I think it's bad storytelling. I think it's disingenuous. Like all the stuff about you eventually digging, about you going off, not doing enough work. Like they have the truth and it's a very clear narrative. And that is, you're too big a threat. You're too smart out there. They want to get rid of you. And that's what it becomes when you get voted out. And that is enough of a narrative. I don't know why they have to get in like this really disingenuous edit where they kind of like can't get enough of showing random shots of you kind of looking off into the distance. Like, let's make it as bad as possible. This was irrelevant to your boot and it was a disingenuous and unnecessary edit.
It was all to hype up Boston Rob. I'm telling you, like that's just
and Rob is good at like putting down the people.
Anybody that they could have pushed down with Rob, with Ethan, with anybody else to make Boston Rob look even cooler, even better. Yeah, they were going to do it, and they did it all time long.
Yeah, to go skip ahead to like when we're looking for the key, like we looked everywhere for that key, and again, I'm like definitely like feeling like like I feel like something's like I need a big moment here. I need I need to like earn my keep around here, which in hindsight was like completely the wrong way to go. Like I should have like
you couldn't do anything, Rob.
Like I should what I needed to be doing was making myself like less like just like completely in the pocket of Rob, where he looked at me like just like a complete follower, was never gonna challenge anything, and I was like hey, I got to be the hero because I got to prove that I'm like worth something around here, which was like a mistake, which like came across as like challenging to Rob and Amber. And I said, like, I woke up, I'm like, I'm gonna dig up this whole beach because I'll find the key. Like, wait, hold on, am I lazy or am I digging in the wrong place for the key?
Yeah.
Look, nothing you did could have been as embarrassing as the real embarrassing story of the challenge we were talking about with Rupert and everything there. So if we wanted to swing back around to that, I feel like that is a huge part of this early part of the season. We got to talk about it.
Yeah.
He goes down. He builds down.
Doesn't make sense. And Jerry tells him it doesn't make sense. He still does it.
I mean, how are you not listening to Jerry? I mean, that's number one. Jerry knows a lot, but he decides that this is the way he's going to build it. When you see the way that everything is being built at the other two tribes, it's insane.
It's insane. Why would you dig a hole and then go like live in the hole?
Can I tell you what's insane?
What?
That Rupert is this person for so much of the season, and they gave him $1 million. They really did that. They really gave him $1 million.
I remember.
He was such a phenomenon. And like in the Pearl Islands, that character holds up completely. And even in early parts of this season, when he's so earnest and kind of crying over Rudy, like I was like, I get it. I get why this sucked me in. This is what made me a fan. But through a lot of the season, I'm like, Rupert, really? They gave anyone $1 million, and they gave Rupert $1 million.
He is lucky that he did this before Dodo music was really a thing.
No, they dodoed Rob in the same episode.
It just feels like he could have gotten a lot worse of the cues and the things that they'll do these days to make this person look dumb. But he built a shelter going down. He found a tree root down there. Yeah, it was a mess. And then Rafa is his name, right? Now he comes by to come look at the shelter. He's like, there was a tree there. We couldn't get it out. So now it's our footrest. And I was like, you're not making this any better for yourself. It's not gonna happen.
So Rob goes off a little too long. Rob is the worst person that's ever lived. Rupert builds a shelter in the ground and he gets $1 million. I'm just like, I know this is negative, but just what?
Yeah, don't have Rupert build your shelter. It's also this episode is also when Richard Hatch takes on the shark. Shannon, did that come across as epic?
It was pretty epic. I mean, he
was it
bit
Hemingway-esque?
the shark. No, yeah, it was. He bit the shark back. Like, there's a lot going on in survival stuff in these first few episodes that is major. And I think
a lot of camp life in these first 4 or 5
the whole season, honestly. Yeah,
it's fun though. It's not. I don't get bored by it.
That moment of he bit the shark, or the shark bit him, and then he bit back, and he's telling you it was like 45 minutes out there that they were wrestling, and then eventually he made his way to shore. I was like, that's concerning. 45 minutes of you with the shark on your arm and nobody called for help.
No one intervened.
Right, like that's a long time. And then he gets back, and everyone's obviously singing his praises, and like that's where he thrives off of people like appreciating him, and that's where he wants to be in the game. So he was fine with it all. But I was like, that man's arm is. That's worrisome.
The man got bit by a shark.
A shark.
Yeah.
And they gave Rupert $1 million. Both of those things are just equally ridiculous to me.
What'd you make of the camera work? I feel like that they actually did it, like had some really good coverage on Richard versus the shark.
But there was a shark in his arm. I don't they did a great job, like A+ camera work, but like no one was helping him. There was a shark
off his arm. Duty of care, people.
Like, if I'm the camera person, I'm holding the camera in the water, and Richard Hatch is like fighting a shark. I'm probably getting out of there. I'm not getting paid enough. Yeah.
They win awards.
Like, are there other sharks? Yeah.
I mean, it was like we were saying, it's a pretty epic moment, but still just so scary that even happened. And he seemed pretty calm, when he got back and he was telling the story. And again, he was happy that this is where he was at, so whatever.
But like, Hatch is always going to be calm to the other people and on screen. I just like to think about like him off camera without the contestants just being like, oh my God, there's a shark in my arm. Like, I have to hope, like, surely anyone would be bewildered by that. But even though we're going to get the stuff with Jenna, there's a lot of good stuff in this episode. And I think like this is a great example of just like the cool fan interactions when they aren't being edited really negatively for no reason, but the cool interactions and these old school challenges. And watching this old school season made me realize like there's so much fun stuff in just like the structure of the show that it makes it very watchable, but not just camp life, but also this, and then the match game, and then through the merge, it pushes along with like, you're going to get touchy subjects, a car challenge, obviously family, often there's an auction, gross food eating, like there's so many core stuff to the old school seasons that I think like even if you aren't really enjoying the way the game is going, as long as you enjoy the characters enough and you have these really cool structural elements, it's always going to be very watchable to me.
Yeah, and before we get too far away from the shark, I don't know when else we're really going to bring up all the fishing that goes on in this season, but there's a lot of it. A lot of Rupert out in the water, Ethan out in the water, and I think my favorite part of all of it is like, I mean, it turns into competition throughout a couple of the episodes, and then Rob gets out there, and even going later into the season when Big Tom's son Bo gets out there, a lot is made out of the Hawaiian sling and the spears and everything that they're using to go get fish. I just love when Kathy is like getting fed by every single person that she's on a tribe with, and she's just like, this is great. Like these boys can just keep running out there having competition with each other. They're just bringing me food. I think it's great. So a lot of focus on the fishing throughout the entire season. A lot of weather related story and a lot of fishing related story.
Yeah. We ultimately are going to have at the end of the third episode where Jenna is going to go home. There's a criminally small amount of Jenna Maraska in this season. I know she's going to leave in episode 3, but she's barely in the first 2 episodes. I don't know if she had been like checked out really like after the first day or so, but I mean, she we don't hear anything from her really until this happens.
Yeah, you have to imagine, right, that her head wasn't really in it the whole time, because the entire time she definitely was thinking about home and about her mom. And she talks about, a lot of other people come into this game with, you're thinking about the game and what's happening here. But all I've been able to think about is everything back home. People know when they leave, they're going to have that family to welcome them back. That's a question mark for me.
Yeah, but it's so wild because I feel like that in the lead up to this, like she and I had been talking about this, and she was so excited to go, and I think that she had just like compartmentalized that, like, hey, everything at home with my mom is it'll be fine, and she got out there, she's like, what am I doing here?
I think it's pretty clear she was getting additional information, and they're like, Jenna, how do you know your mom's going to work? She's like, I can just feel it as her child. Like, obviously,
you think so?
Definitely, because I think they would have a duty of care to say that, but they might not want to tell the TV audience about that, and they've gotten more transparent since. Obviously, we see them telling Terry about what happens to his son. I would definitely think so. Just the fact that she's saying she feels it, and then her mother passes away the next week. She's talking in such certain terms about how her mother is getting worse. She's not just feeling that.
So I have never heard that, if that is the case. Like, it's totally like plausible that happened, but I just have never, heard like, oh yeah, that they, I don't ever remember her saying that, oh yeah, they had let me know, like things had really taken a turn for the worse.
Yeah, Jeff does point out, he's like, it sounds like you're talking about it in the sense that you're getting information, and she's like, I'm not. This is a feeling that you're gonna get in a time like this.
It's my extreme assumption that she was getting information. I mean, like, just it's the only thing that makes any logical sense. Can I talk for a second about how much I hate how they handle the Jenna thing?
Please.
It made me text Mike to ask if empathy was invented in 2005.
Oh no.
I really don't like the way that the show handles this. Firstly, the show, Jenna gets pulled from the game, especially assuming she's getting information. The same way Terry got evacuated from the game when he had a loved one in such dire situations. I mean, Jenna's mother is going to pass away 8 days later. You can compare it to someone like Adam Klein. Now, his mom didn't tell him that she had stopped treatment, because doing that pulls him from the game. It is not a choice to be made. We're not equating life with Survivor. If you're getting that information, or it's getting worse to the point where, again, she wouldn't have made it back to see her mom again, there is no choice. The fact that they make her quit, I think, is terrible. I think she gets really evacuated from the game. And I know that Adam's mom as well was walking around the block on day 39, so they didn't, again, have like another reason to tell him to come back, because, again, telling him would pull him, because that's how human emotions work. So I think that the way that the show handles it, also going like kind of around the horn to see everyone's opinions. I don't really care about their opinions. I don't care that Big Tom says if his whole family dies, don't call him, because that's not something that's going to happen, Big Tom.
Yeah.
That's a really hypothetical thing that you don't really have to think about. Jenna's mom is dying next week. Like, this isn't the same thing to think about. Even Rupert is like, I get that her mom is dying, but to quit? Really insensitive. And also, I just have to say, Kathy says that her sadness is a cancer on the tribe, and I would use different words.
I would use different words.
It's an interesting perspective. I've never thought of it that way, that she was getting pulled from the game.
Terry gets pulled.
I take a lot of things at face value. So when they tell me that, Jenna's quitting, I'm like, okay, she's quitting. And just the way that this whole thing plays out. And I think I disagree with just the way that the scene, I don't know, just maybe it's because I feel the emotion every time I've watched this.
I cried.
Even 25 times deep into the show, I'm guessing, of this season. I every single time, especially when the music gets going, the music that's only been used, I think, twice in Survivor history, and I don't remember the second time.
That's when Bruce gets medevac.
It's Bruce. Okay. Well, with this time here, they really, make you feel just how important this is. Obviously, this is for Jenna, the way that she's leaving. She, even I think I definitely agree with. I don't like the way this is handled from Probst. How he's like, is it just because you can't handle it? And it's like, no, like, obviously this is very serious. And if what Shannon's saying is true, that production knew about it, I'm sure they would have told him that this is something serious happening back at home. So I don't know what was going on with Jeff, but the way that he was going around being like, so about the game, how do we bring it back here?
But that's why I feel like that they did not have the information, like, because if like the production knew just how bad things were, and then they did this on top of it, like to have like people like be like openly questioning it, it's like like, I don't know, maybe that there was some choice. It's like, oh, let's make it seem like Jenna had like an intuition that, that this happened. And but if they knew, like, why wouldn't they just like say like, hey, we have some terrible news and Jenna has to go.
Well, you're giving production a lot of the benefit of the doubt based on how they handle things to come. So I'm already like not looking with such a positive lens on how production might handle sensitive situations. But
I really don't know.
I think that there was less transparency at the time around this being a TV product and, you know, that kind of information, different to what it will be in season 31 where they take Terry from the game. I would totally imagine, again, Rob, you were there and I was a child and I wasn't there. But I do think that I could imagine them being like, your mom is getting worse to the point where it's not going to go well, but let's just act like we haven't given you that information because it's too outside the game.
Just like there in the 20-year history of the show, like there is like a real like complete like a 180 shift in terms of like the role of production to when like Mike fell in the fire. Like famously Mark Burnett was asked about like, hey, should you people like have helped Mike? And he gave interviews and said like, if anyone would have pulled Mike out of the fire, I would have fired them on the spot. Where that like, hey, their role was, hey, we are just here to something is happening. We don't, and maybe, you know, Mark Burnett knew more about Mike Scoopin at the time. No, just kidding. But like they were famously non-interferers to the point where now, like we're saying, like the role, they're like, hey, you should not let like something bad happen to anybody. You're responsible for these people. Like that is like gross negligence if you know, you're not taking care of the people that are on the show.
If anything new, and sorry guys, Jen.
They're flipping the lens that like, because IMC production is letting the contestants down quite a bit in this season, so I've been seeing it like, well, they put it on her and they asked her what's the right choice when they knew the information, but flipping it like they would have allowed her to miss her mom's death without ever intervening. That is an extreme failure in their duty of care. Like, surely not. Surely they wouldn't have allowed her to miss the death of her mother.
I really don't think that the production knew, you know, exactly what was going on.
That's wild, though. That's almost worse now. That's worse.
And that's what makes it such a big moment. That Jenna's saying, like, she knew how she left her mom, and it sounds like she obviously wasn't doing well when she left, and just being there, she's like, even if it wasn't the case where, you know, her mom was going to pass away 8 days later, she knew that this could have been her last month, her last year with her mom, and spending it on Survivor in a game that she's just, her heart's not in it right now. It's like, I want to go home and be with my family. So she does. And, you know, on the way out, when, you know, I'm glad that Probst, you know, drops that line, like, Jenna, we're all thinking about you. She gives everybody a hug. And it's just like, okay, she needs to go home. She needs to be with her family. Obviously, we see how it plays out. We get the card on the screen that tells us that Jenna's mom passed away 8 days later. And it's just such a big, again, the emotion that it pulls out of you. This isn't Survivor. This isn't, you know, this is real. This is real life. This is a person that we were invested in for an entire season of Survivor in the Amazon. It was our winner. She was back here again. The story did not work out as you know, as far as Survivor goes. It wasn't a Survivor story for a winner coming back that you necessarily would have expected. This is real. So you know, the emotions there, and you know, you feel for Jenna here, you know, to this day, the fact that things had to play out this way, but glad she, you know, did get home in time.
Yeah.
I mean, it is beautiful. But then every time there's like a beautiful moment, like Amber hugging her or Boston Rob talking about supporting her, or even hugging Ethan, that's what always gets me. And I cry. But then there's always something that takes me out. And even if she knows or doesn't know, I just think like the lack of empathy from some of the contestants, like right after, you know, some of the nice moments, you got Alicia saying, well, I wouldn't even have come out here. But then you have people saying she shouldn't leave. Like, it's like she can't win. And I don't think really any of those opinions are helpful, both for them to give or for the show to ask for. Her situation is so difficult right then. No one should judge it any which way, whether she has the information or not. And it became more judgmental than I would think for like a pretty clear-cut, very sad moment.
Yeah. I found out when we had gone on the pre-jury trip that I snuck away and got into an internet cafe, and I had checked out like what was going on, and I saw like on one of the Survivor websites that Jenna's mom had passed away, and I felt so terrible. I wasn't able to like reach out to her until I got back home, but really, really so sad to find out. I met Jenna's mom when obviously. We went through everything with the finale. The Survivor Amazon finale was on Mother's Day. She was there in person. It was, just like very sad situation for her. I mean, she's so young. She like played when she was 21 in the Amazon, and she was 22, doing this. So she, went through a lot since then.
And then it's nice to see, she's obviously at the reunion. A couple that has obviously not since stood the test of time, but her and Ethan were together at the time, and she seemed happy with that relationship. And just, overall, again, with some of these people that went through a tough season, it was nice to see a smile on their face at the end of all of it.
Mm-hmm. The layers in her hugging Ethan and knowing what he's going to go through in that, and just even in the history, like Jenna's mom is a character on the show. Like the way that she talks about her parents in the Amazon and how close she is to them, I think like any fan,
the only child,
is really invested. Exactly, yeah. There's just so much there. So definitely a devastating moment.
Yeah, she's had a really tough road in a lot of different ways in life, and she's a really great person. And I wish that I feel bad that I don't talk to her as much as I used to, but I always we used to have a lot of fun.
Get her on Talking with T-Bird.
We've tried. All right, episode 4. Nothing to see here, right?
No, not much.
I didn't get it. Actually, mine skipped over episode 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, template didn't have that. So strange.
Entitled Wipeout.
Speaking of the key and the digging that you did for the key, did you guys like well I'm sure you cared about it, but like the key, the whole box and everything that didn't play, that didn't do much for me as a viewer. What are we doing there? We have to get 3 different clues to unlock it, and it's like each challenge, if you win the reward, you get a key, and it's just like it doesn't do anything for anybody except embarrass Rob, I guess, by the time that it's his last episode here. So I don't know what we were doing with that, but what else did you was there anything positive for you in this episode as I look through my notes?
We had the reward challenge. That was
fun.
Fun.
That we kind of already touched on that one. A lot of fun with that challenge. Really good stuff there.
Yeah, we had the blindfold challenge where that there was like some debate over who was going to be the caller in that challenge, if it was going to be me or if it was going to be Alicia. And Alicia actually did a really good job with the caller. The problem was that we had like Big Tom and Sue working on the puzzle with Rob and Alicia. It was not our best puzzle team.
Mm-hmm.
They say that, and I love that they say that, because they're like, not only is Rob such a threat that we have to get rid of him, but the one reason we might not get rid of him is because he's so smart that we can't do the puzzles without him. And I'm like, why wasn't this the whole edit? Because this is fun. I'm fine with this.
And you have one of the greatest reactions in that challenge when Big Tom gets hit by the giant block, and they cut to you.
Yeah, it's
gratuitously violent.
It's rough. Why isn't that a GIF?
Why?
There are not many All-Stars gifts. All-Stars Australia takes up the entire Survivor All-Stars.
Yeah, a lot of
the social media team is very good. They've made sure of that.
They take up every spot you could imagine in that category.
Why is the blindfold challenge, which is like the worst part of these challenges, like the one that has stood the test of time, and we don't have touchy subjects anymore?
I know.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, I mean that. There's no chance Big Tom didn't get a concussion. And then like when you combine that with like later on in the season when Big Tom can't even form a sentence, it's like like has anybody tried to connect the dots on this?
Oh my gosh, no, that's horrible.
So what's going on here with you and Rob? Rob Mariano are out here trying to make an alliance, or at least there's something happening. There's something brewing between you two, and people think that after you guys lose immunity, that there could be a shot that it's any of either you or Alicia or Sue. I think were the options that Rob is out here like, I haven't decided which one's going home tonight, but when I do, they're out of here.
Yeah. So the conversation that I have with Boston Rob in the episode like happened like on day 6. Like it was like not like deep into the game when we had that. If you like go back and like I have like not that much of a beard, and then definitely like more of a beard later on. And no, I just felt like I thought I was good with Rob. I never thought that Rob was coming for me, but really what happens is that I felt like that I was really good with Rob. I felt like I was really good with Tom. I felt like I was okay with Amber, but then Amber and Alicia and Sue were the people that were on the outs. You see like Sue's fighting with Rob. Alicia is fighting with Rob, and like you never see me like getting into like an argument with any of those people. And I just felt like, okay, like I'm not, I know how Survivor works. It's like the person that's fighting with the group is going to be the person who goes out. So, I go along to get along in the game. And I just felt like that. So once like Alicia and Amber start like really bonding, and it's like in the Home Depot challenge, once like they have like the shelter, like Rob and Amber were like major like malcontents around the camp. They were always complaining about everything. They always complained about the shelter, and they couldn't sleep, and they didn't like the food. They were just like and it comes up later on in the season, like Big Tom and Rupert talking about how they just sleep all day. They don't work. They don't do anything, which is the ironic part about where I get frustrated is saying that I don't do any work around the camp. Rob is great at building the shelter, but that's about it. That's he's not like not like working tirelessly all day around the camp. And so Alicia and Amber and Rob are like laying in the shelter, and it was like Alicia and Amber had that Australia connection, and then basically like I felt like I was like fourth in the group, and I feel like Alicia took my spot, and that was basically it.
Yeah, it's a travesty that you go first. Yeah, you're the only one we don't see having active conflict in the first few episodes from the whole of Shapira. That's what you want to do. But I guess your threat level was bigger than any of those conflicts. And I do think what's really interesting to me about this episode is the first person we see suggest your name. Now, again, that's what we see, but it is Amber.
No, I think Amber, like, I know Rob says that he would have gone any way, but I think that Amber, in like whatever private conversation they had, which we never saw, I think that she was definitely like of Sue, Alicia, or like I think Amber was a firm vote to vote me out.
Because I think that makes sense, because if Rob is kind of like the hothead, if he's having conflict, he might just want to kind of go with those people that he's having conflict with. He obviously also doesn't have the Australia bond with Alicia. And Amber talked about being that calming presence for him that does calm him down, so she can be like, hey, let's make the smart move here, the smart move, as Boston Rob would say, instead of doing something that might be a little emotional. So I totally get that from her, but I do think it's interesting. Obviously, Boston Rob is involved in that. He's having conversations with you. He's certainly talking himself up in the confessionals about it. But in the recap episode, Boston Rob took out Rob. You know what I'm saying? Like, they cut her out of that narrative. Yeah. So I think that's what kind of does contribute to how we end up seeing this as Boston Rob season more than Amber's or Romber's.
And I was getting on Alicia's nerves, I was getting on Amber's nerves. There was also like a little bit of like when we finally got into the rice, like I was of the mind of like, we have the rice, like let's start eating some rice. And then Alicia and Amber are like, oh no, we were in Australia, we ate all the rice and we didn't have any more rice. I'm like, yeah, but if we're the ones eating it, then we're gonna merge, we're gonna swap. Other people will be eating the rice. Like, we have it, we should be eating it while we have it. Like it's day 12. Like let's go here.
And Lex will validate you later on when their rice is stolen. So there you go.
Like, you could either eat the rice, or there's a million other bad things that could happen to the rice. So if you have it, eat it, I feel like. But like, they didn't want to hear about that. So
aside from the rice, I feel like, us knowing you, you got jokes, you got funny lines you throw out there once in a while, right? So you're telling us in confessional, Rob and Amber are going to do it. That's this episode. I don't know when they're going to do it. They've got Matt, the pillows, everything's in place. And I wish those two the best of luck. I wonder, were you making any jokes like that around them, camp?
No, Big Tom was like, and I would laugh at that. I
can't understand what Big Tom is saying.
Because I'm wondering if Amber is like hearing you make jokes about them and saying like, he's got to go. He knows what we're doing here.
Big Tom's like, Rob and Amber are gonna have a survivor baby, and they're gonna name him Crowbar. That was what he used to say all the time, and I would crack up. I don't know. That was what he said. And I would love talking to Sue Hawk. And so, like, I just felt like I was like an outsider with the group. Like,
sure.
like I was a Survivor fan nerd. I had like a lot of questions about their seasons. I would get on people's nerves a little bit. Like, I don't think that people actively disliked me, but I just felt like that they were
Rob.
That clip of Rob that you got, that we got tweeted at about Rob talking about like you if you were on any other tribe other than with Boston Rob's tribe there, and you had any other set of players, I think it works out a whole lot better.
I don't even know that. I don't think there was
That's
any
how I
place
feel.
where if I was on Saboga, am I fitting in there? Am I fitting in on Mogo Mogo?
All it takes is the one person that you could have connected with, whoever it is. If it was Kathy, if it was somebody on Saboga, if you and Jenna Lewis, I don't know, whoever you could have potentially had as your person in a smaller cast, and a couple people are gone at that point. It could have happened.
Yeah, but I was also still like a real newcomer, other than Rupert. Like Jenna and I were the newest kids on the block.
Yeah.
And we just play. We were just very fresh in the it really did not help that my name is also Rob, where there was a time where Boston Rob was the other Rob. I don't think he cared for that. So there's a lot of things working against me, none of which I realized at the time. So
can I ask Shannon a question?
Yes.
Rob, close your ears. Shannon, do you want Rob to play again?
Would I do more podcasting? Would he leave some of that to me?
That could be.
I always watch Rob. Rob, you really are a great screen presence. You go out there, even in this, again, you were a main character, but even what we see, you're always going to be funny. I just don't want you to have a negative experience.
Yeah,
again.
I like you here so much. I don't need you there unless you really need to be there.
Look,
I
don't need it. I don't need it.
I just had to get that out.
I just want to say, Rob, again, just know that it was Boston Robert said it was the threat level. I don't think it was about any of the negative relationships, but I think there's some interesting stuff there about I think I've even heard it on a podcast about the psychology of having the same names on the same tribe. Maybe we were talking about it Ghost Island with the two Stephanies, but I think people want to have their own name.
People have their own name.
You can't have two Robs and two Jennas in the same season,
but on the same tribe as well. I'm sure he was there's only room for one Rob on this island.
Only room for one. That being said, I do have something. I have some props here tonight.
Ooh, this is fun.
So I have broke out here, and let me go just bigger screen here. I have here tonight. I have all of my game worn Survivor All-Stars uniform. And here's the shirt that I wore to get voted out. Here we go.
Wash it.
Me wear that. It's been washed since then.
Okay.
I have these shorts. Fun fact: Boston Rob had the same identical shorts, but in red. Yes.
There's only room for one pair of those shorts on the island.
One pair of those shorts, and these are the very warm pants.
Oh my god! I feel like those look familiar.
Yes. So there you go.
What about your tropical Hawaiian shirt that you wore in your day after or whatever video?
I don't know where that is. So what I have done here tonight is I have put these items up on the old eBay, and they are available now for people to bid on. And here's the nice treat is that we're going to be donating these to charity. 100% of the proceeds of this auction, if anybody wants this, will go to Rain. So I thought that would be a nice thing after Sue got mistreated so poorly during this season. I thought that would be a nice thing to do. Go to robiswebsite.com/S8close if you'd like to bid on this auction. You can see that, of course, Rob Sesternino, Survivor All-Stars, game-worn clothes, barely used. Condition like new.
And you didn't do a lot of work in them, Rob, as I understand, just the bare minimum to get by. So, yeah.
So let's see what happens. If there
will be at least, I promise you, there will be at least one bid on the shirt.
I
will be at least one bid. I don't know if I'll be the winner.
I opened the bidding at an appropriate $8 for season 8.
I would have jumped in on 50. Comes out?
No,
Matt and I will.
6 days to go. Six. I should leave the bidding open for 12 days. To
check back in with
time.
me in 5 days because you might see me at the top of the bidding board.
I'll sign whatever part people want of the clothes. If people want that, or I'll sign something separately if people are interested. Or if you just like that shirt, I'll leave it alone. Okay.
That's awesome. I'm glad you're doing
robhuswebsite.com/S8 clothes. I've had them for long enough. I don't think that Dominic and Anthony are gonna want to grow up and wear them. So that hopefully they go to a nice home.
Very
All
cool.
All right. Richard Hatch is going to get voted out in episode 5. Of course, that is where we have the incident between Rich and Sue. But otherwise, like it's not treated as like a major part of that episode. Really, all the fallout of that comes in the next episode. I do feel like that the I've Been Bamboozled episode and Richard Hatch's boot. Shannon, this to me feels like a modern like vote and tribal council.
Yes, I have the same notes.
A lot of what Mogo Mogo was doing in the pre-merge was really interesting strategically. I mean, we've said we thought it was bad that they took out kind of all their strength and lost a bunch of challenges, but yeah, there was a lot of kind of taking out these big characters, cutting themselves down, and Rich is obviously the first victim to that.
Yeah, they were scrambling to try to figure out which is the right person to vote out. It genuinely could have been a scene from Survivor 41 of just who do we do tonight? Do we do Colby, Ethan? Oh no, Ethan's there because we had the tribes were dissolved at this, or the one tribe got absorbed into the others. Of course, Saboga ends up losing that challenge, so we get Jenna and Rupert going over to Shapira and the other two, Jerry and Ethan, going over to Mogo Mogo. So now Ethan's an option. Jerry could be an option. There's a bunch of different options, but Hatch is going to be the one who ultimately gets the votes. And it took a lot of tough decision making from, the Lex, Kathy, Sheehan group, who ultimately kind of controls things here. They're at like the core of the group. But they were like, we did this intentionally. We brought in Ethan, we brought in Jerry because we wanted to control their fates in the game, Ethan especially. But Lex ends up kind of keeping Ethan around, his good buddy Ethan, for at least a vote or two.
I do think what makes it modern is like that third element. It's like it's going to be Ethan, and then it's going to be Richard, and then when they bring it back onto Colby as an option, even though he doesn't go home, the fact that it could bounce back onto him is quite a modern thing. Instead of just having this like quite binary vote, now we have options. That's what I think, and also the fact that again, it's like these big threats in it. But I did have a question. Like, so they bring in Ethan to vote him out. That's why he gets.
That was what the plan was. Yeah.
Yeah, but like. Surely they think Lex is not going to do that immediately? I was confused by that.
Well, it was essentially just so that we have control over if we want to work with him, if we believe him, if we trust him, if we think we can pull him in, then let's do
not
it.
Just otherwise, a pure sacrificial lamb.
His entire fate is in our hands.
That's painful for me.
Yeah. It is crazy to think about how like this draft might have gone differently. Of like, what if they took Rupert number 1?
Or what? Yeah. What if the other tribe? What if Shapira finished first and ended up with the top pick? Do they do the exact same picks, but is it just reversed?
Yeah. In Australian Survivor 2016, a tribe wins a challenge and then gets to pick the tribes, and they also bring in basically hostages, where it's like, we want you here so we can control you, so we can take you out if we want. That's like too much power, really, to give a tribe, I guess. I mean, when you have like pick'ems as swaps, I mean, it seems a little bit more variant that people might take. Might have individual decisions. This is like one whole tribe being like, who are we bringing into a certain minority, and that's going to be the whole dynamic. And there's really nowhere for like Ethan and Jerry to go.
Yeah, I mean, strategically, like, is that a good move to like, let's bring in Ethan and control whether we want to keep him or not?
I mean, the Saboga group at that point is such a big question mark, because Mogo Mogo feels pretty confident in themselves, whether Hatch is there or not. Like they were feeling good about that group. They weren't expecting to lose the next challenges where Colby and then Ethan are going to go. So I think Lex is feeling like he's got this core group here, and then eventually he'll get back with Tom. Of course, that was always the plan for him. So just to, again, have that option, I don't think it was the worst idea, because what are you doing with Rupert? You really don't know what that is. And Jenna, what's the difference?
I do think it's interesting that this is an old school season, and a lot of those old school values are nowhere to find. Like, why? Like, Ethan is really strong and they choose him, but not really for his strength, more to, again, like have him there as something they can control and vote out if they need. And I actually think they should have been going a little bit more old school. Like, I think it should have all been, what do we need from a challenge perspective? How can we win all these challenges? As we see, Shapira's challenge run sets them up for the long game. And I don't think Mogo Mogo were really thinking like that. They were thinking so strategically this early on in the series. Yeah.
And Mogo Mogo also takes Jerry over Jenna. And I feel like from a challenge perspective, I think that Jerry probably has more individual challenge wins, but I think that I probably would go Jenna there on that pick.
I imagine they could probably
tell strategic.
I wonder if like the Jenna is annoying narrative had already been established. I wonder if people recognized or felt that all throughout, even not being on the tribe with her. I wonder.
Mhm.
Well, they say they don't think there's much of a relationship between Jerry and Ethan. There wasn't really much of a relationship between Jenna and Ethan too. But again, they're trying to kind of isolate these players. It's a very much considered strategic decision.
Yeah. I think there was a little bit of a relationship with Jenna and Ethan.
Well, I didn't know that tea, so thank you for giving us the gossip.
Yeah.
Talk offline.
Yeah. So then that vote is actually pretty wild. That Kathy says in the start of the next episode that basically they could have voted out Colby there. They had the votes that I think it would have been what? Hatch, Jerry, Sheehan, Kathy. They could have voted out Colby without telling Lex.
And Rich thought that's what they were doing, right? That's been bamboozled. He really thought it was going to happen.
Matt, I think that really changes the whole season.
If Colby goes there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does, because Colby is still playing the game with Lex, with Ethan that's what he was planning to do until he ends up getting taken out in the next episode or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Hatch is way more of an active player than Colby ever could be, I think. So when Hatch gets back, if he sniffs out whatsoever that, there was a talk on getting him out, I don't know what he does, or if he's able to make anything happen there with Kathy and Sheehan and Jerry to maybe even take a shot at Lex. It's not going to happen. They're not taking a shot at Lex, but I don't know. It definitely is a different look there.
I mean, they lose so many challenges pre-merge that so many people go home. My thought process is these big guys are going pre-merge anyway. You can decide the order, and also obviously that really complicates things with Sue, which is about to happen in the next episode. At least at that point, Richard's been voted out, so that would be kind of complicated. But I think from a vote perspective, for me, I see kind of Lex taking along people he thinks he can control more and getting rid of these guys in some sort of order.
I just think that Lex can never forgive Kathy if she makes that move without talking to him, and
that's why she doesn't do it.
She doesn't do it because Lex cannot forgive anybody who has gone against him in any way. He has to trust you implicitly to be able to work with you in the game, and then Kathy is able to realize that. As far as Richard goes in terms of his performance overall, I've always been disappointed by how Rich approached the All-Stars, Shannon.
That could mean so many things. Please elaborate.
I always felt like that he wasn't really trying. And I felt like that he wasn't really trying to, I always felt like that he wanted to look like, hey, I didn't even care. I wasn't even trying. Even when he gets voted out, you see the pain, how much I wanted to be there.
Yeah, but you didn't win $1 million before.
Right. But I just feel like that Richard, when he gets it's like Richard, he's like, oh, I've been bamboozled, and he's like, food. He's dancing on the way out. It just always irked me that I felt like that. I feel like he did care, but he wants us to feel like he didn't care.
Isn't that annoying? Yeah. I think he definitely did a good job in telling us how much he didn't care throughout the whole season of and it wasn't in so much of him obviously just saying, I don't care about this or anything like that. I think he was just, I got this. I know what I'm doing. This game is easy. They're going to go one by one. You go bye now. And that was, how he just controlled his own narrative. And then when it was time for him to get bamboozled, he was like, oh, I think he genuinely did, for sure. He definitely didn't think it was him that night. It seemed like he was feeling like the plan was on Colby. And then it was just at that point, I think that's just kind of who he is as a person, or at least as a player, of not really looking to admit full defeat there. He's like, oh, well, that sucked, but they were going to get me eventually, probably, I guess, anyway. They didn't want the winners in, so whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think he probably went in with low expectations. If winners couldn't win, then the first winner, Richard Hatch, could definitely not win. He probably went in with zero shot of winning the game and maybe set himself up for that. And I think maybe it was just less painful to just try not to care, or at least present that, because then when it inevitably comes for you, you can be like, well, I expected it, instead of just being heartbroken by it.
Yeah. All right. We talked a lot about the Sue incident earlier in the podcast. Is there anything from that episode that we want to highlight while we're at this point in the season?
So hard to watch. One of the hardest episodes of Survivor that you will watch, maybe ever. Definitely kind of in that in that group. I think, yeah, watching her pretty clear trauma is a difficult one. And I think, to even just move beyond that. And then the show's like, do you want to compete for a challenge? I said it during season 39, and I'll say it again. Don't give the choices to the contestants in difficult situations. I would say at that point, maybe just like go off and eat. But Jenna's the one who's like, I don't want to do the challenge. And then she ends up losing the challenge for them. But none of them can be transparent about things that they want. Maybe they are really hurt and traumatized with what they've watched, rightly so. It was a lot. Maybe they don't want to do the challenge, but then they're weak. We're in a game. Like, every single thing is calculated. So I would say from the show, like, they possibly shouldn't have given that choice. But yeah, I think it was all pretty textbook that she was tough and strong and had the adrenaline of the challenge of the last episode and kind of was pushing through it in a dynamic that she had been comfortable with. And then in thinking about it, realized that the line had been well crossed and it was, just so far beyond that. So I think it makes a lot of sense how we saw it erupt, and maybe that could have been controlled by production a little bit better with more empathy.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying Sue on the season up until that point, and it's not like she was giving the most as Sue Hawk. Like, we've seen what Sue Hawk can do on Survivor, or who she can be, and what all that stuff. And the whole I think early part of the season was about she's not fitting in. Like, we get that scene of Tree Mail coming in, and Rob's like, in a show of unity, trying to get Sue's attention because she just
she had her own place that she would sleep. She ate her own food. She wouldn't help with the fire.
We're not getting along.
She wouldn't eat the rice, I think. She's like, oh no, that I got so binded up the last time, I'm not going to eat any rice.
Yeah, and she was having the whole thing with Tom, when they go out on the raft and she pees on the raft, and Tom was like making fun of her.
They did not care for each other.
They did not. Yeah, there weren't a lot of warm feelings there, but it was, it seemed like at times she might have been having fun. And then we get to this episode, and just, again, it's a super serious, the emotion that Sue is giving you is revealing of how she's feeling. It sucks to hear Kathy at some point say, like, I wish she didn't bring us into that core of hatred. And I hate I wish I didn't even say it.
Probably has something.
A lot of cold takes.
Yeah, it's just like the way that Sue brings us in. It's a very unfortunate lesson essentially for the viewers, but like, there's an example just right there of like why you should believe women at all times. The way that she, comes in by saying, it's awful, and nobody is really understanding. Like, I don't have anyone to talk to about it, even with Alicia coming up, and Amber trying to comfort her at times. She doesn't get the support that she should have by any means. And the only way for her to have gotten support from somebody she loves and trusts, that being her husband, somebody back home of like that she can talk to, or just anyone back at home that can talk to her about what she just went through. She had to leave the game because she wasn't going to get that here, and that feeling wasn't going to go away. So she had to leave, and you have to understand that. Like, anybody has to understand why she left. And again, it's super unfortunate that this all happened. But at that point in what had happened there, and even like Jeff, like underselling what had gone on, something might have happened. Something sort of happened. It wasn't sort of, Jeff. Something happened, and nothing was done about it in the moment. And now here I am, feeling the way that I'm feeling.
Yeah. It's a lot in that episode. And I think what's really interesting about this season is that we have representatives from every single season so far, and none of them had witnessed a quit because it hadn't been on TV yet, as far as I'm aware. Rupert hadn't been on that tribe. And maybe that affects somehow the way they view it, certainly with Jenna, for example, because now we have two people leaving the game under extreme circumstances. And with Jenna, we certainly feel like, but to quit when her mom is not in a good way. So I think as well with this, it must have been like especially shocking to them. I think what gets missed a lot of the time is like she lost her opportunity in the game based on something she didn't choose as well. Like, and I know that like the prize money was quite a lot for this season as well for some of the. She was in Shapira. Like, they don't go back to tribal council. I don't need to remind you, Rob. Who knows where her position could have been? Even if she's not winning the game, she might be making it really far. She might be making a lot of money from that. And she loses that opportunity. So I think that goes missing a little bit as well, just in like kind of the whole trauma of it all.
Yeah. Outside of the Sue leaving the game in that episode, the one like strategic thing of note that happens is that's where we see Jenna and Rupert get brought into Shapira, and that really ends up like having a 6, which is going to stick all the way through when Sheehan is going to win that immunity.
Yeah, and Rob and Amber, they do have deals with a lot of people in this tribe so far. Why not add one more with Rupert and Jenna? And Boston Rob talks about, I don't trust Rupert, so I made an alliance with him. And it's like, yeah, it's a textbook like survivor play for somebody that is an actively good player trying to work with everybody in the tribe to an extent where he's not getting caught by everybody else. Like they're all just the unity within them makes them all feel like they're so bonded. So if Rob and Amber and Rupert and Jenna are hanging off together, nobody's really thinking too much of it because they're all really good friends. Like there's really no outsiders at this point. And especially I guess you could, say once Sue leaves, this group is just so tight. So when they make this final four, it obviously just adds extra padding onto Rob and Amber's strategy in the game and their spot. And things are just, only going to keep getting better for them from here.
Yeah.
One moment I found really interesting in this episode is that after Rhomba make their final four deal with Rupert and Jenna, which will obviously come to fruition, Rob does have a confessional where he says he has a deal with everyone, I think at the time, except Sue and Alicia, and he's willing to betray any of them. Then we go to Mogo Mogo, and Lex does a very similar confessional about like he solidifies things with Jerry and then talks about how he would exploit that friendship. And I feel like having that mirror image so close together really highlighted the hypocrisy later on because they are such similar players through a lot of the pre-merge until they're not, until it's on Lex. So I just thought kind of putting those close together was an interesting editing choice.
Yeah. The next episode, I feel like, is another I feel like this is a really rough episode for different reasons, obviously. But this is where they have the reward / immunity challenge, and then Shapira gets to steal Kathy, and this is like the never-ending reward challenge. Shannon, are there like 5 segments of reward with Kathy?
Yeah, it is a lot. I'm sure it's a lot for someone who just got voted off that tribe and would have been experiencing that reward to see as well, to know what they were missing out on. There's nothing else going on in Shapira, so like, what else are they meant to do? Like, I mean, you see them eat a lot. That's it.
We got a new girl. Her name is Kat. She fits in just like that.
Yeah.
Until she does.
They were having so much fun. And it's so much fun. It's a long reward. It takes up a lot of time in the episode, but you're going back and forth with Mogo Mogo, who are not having fun. And that just highlights this entire time of of Kathy being like, what is happening on this other side of Survivor All-Stars? Like they're hugging, they're dancing, they're singing, they're laughing, they're joking. And at Mogo Mogo, I haven't gotten a hug since I got here. Like what 2 separate worlds are we living in? And she recognizes that, if a merge comes at any time soon, the Shapirans are going to want to work with her because she fits in just like that. And, it's a good fit. But she's like, my alliance on the other side is not like this. And they're not going to want to, I can't tell them about all this.
Yeah. And it's so bleak. I mean, like these 2 episodes that before we get to when we have like the fake merge and basically the swap, just are just all about highlighting how Shapira is having fun and Mogo Mogo is dark and depressing and bleak and just circling the drain. And we get here that Lex decides to vote out Colby.
Colby's first. Mary and I did an entire podcast series about All-Stars, and I think we checked in like every step of the way. Nobody can ever remember who goes first, Colby or Ethan.
Yeah,
but it is Colby.
Well, yes. Ethan is also blindsided in this. Lex says this game has nothing to do with friendship, and he blindsides them both.
Yeah. But the Colby decision is so bizarre to me. Where was Colby going? He's with Lex. Colby's gonna go flip and work with Boston Rob.
I guess, I think it was genuinely just, we know that Colby is a threat in this game.
Yeah.
He's a big player we should take out at some point. And he doesn't need to be here in order for Lex's game to advance. He's got numbers on his side. He's got loyalty from pretty much everybody else. And Jerry was pushing for it. It would have pulled Jerry in even closer because she was like, I want revenge on this guy. So.
Yeah, so much of Lex's plan is just let's take out physical threats for the merge. And that's why Boston Rob gets to win all the challenges. But when you need physical threats, in an increasingly long pre-merge where you need to win challenges to get a majority. And I do think they all seem like, I think maybe because it was a bigger cast, they thought they were going to merge really early, and then they merged late. They merged at 9, so they're like waiting for the merge the whole time, preparing for it, taking people out. Like you would think it maybe that one pre-merge vote, but instead it's not. There is going to be a swap, but there is going to be more pre-merge votes where you need some tribal strengths, and that wasn't the way the decisions were being made. And I do think that it cost them. And just a note on like the bleakness of Mogo Mogo versus the fun of Shapira. I'm sure that was kind of difficult for viewers because Shapira were like mostly just new randoms, as we've talked about, like the inconsistency of the cast. Mogo Mogo were the legends, but they weren't having fun, and it was so bleak. And I do feel that bleakness kind of just like seeped into everything from Mogo Mogo. Before Lex goes, doesn't feel like anyone is better. Everyone takes it with grace and pretty well, as much as they might be upset about it, as much as we might talk about it on this podcast. They do take it with grace, and Lex doesn't. And I feel like it just, not to fully blame him, but it does really seep into that second half of the season.
But the only thing that makes sense in the way that like Lex and I guess by a lesser extent Kathy was playing this is like they must have in their heads like decided, okay, we're gonna work with Rob and Tom when we get to the merge, and so we got to take out Colby because he's gonna be a threat to us. So we're just basically working towards when we get there. That's what this is going to be about. Ethan's not a part of that, and Colby's not a part of that because they're just like it is like a suicide mission of the way that they're playing this pre-merge.
Yeah, and it didn't help that Sheehan and Colby had been getting into it, you know, with Colby like not respecting Sheehan's game, and Sheehan was getting upset about it. So when it comes time to vote Colby out, both Sheehan and Jerry are out there feeling like they're getting revenge on him. So it's just the group was not cohesive by any means, and they were just chipping away at the pieces that there was any kind of friction between outside of that core of Lex, Kathy, and Sheehan. So people that were not fitting in perfectly there, it was like they got to go. There's no need to keep them around, and they just like they kept losing the challenges, and it was just all downhill from there for Mogo Mogo.
Yeah, and if Lex is being driven by that assumption of working with Rob and Tom after the merge, I mean, if you have a whole game based on a bad assumption, it's going to be a bad game because he does work to embolden those people and to elevate their game, and they're on the other side. I wouldn't be resting my entire game on bonds I formed before we even got on the island. You have no idea what has happened since then. Again, Boston Rob has fallen in love with his wife. New relationships have taken place that have taken the place of yours. So if that was it, if it really was all just like building towards this like kind of pre-game thing that he had, that it makes sense to me that whole assumption ruined his game because he was making decisions based on the wrong assumption.
Well, I wonder if he saw, okay, Rob and Tom are super close at the challenges. I know I'm good with Tom. I'm good with Rob from before. And so like by the transitive property, I know that Rob and Tom are going to want to work with me and Kathy. We're going to get together at the merge and it's going to be great. But like there might have been a lot of assumptions there.
A lot of assumptions there. A lot of leaps are being made in that. It's just too much for me. I think you should focus on what's right in front of you.
Yeah, and these two episodes obviously bleed into each other with the Colby vote and the Ethan vote. It's like the same thing that's happening when Ethan's going to end up going next of just, well, we have to get rid of somebody else and they're not going to chip away at the core again. Jerry's not as big of a threat and she does seem to be loyal. Ethan is going to be a big threat once we get down to that end game. He doesn't really, I guess, and this goes back to what we were saying, kind of criticizing. Wouldn't he be more incentive for Tom to stick around? Definitely a possibility, but Lex is just looking at it as who can I take down that will be a threat, like at least to me, later in the game. It's not about friendships this time. Let's get into all that at some point.
Yeah.
I think there's something interesting there about destructive gameplay versus constructive gameplay that I'm just thinking of. Like constructive is building alliances, right? So you're like making friendships and like making, those are tools. Every relationship you have is a tool that will help you later on in the game. And I think Lex maybe was focused more on like, what is the threat to him? What will hurt him? What can he take out? And that's like destructive way to approach the game. And then you're left with very few options when you've just been focusing on what are you cutting down. So I do think maybe his approach, and obviously he thought he had other tools in the game, but while Shapiro was building alliances, relationships, bonds that would take him through the very end, Lex was more focused on like, what do I need to watch out for and get rid of? And that's quite a destructive way of looking at it. So
Shannon, is there anything you wanted to say in the episode where Ethan goes home in terms of how that's handled?
Well, a couple of things. The Ethan thing, love Ethan's on. Love me some Ethan. Can't say it enough. One of the things that I enjoyed was Lex asked in his voting confessional basically to Ethan, it's it's easy to win with grace, basically. Not the exact quote, but can you lose with grace? And then Ethan is so gracious. Like, he's such a mensch that I was like, challenge accepted. Let's see how you can do with this, Lex. But one thing I really liked from that episode was the stealing, the pillaging of the other camps.
Yes.
Again, fan service is amazing.
It was fun.
Obviously a callback to Pearl Islands. Something they should be doing all the time. Like, let's get it a little bit, come in and have Sandra take the whole camp. Like, that's what they were trying to do. And it was a really fun thing to bring back.
Yeah, it's fun to have somebody come over. We talked about this last week with Samoa when you had the observer basically like come into the other camp. Like, you don't need as many tribe swaps. You could do more of this stuff. And I feel like that does help to create some friction in this case, or some relationships in the case of the spy. So this was good to have. And then poor Mogo as Jenna Lewis is taking all their
thrives
stuff.
in this role. Jenna thrives sitting in front of the confessional being like, they really don't have it great over here. Things are really bad at Mogo, but like they have to pretend to smile because their life is just not as good as ours. We're doing great over at Chapera and everything sucks here. So of course I'm going to let them keep a little bit of their rice because things suck here and we're doing great. I was like, Jenna is living her best life right now, feeling on top of the world. And the fact that she gets to do this, she was not happy that she got the short straw. But once she gets there, I was like, this is where you are best, I guess.
So, all right, we get to a big inflection point in this season where that both tribes are expecting a merge. And I think it's a great illustration of what we're seeing, Matt, with the one tribe is having fun. The other tribe is like not so much. They give the green paint to Mogo. They give the red paint to Chapera. Chapera paints themselves and they show up like ready to go. And Mogo shows up with the green paint like, we didn't know what to do with this. So we just brought it back here.
Such a good example of everything that is going on right now.
Yeah.
Fun versus not so fun.
Yes. Well, I don't know how much fun paint is.
Well, they're trying. They've limited things out on the island. They're trying to have a good time with it. But Rob, I'm surprised you missed the recap episode, which was like your tribal council, and that's such a fun. Anyway, that was worth mentioning, I thought.
People can watch it on YouTube if they want to see it.
It's very good.
Yeah. I said tonight I'm being Rob as Jeff, so that's what the Survivor hat is for anybody watching the video.
Niche.
It's a great scene. If you have not seen the Chapera mock tribal council with Rob Sesternino as Jeff and then everybody else playing other Survivor All-Stars, check that out.
It's fun. Very funny.
Yeah. That was like, I think on the night after we won the immunity challenge, maybe night 2.
Yeah.
It must have been because it was when Tina went. Yeah.
Super quick. Let's touch on that because there was I don't know that I've rewatched that episode when I rewatch All Stars so many times. Two things that I took away from it was Rob and Tom, Big Tom making their alliance because I don't think we saw that on the show. So it was interesting to see that. And then also Jenna, Rob, and Amber. I didn't realize how much of a cuddle session was going on between all three of them. Like we see at Chapera a lot that there was a lot of Rob cuddling with it usually was Amber on one arm and Alicia maybe on the other or Jenna on the other. But there was like a whole segment in the recap episode about how like there was something going, not something, but like Amber was like, I know that Jenna's also kind of cuddling up with Rob. Like I'm not like worried about it. We're keeping her close. It's a good thing, but I don't know. I just was surprised to see that. So that's that.
Crazy recap.
It was worth watching, Rob. I mean, you're only in 4 episodes. I thought you might want to eke out a 5th.
Yeah. That's where you got the tropical Hawaiian shirt there. I enjoyed seeing a different All-Stars outfit for you. Mogo had some fun in there. So
yeah.
But so the fake merge, I have a lot of thoughts. My first question is, was this rigged?
So
because I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
So that
coming into
okay, well let's talk it through. Okay. If it was to be rigged, that assumes that production wanted to split up Rob and Amber.
I think this is I also have like all of these conspiracy theories about production talking to Jenna. I think they were wanting to screw someone from Chapera because look, weird things happen in Survivor. We see, for example, like I think it was Manu who just fully became Lesu as one tribe. Like statistically improbable things happen in swaps, in random swaps. And I don't think those things are rigged. The one thing that really was interesting to me is that Jeff was very rigid, like stand in your orders. He makes them number each other. So they don't number the tribe. They don't know who's going to be in what order, but they do know that someone who's in that like Chapera pair if they really are, I think Jerry has said that they were like picking out in an order and they're standing. He's like very rigid, like stand in your alternating order. Then it would screw someone from Shapira.
So they reach into the vase. Are we assuming that each person is just taking like whatever is on the top, or that?
I think Jerry has said that. Yeah, Jerry has said that. Jerry got screwed by. I think Jerry's probably gone anyway, but like Jerry goes home, so I don't know.
Jerry said in an interview, or she said in the episode.
Jerry said in a post-game interview that Mike Bloom read that he told me about. So that's my source.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, either way, genuinely, I don't think I care that much about whether it was rigged or not. That's just
I just think it's interesting.
Like, yeah, no, it definitely would. Like, I'd be curious to know, but it does, like, just overall, like the fact that it happens when like the big TV moment of Rob Mogo, and he's pissed in the first place getting the Mogo buff, because that means that like the other tribe is now going to he's leaving his camp, his beautiful camp that he built, and he doesn't want to be in green. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to do that. And then as every single person picks out the next buff, and they are all going to the opposite color with the same people, but it can't last all the way to the end, because we came in 6-4. We came in with 6 Shapira, 4 Mogo. Somebody will end up switching here. And who are the last 2 in line? Jenna and Amber. Once Jenna pulls her buff, it's Amber. Amber is switching over to the other tribe, and just the devastation among the entire Shapira group. Amber should be with us. Amber should be here. Amber, like they're devastated the rest of the day. Everything swaps. The entire dynamic swaps. Shapira is still the fun tribe because now they have all the toothbrushes and toothpaste. It's great to be a Shapiran.
They can kiss if they want.
They can all kiss each other. It'd be great. They're just loving life over there, and it doesn't make a difference to them. Amber there, Amber not there. They're just loving their new camp. New Mogo is miserable because Amber's not there, and it's not like you don't even get the sense of like, oh, we're worried about that she's going to get voted out. I'm sure that's a factor, but like this family that they had formed, this group had gotten so tight, and without Amber, they felt a huge missing piece, and it gets them down in the dumps for this entire episode until they get Amber back in their arms. They want nothing more than to reunite with her.
They act like Amber has died. Like it's truly like they're like mourning her. I do think that, so if Amber goes here, distinct possibility, she is one of the most screwed people in Survivor history. Like she is synonymous with swap screw at that point. Her name would be in the dictionary next to swap screw.
I mean,
think about
it changes. We talked with T-Bird with Lex about this. I mean, Rob and Amber, I don't think get married if this there are four kids aren't born.
Oh my goodness.
If Amber gets voted out here, because this is the end of the pre-jury.
Yeah, I mean, I think their love could survive like 2 weeks apart. But
do you marry Amber?
Who marries Amber?
No,
she's on your pre-jury trip. Someone's got to marry. No, you have.
I didn't go with them. That Jerry and
Ethan marries Amber.
Jerry and Ethan and Colby go off with Amber.
Or Colby. Okay. Those are the only options.
I mean, I think Rob and Amber will get married. They knew each other from Australia. Look,
who knows?
Who knows? But that definitely their bond is not as tight as it gets to the end. And I'm not sure if Boston Rob does not propose to Amber at the finale.
That would be a much worse moment.
Much different season. I'm watching that the buffs get pulled out of the urn again, and I don't know. It doesn't look like
they reach their hand in. Doesn't seem like anyone's ruffling around.
I wouldn't be shocked.
It seems like they are a little bit. I don't think it's a rig here.
Okay. Well, I have a lot of hot takes.
Like the rig is that they're going from 6-4 to 5-5. I think that's the rig. Just the order that it happens. I don't think that's necessarily.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think we don't know if it is. We have to assume it's not. We obviously try and think the best of production, but it would have really screwed Amber. I will say there are some things maybe it teaches you not to do. We see in like the recap episode, Shapira make necklaces for each other and they wear these tribe necklaces with pride. Again, they go in very strong. Maybe don't be so transparent that you are like so tight as a tribe that Amber can't come in and be like, yeah, no, we're all fighting. You want me on your side. There's so much chaos. Like they all go up and hug her. At that point, it's too late. But maybe it does teach a lesson about like not being super transparent about stuff because you never know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if I was still there and then I got swapped? Like, would Shapira be like, no, Rob, like we can, like Rob should be here. This is messed up.
He deserves to be here.
Yeah.
But okay, so obviously, like, you know, the moment of Rob and Amber's season is making the final two, having the proposal. But like, you know, as we're talking about all the other players here, we're kind of passing over a couple of different moments of like every episode, almost every 2 episodes, we check in with Rob and Amber and how their relationship is going, and how it's building up. Like going back to episode 1. They make the alliance holding the log, and you know whether or not that's the first time they decided they were going to work together, who knows. Probably not, but you know, Rob is saying about how Amber is beautiful, any idiot can see that. I'll keep my word to her. A lot of talk back and forth throughout the whole season about, are we playing each other? Like, I think I'm starting to really develop feelings for her. There can only be one winner in the game, and then you get to this point where the two of them are torn apart, and Rob Mariano turns into a completely different person. He is so crushed, and the whole tribe is crushed, but obviously Rob specifically is just, I care a lot about her. He paints the A on his arm for Amber, and you just get some really sad shots of him looking out at the water, just thinking to himself. You know, he talks about, you know, he prayed last night for her safety in the game and just for her to be there tomorrow for him and whatever. And this is all before we get to the immunity challenge of just like, he's terrified. He really has fallen hard for this person. And I mean, we know that because of how history has played out with these two, but you can just tell like this love story is taking like, if this was a story, if this was a story somebody wrote, if this was a book, this is where the story gets good.
Yeah. And I think Amber also says this is when she realizes her feelings were real, when she had to be apart from him. So I definitely think this is a massive moment. This is probably the most important episode in Romba's story, where they save Amber together while being apart. I think that's really interesting. And another thing that I love about returning seasons is kind of seeing these little repeated things that super fans can pick up on. One thing I thought was interesting was, obviously this is like the Thailand fake merge that they do. And everyone seems to fall for it. They're like, we're all merging. It's like, you just 3 seasons ago, anyway. And Xi'an, of all people, who was killed by the fake merge, is again giving too much information.
Yeah, I know. That's my note to later. I'm like, boy, does Xi'an ever learn about this?
Fool me once, Xi'an. But yeah, it was pretty clear the fake merge, but they all seemed into it. I think they were all just so sure that they were going to merge. And I think a lot of the season production wanted to be like, you think you're all stars, you think you know what's up, or we're going to surprise you. And I think they were trying very actively to do that. Even though this one was taken from another season, they all should have been aware. But
and in fairness, like it is like day 22 here. Like
they merged so late.
It's a late merge. So all right, Rob is sad. We're gonna have Shannon. Is this the invention of This Week in Survivor History quiz?
I love this challenge. Why don't we do more of this? Did you guys get them all right? That's my question.
Yeah, I think so.
I've seen this.
I don't think. I wouldn't have known in the real time what country Survivor Africa was filmed in.
The one that got me was what they ate in Borneo. I was like, balut? I don't know. But this is so. I love trivia anyway on Survivor that you can play along with, but especially Survivor trivia. Yeah.
Also, the tree mail for this, though, I have to say, in hindsight, not great. They worked Ted and Gandia into their little poem of like Ted and Gandia got into a fight. Like
Gandia said you're too close.
You're too close.
In my notes I don't have words.
That shouldn't have been in the poem. Like
later it's in best Survivor moments.
Yeah.
In America's
best fight or something, yeah.
Yeah. Again, decisions were made. I had questions. I was texting Mike, like, how come these people don't know every first boot? Like, I get that Pearl Island is recent, but like, they're on all the seasons I've never played. And I did second boots on This Week in Survivor History earlier this year for 40 seasons. Like, I expected more from players. Maybe I should.
My poor wife, Nicole Delma, got left out.
Hotter than you could have got.
Yeah.
You're not been on the show.
Right. So ultimately, Shapira is going to lose, and we have perhaps most famous moment in Survivor history. What do we have? Top 5?
No, not most. Top 5.
Top 5.
I'd like to see the list someday, but yeah, it's got to be in the
paging Mike Bloom. Okay. Anyway, the Rob jumps up and says to Lex that hey. You take care of her, I'll take care of you. If you can.
Then later he's like, I said if I can, and then I went back. Like, that is not That's not what he said. He said if you can.
If I can, I'm sorry,
yeah.
Lex, I cannot.
Yes, you take care of her. I'll take care of you. If you can.
It's simple. He gets the message across. He doesn't have much time. Probst is going to be pushing them. Move along, get going.
That's a good point. He said, like he's making it sound like you take care of her. I'll take care of you if I can. No, he said, if you can.
Right, if you can.
I think he genuinely seems to believe later on that he said, if I can. I mean, I understand not like remembering exactly every word you said, but he definitely said, if you can. Yeah. Also, what I like about that sentence is it can also be a threat. If you take care of her, I'll take care of you. Take care of him or take care of him like that. Ooh, it could go either way. So it could be
I would take care of you, and I'm doing just that.
I did take care of you.
Yeah.
You were out of here.
So this is an unthrowable challenge because obviously it's like a team effort and like Rob has to help up with the Marquesa stuff. Otherwise it's so transparent. Do you think if Rob's in like the hero role that he often is in, like in the middle of the jungle, no one can see, untying knots with Ethan, is he throwing this challenge to get rid of another Shapira? Again, there's no easy out, but surely.
Has Rob ever thrown a challenge in the history of the show?
For Amber, yes, 100%. I think if that's the circumstance that Shannon's laying out, then I think he absolutely does. At this point in the game, is him cutting probably Alicia. That's who I imagine this tribe would vote out at this point. Mm-hmm. The worst thing in his game, like, no, they were all gelling. Things were going relatively well, but at the expense of of saving Amber's life in the game, he absolutely would have if he could have. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jerry takes this news very well from Lex.
Does she?
I think so.
She doesn't get up and like slap him in the face or anything like that. But I mean, she's not happy here. And I don't want to pass over Amber and her pleading here because obviously Rob is, like we talked about, Rob does a big job in getting into Lex's head. But then when Amber is talking to Kathy and she gets on her knees and she's like joking around but like pleading like, please vote for Jerry, like I will, I think she makes her case genuinely of like, it will be the five of us with Big Tom and you two and Rob and I. And obviously, as we kind of talked about towards the beginning of the podcast, it all ends up working out. Jerry just doesn't offer the same thing that Lex thinks that he can get from having Rob and Amber on his side, which he's not going to, but that's what we end up coming down to here. The Australian Outback sisters, one of them's got to go.
I mean, Amber is telling Kathy it's going to be me, you to Kathy, Lex, Rob, and Big Tom. And so for Lex and Kathy, it's like, hey, well, Big Tom will go with us at 5, and then we'll vote out Rob and Amber, and then we're good. We're the final 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, a lot of assumptions being made. I mean, I guess it was being offered to them, but you don't know this person. You're trusting something. But again, I think that was an okay move given the situation that they'd put themselves in. Mm-hmm. I think Jerry gives as much as she has to give. I think the game kind of felt like it broke her a little bit. She was such a different character. Like a lot of that strength was taken, but for a vulnerability that I really appreciated seeing in her character, she was definitely an outcast. People were kind of getting annoyed by her. And she says like the game almost broke her, but it didn't. She really is like almost like the softest character after being like the Black Widow or the man-eater Mancy that she had been. It's such a character change that it just makes them booing her off the stage in the reunion even more egregious because it's like she couldn't have been more vulnerable with you. Like maybe have some kindness to that.
Well, she happened to do the EW Dalton Ross quarantine confession this week and talked a lot about that. So it's been interesting that we've had been simpatico with a lot of the release schedule for the quarantine confessional. So for more on that, we will talk about the finale at some point. I will, we got still got ways to go.
Today we will, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Amber is saved. And finally, Rob doesn't know.
He's terrified.
Reunion for the ages.
They think she's gone, and why wouldn't they think she's gone? I mean, sure, it was an offer. He made it really quick, but all signs are going to end up pointing to Amber probably ended up getting voted out last night. All of them, Rob especially, have to now adapt to what's next. Rob makes this alliance with Alicia here, making a final 2 deal with her, which obviously not anybody else is going to know about anytime soon. But if Amber's gone, he's got to find a new direction of somebody that he can put all of his cards in with, essentially. basically. And they make this deal with the I will never write your name down, which will come back around later on. But hey, surprise, Amber's not gone.
Yeah. Can you believe it?
Rob shakes too many hands, though, I do want to say. Probably, if I had to find a flaw in the game, it's a lot of hands shaken, maybe too many.
Any thoughts on the Big Tom confessional here?
What does he say?
I've never seen Rob all screwed up like this, but it's like when a calf sucking on its mama's, and when you wean that calf, it balls, it goes crazy, and Rob's the same way. It'll take about 3 days to get a calf weaned from its mother, and a human's about the same.
Nope. No, any thoughts on it?
Yeah. Big Tom,
that's what we get from Big Tom.
Yeah, he knows about his farm animals, and I'm not going to question it. So yeah, we're going to see that. Okay, finally, they did not vote out Amber. She's still there. Jerry voted out at the last Tribal Council. But we're going to have an interesting reward challenge where it's kind of like an individual reward. You could take anybody you want from the other. I always thought it was weird. Rupert wins a reward and takes Amber and Jenna on the reward. It's weird.
Yes.
They needed to get Amber obviously there. She had just gone through some traumatic experience in the game of Survivor, being away from her friends and her love interest. So they got to bring her.
Day,
Rupert picked Amber before Jenna, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I think he knew he had two choices.
Oh yeah, that's fair. But still, I don't know.
Fairly risky to take Amber away from time to bond with the tribe. Again, Shapira being like, we are so close. We just couldn't be close. I just want you guys to know. But I guess they assume they are merging. They are now at the final 9. They did have a fake merge that merged at the final 8. So anything is possible, but I don't know. They were okay choices otherwise.
Yeah. I guess let's get to the main event here. We finally
massage.
Nope. We're gonna skip over that.
Shaboga Mogo. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I don't. There's a lot of I feel like that happens in a lot of Rob seasons, like these like sing song type chants. That comes up a lot.
I liked Bogo Mopera, but I mean Shaboga Mogo is pretty good.
They're all terrible, Matt.
I like Shaboga Mogo. Thank you very much.
Portmanteau tribe names. Be creative. Come on.
They had a song and dance for it. It was great.
Anyway, so the main event ultimately, Lex and Kathy are feeling like some buyer's remorse. Shannon.
They're the disappointed parents, right? Down to Kathy being emotional. Later, she says Boston Rob was like a son to her. It's I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. But I'm really, really disappointed. And then it becomes about how it wasn't a game move. It was beyond the game. It was friendship. Last episode, you were talking about exploiting the favor. I think be transparent in that. I don't even know if they're aware of their own hypocrisy in the moment because they are so hurt by that. And when you feel those emotions, I guess you buy into them. But definitely putting the tape against each other, they don't have much of a leg to stand on about how this is not very different to how they've been playing the game. Voting out Ethan, which is a 38-day relationship that Lex has had from Africa.
Yeah. This is just so sad, Matt. From the start of the episode, Lex says, I did this as a favor to Rob. When I need to cash in, I know he'll deliver.
Narrator, he did not deliver.
Yeah. This is, again, a part of the season, a part of the whatever that I get a lot of people find it to be gross and not fun, but it just kind of gives me the emotion that I'm looking for out of players in Survivor, probably to a more dramatic extent than you would hope for, because it does feel super personal, and maybe that's not fun for a lot of people. But it's just I don't know if this sounds awful the way that I'm saying it. I'm just this is kind of what I look for in these games, of people to be this passionate about it and the betrayals to be this deep. The way that Kathy and Lex react, I'm it shows how much they care, and they got done wrong. And that's going to happen in games like this. They're going to be pretty cutthroat when you are playing against somebody like a Boston Rob. And Kathy is going to come to Rob in the next episode and say, look, it's normal that we feel the way that we do, right? This is emotion we should be feeling because we feel like we got wronged and we're going through it, and we're losing in this situation. We're the losers here. You're the winner. It's normal. And that's what I think that everybody should kind of focus on, that yeah, it's a normal reaction. It just creates this whole scene that's just even if you have seen All Stars once, you have to remember the scene of Rob, Kathy, and Lex sitting down, and the emotion that pours out of all three of them of just like, wow.
Yeah. What I kind of forget is that we see Rob and Amber talk, and Shannon, Amber's like, well, all right, well, you know, we got to go to the final four with Lex and Kathy now. And Rob's like, come on, we're not doing that. Come on. We can't go with them.
Yeah.
So in my mind, again, I hadn't seen the season in full in 17 years, so that I didn't know all the dynamics. In my mind, I've always been more Team Amber, and like, don't go to the end with them because that's kind of dangerous and gives you much less control than all these other relationships that you definitely are controlling more. But like, did you have to get rid of Lex immediately after he just helped you out? And actually,
they could have voted out Sheehan.
No, I don't think so. I think like in having watched it, I think you take out Lex now. Like otherwise you're just stringing him along. He might even be more offended. Like I think you at that point are just going to be it's true. I think
then
you
have to deal with him, and he could pull Tom back if there's. I mean, if anyone's going to, it's not going to be Sheehan that pulls Tom back if there's any chance of that happening. So yeah, no, it has to be Lex here, and I think Rob's right about that. And I'm curious how people like. I remember how I reacted as a child, but like when Rob's making these kinds of statements of like, you didn't think I was really going to do like to the confessional. Like, you didn't think I was really going to save you, did you? And it's like it's villainous sounding, but Rob and Amber are the heroes essentially of the story.
Yeah. But I always dislike that where Rob is like telling us in confessionals like, what, you didn't really think I was gonna like do that, right? Like you're the same guy that was crying a minute ago. Like stop it. Like you would have said anything, then you got what you wanted, and then you changed your mind. Don't try to tell us this was your plan the whole time.
I think that it's hard for Rob. Like, I think Lex's expectations are so high that you do have to cut him now and not string him along unless you're really taking him to the end. So that's a decision he's been kind of put into. He made that deal out of desperation as well. Like I've said, he's been shaking too many hands. Like this was a difficult position for him that he was kind of put in with Amber being taken over. I think it's upsetting to Rob. Like I think it is genuinely upsetting to him.
Rob is definitely upset over, and he's talked about this since this season of like he should have like told Lex at some point just to hey like go like screw you, like basically like. The final tribal council like is disaster.
He's a broken man.
Yeah, he's really hurt.
He's just a showman. Like that's who Boston Rob is. Of course, he's gonna get a confessional and be like, "I'm a villain." Sorry, wrong villain. But I do think that the one thing that's different about him is that he does keep that for the confessional, as opposed to like a Russell who can often be like, saying things to Rupert's face. The second coming of Jesus or whatever he says to him. Like, I think that Boston Rob keeps a lot of that. Again, I think more false sense of entertainment. I think his true feelings are what he shows to Lex. He really is broken up about this real friendship ending. But of course, Boston Rob will get in the confessional and deliver what he knows producers want. I think the worst thing that he says to Lex, even in that very genuine pain that he is showing, and I think he's much more mature about it, the most mature person in that situation for sure. But I will say to anyone listening, never say this ever. Promise me in your life, you'll never, ever, ever say, sorry you feel that way. Because it's terrible. You should not be apologizing for the way someone else feels. That is not your job to do that. If you have upset someone and you don't agree with that your actions were bad in that, but you can be cognizant of their reaction, definitely say, sorry, I made you feel that way. Because then at least you're taking responsibility for yourself. But to say, sorry, you feel that way, is such a non-apology. And it's the worst jury management here that I see Rob is responsible for, and otherwise they put a lot of it on Lex and Kathy.
Just to
he says, so, yeah, in the conversation,
yeah.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I really, truly am, but
well, I hate that sentence. No one should ever say it.
And these two like episodes, obviously, kind of back to back with the Lex and Kathy boots, really tie into each other because it's both of them that are in this scene that are feeling the betrayal, and Kathy especially here. She just won immunity. Her and Rob are both safe going into tribal council, and she's feeling like the betrayal of her Marquesas brother. Like these two had seemingly been close outside the game or just had some kind of relationship. So she feels extra betrayed by him. She feels awful at the way that Amber essentially like has lied to her, and she's going to end up voting for Amber like 2 times in a row, saying like, you didn't have to lie in that way. You didn't have to make me believe like this false sense of hope if you weren't going to do it. And it's like, well, she did kind of have to do that if she wanted.
Yeah, she like really had to.
She kind of really had to do
that.
Her
game.
Yeah. But I get why she's upset. But yeah, just again, these back-to-back episodes of Kathy, just the way that she feels, like she is just so crushed. And even getting to the final tribal council, where whenever we get there, she just, these emotions stick with her for a while, and they cut real deep there.
Yeah, the Rob, Lex, Kathy conversation, like it's brutal when Rob has to tell Lex what's going on. Should he have just blindsided him?
Yeah, and that's what they seem to be doing a lot in the season. They seem to, like, a lot of the time, I guess pre-idols, and obviously with the real friendships, just be like, taking you out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Lex would have been less or more upset if he got blindsided?
I mean, it's ironic because
like
Lex,
it goes so poorly. I'm just trying to think, like,
it's not
is there
just
anything else,
Yeah.
any other way that this could have gone?
It's not just like Lex, like the hypocritical nature of it all, the way that he goes about, feeling the way that he does towards Colby and Ethan and whatever. But the fact that he sits down with Ethan and then Rob sits down with him, it's like, the parallels are just are right there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, when we talk to Lex about it at the reunion and stuff, and it's like, so what was the difference? And he's like, well, there was a deal made between Rob and I. And it's like, okay, but like you had a real friendship, and you're saying that, this was outside the game. What was outside of the game? What was inside of the game? What is it, Lex?
Yeah.
The difference is that, and one of those things, Lex is doing it to someone else, and the other one he's getting done. And I just think, I mean, the hypocrisy is pretty clear to see. The reunion audience certainly seems to be team hypocrisy in terms of the fact that this is, not on the level.
Mm-hmm.
I just going through how this all goes. Like Kathy says to Boston Rob, like, this man was proud to bring you to the Final Four.
They're like parents. They're disappointed parents. He was proud of you.
Yeah. She takes it pretty hard, and she, did we already say this, that she wanted to give away immunity to Lex? She was going to give it to him that night. Ultimately, ends up not doing it, and she says in the next episode, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't give it away at the last moment. But she was in that moment,
Lex, in the rain. It's terrible.
Yeah,
it's terrible. All right. The next episode is I feel like a real stinker. The Kathy boot episode. You have this first of all, it rains the whole time. That they have this challenge that's like this weird like immunity / reward. We get caught up in videos from home, and then we trade the videos from home for letters. I don't know. This one, maybe I had some All-Stars fatigue by this point in the season.
I'm still interested in it. I think the video and the loved ones that has always intrigues me. Anything to do with loved ones kind of brings a little bit more of that character into it that I enjoy. A couple of things that I found interesting, though. Also, Kathy tells Rob after Lex leaves that he had wanted a Final Four with her, Rob, Big Tom, and Lex. And in all of the arguments about like Big Tom was going to turn on me, and Tom's like, no, I wasn't, and they're like still talking about it in the reunion, it does seem like this is the moment that it comes down to where Kathy's talking about like the pregame relationship that Lex had with Tom and with Rob and how that might have connected them, that Rob seems to think maybe Big Tom would have flipped. Again, I don't think that he would have. I think that's all very pregame, very much ancient history at this point, but I do think a lot of that kind of confusion, what will be the lack of a jury vote later on, and this contention around would Big Tom have flipped, I think comes down to this conversation that Kathy has with Rob.
Yeah, that she says Big Tom had an agreement with Lex, and then and Lex also says in the argument with Rob that he's like, I could have, if I would have voted out Amber, we would have come in and I would have had the numbers, and then also
strongly disagree.
Yeah, poor Big Tom, I think sort of gets screwed over here by Lex and Kathy.
Poor Big Tom.
So I don't think that Big Tom would have flipped. Do you think that Lex really does think that he had Big Tom? Do you think that he thinks that he screwed his own game by keeping Amber in? Or do you think he was kind of more aware that it was a dire merge situation either way?
So Amber is gone. And
he's
then
got Jerry, Shian, and Kathy, and then he would just need Big Tom to make 5 of 9. I don't think Big Tom's flipping from Shian.
And Jerry is there. I think he would have. I think that he has Lex, Kathy, Jerry, Jerry was the person he picked to go have lunchbox with. I mean, who's he suing? He's not super tight with Rupert and Jenna. It doesn't seem like not until later he ends up sort of bonding with Alicia. I mean, it's really only Rob, especially if the vote, the flip was to vote out Rupert or Jenna.
I just think that at that point, it's
see
such a flip. Like, I mean, the flip podcast I did with Tara, and like we talk about being the person who's between like two groups at a merge vote, this like pivotal merge vote especially, who just like flips on a whole bunch of people. I think the fact that it would have to be such an active flip away from people he's been with the whole game. Yes, you can look at the individual relationships, but I think like Shapira being tight as a unit, I think them also taking out Amber, it might have just really been like, you came for one of ours, and now we're like really team versus team, and we have the majority, we're taking you out. Like, I just can't imagine
who's Shapira voting for?
See, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know.
I think he's going to vote Lex.
Rob is gonna pull Tom in.
But if he's the swing vote, I don't think he's being the swing vote against Lex.
Oh, Kathy wins immunity, but I mean, I don't know.
Because
anyone.
if Rob is gonna get Tom to stay with them, there has to be an agreed upon target that probably isn't Lex at that night, because I don't think Tom is voting out Lex. If they're genuinely playing that tug of war there, and it's like, I don't want, I
Lex
could be
and
going
Tom
with
are
Lex.
like brothers. Like,
I think you probably end up seeing them go for either maybe even a Jerry, somebody else.
I think that Tom would probably go with whatever side is offering like the more palatable target of like, if Shapira is like, all right, we're going for Sheehan tonight, I think he might stick with that and vote against Sheehan. Whereas if like Mogo is voting for Jenna or Rupert, I think he would go there.
What a different season.
I just think about like Shapira having the necklaces and being like Shapira, and this like it was like for a returning season with pregame relationships, it was so tribal. Then they take out Amber, they've taken out one of your own. They've attacked you basically, like they've drawn first blood. And I just think like to switch on that and antagonize all the people that you've been with to go to a side that's already betrayed Shapira and hurt Shapira. It just seems like a big move for Big Tom.
But in the finale, like Amber even says, like, well, your deal was with Rob, not really with me. I don't think that like Big Tom would have been like that broken up about like how could they do that? Like, I think he would have tried to protect Rob, but I do think that he would have certainly like strongly considered a flip.
Yeah.
Okay, well then Lex really did screw up, didn't he?
And I think that they would have probably tried to sell it to Rob, like, hey, like come with us, like I don't think that they would have voted out Amber and then had it be open war with Rob's side. Rob might not have played that game, but I think they would have been like, hey, Rob, come with us and let's vote out Jenna and Rupert and Alicia.
Definitely a very different game. I mean, I don't know if you'll find many more pivotal votes in that Jerry Amber decision.
And we'll take out Sheehan, and Jerry. I wonder if there would have been some sort of like just like
alliance, like spelled like lion.
Quid pro quo. Yeah. So all right, that's not what happened. All right.
No. Back to reality.
Back to the loved ones.
Kathy and Sheehan, are gonna give it a try here. Is there anything you want to highlight from the loved ones?
I mean, I like this episode, I think, as well, a little bit, I guess, or a lot of it, I guess, more than you do. It's not my favorite of the season by any means, but again, you get some emotion out of them with all the videos. Rob making this strategic move at this point after he has already, hurt two people so bad with betraying Kathy and Lex with the last vote, and he's trying to just kind of bring some levity back into the group with everybody getting their letters and trying to kind of make amends with them, even though obviously Sheehan clocks it, and he even admits like there's definitely a strategic element, obviously,
and Rob is like, my brother's gonna kill me, but
is there
any way I can trade my video?
Like you're playing this whole game with a loved one. But I like the move from Rob, because I think the downside of what this move often is, like doing a favor for someone, it can have two downsides that Rob doesn't have. So one, people then think you're too likable and want to take you out. For Rob, that's not an issue. Or they're like, oh wow, he's really playing, because it's like so transparent. But with Rob, they know that. So like neither of those things are issues. So I think it was a nice move, and it was a sweet moment.
I have a note here about this when Rob is reading his letter. I feel like anytime that he has emotion to show, he's like fighting himself to hold it back. He's like, just I don't know, think back to like Heroes Villains when he goes down. It's getting the best of me. Like in this, like anytime he's talking about his loved ones or the stuff with Amber, like whenever he feels it, like he just gets so like quiet and like repressed and just like not ready to show you. And like if the tear is gonna come out, it's gonna be like forcing its way out. He's not about to just let that tear naturally emerge from his eyes. I don't know, just interesting on Rob as a character, and I don't know if that changes at all as he gets older and goes into dad life, but definitely feel like as the younger Boston Rob, it's I don't know, that's him.
Yeah. This is the final 8 here. Is there a play for Kathy and Sheehan?
Well, it's classic Kathy. She's trying to do what happens at the final 9 in Marquesas. You have a clear final 4, which at this point would be Rupert, Jenna, Amber, and Rob. You turn against it. The problem is that works a lot better at 9 when you have a majority of 5 instead of a 4-4. She even says that it should have been happening when Lex was still in the game, which is numerically true. And I would also say what Rob does a lot better than what they did in Marquesas, what Rob and Amber do, is that the hierarchy isn't as obvious. It's obviously obvious to Sheehan and Kathy because they target Big Tom and Alicia to flip, and they are correct that is the hierarchy. But Big Tom and Alicia, I think they're in the final 4 with Rob and Amber, so they're not going to make that move. So they clouded the hierarchy well for the people in their group, I think a little better than to the outsiders, and that was enough for it to negate anything coming against them.
Yeah. I think Kathy kind of talks down a little bit to some people in the group that maybe like Rob, or maybe, I guess maybe not Rob, but she's like talking about like what you don't realize is how hard it's going to be at 7. Like she's like really like trying to sell to like I've been to the final 3. I think everybody there other than Sheehan has also been to the final 7. So I don't know who she's necessarily. Maybe not Alicia also.
Yeah.
But she's like, but you don't know what it's like at the final 7. That's when the game really starts, and you're going to need these numbers here, or you're making a big mistake.
Yeah, just as Kathy goes out here, I feel like I don't know if we talked enough during like the early part of the game that like she was playing, she was doing really well. Sheehan pointed it out at one point of like Kathy is the power player out here. We're looking at Colby and Ethan and Hatch, but Kathy is the one in the middle of it all. You know, people are looking to her for what are we doing tonight. She's kind of at the center of it all, making the decisions alongside Lex and Sheehan herself as well. But I don't know. I feel like Kathy was doing the best that she could have with the hand that was dealt to Mogo and to her and Lex. And obviously when things go south, they go south. It's hard to really recover from that. But I feel like she was in general doing a good job. She had the options of working with Shapira, but then just it all fell apart with the intensity of the Lex, Rob, and Kathy thing. But overall, I was relatively impressed by her All-Stars run.
Okay. Are you ready for Sheehan's big moment?
Yes.
I was hard on Sheehan in the evolution strategy. I did not like that. I felt like that she that she knew everything and everybody else was stupid for not listening to her. That it's sour grapes on my part. That I just felt like that. Sheehan got very far, and it was like nobody was ever targeting her. Like. You could come into the game, you don't have a target on your back, and then it's very easy to, get too far. But this is a nice moment for Sheehan.
And Coconut Chop. Or
touchy
subjects.
Yeah, touchy subjects. Yeah. Fun. I don't know why we don't get this as much as we used to.
Don't get me started.
Yeah,
it's my favorite challenge.
We could do a whole podcast about it. Genuinely, I fully am on board with that. It causes drama with Alicia gets a bunch of different questions answered about her. Jenna gets one about her never shutting up, and Jenna's like, "See, Alicia, like I got bad stuff too." And Alicia's like, "Shut up! I don't want to hear it."
Alicia was not.
People say I don't deserve to be here. The only person who got like a good thing, or no, Rupert and Amber both got something good. Amber got the one about using sex appeal as a weapon, which she was like, yeah, that's me. That's fine. And Rupert was the one about like the most honest or whatever, something like that. But this leads to a fun reward. I love this reward. I don't know why it's stupid. It's simple, but Rupert handing out the menu to everybody there. I don't know. I think that's a fun time.
No, I love that as well.
Yeah, this is a lot better than what they did in Survivor Guatemala, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago, where it went by like the order that you finished in the challenge, where Rupert has to hand.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. Although I think Rupert picked the order and then people got to then pick what meal they wanted from what was left. Rupert should have to pick every person's meal.
I think that's what they were. I think that's what the assignment was, but it ended up just being him allowed to delegate like, okay, Rob, you're up first. I feel like the point was he was supposed to pick for each person's plate.
Yeah.
Jenna gives him that idea. Jenna says, give everyone the chance to choose, which is a small distinction. But again, they probably shouldn't have allowed it because it is a bit more impactful to say, yeah, Rob, I'm giving you the burger. Like it is a little bit different. And I think they should have forced him into that. And that's a choice you make when you choose to win the challenge. Just back to touchy subjects. They said that they would most trust Boston Rob with their life. I
Big
thought that
mistake.
was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also when they say that Rupert's the most honest, Rob answers and says himself, which I thought was also
Yes.
quite,
Always a smart move.
Always
Yeah.
playing.
yeah, so how he
Yeah.
really put himself
But
out there.
that's such a fun one with the heads of everybody that look
So
just like
good.
them, and
Mhm.
literally sending that big giant piece of wood in to smash all the heads. It was just that's such a great challenge. And
Well,
what are they
it's what you
doing?
said, Matt, like that in these early seasons, it's not about idols and stuff, it's about how can you play each other. So to shake it up, there's not going to be an idol there, but what can they do? They can point out the hierarchy in things like touchy subject. Who are you going to chop? Who's answer for each thing?
Yep.
Let's have a little bit of controversy around it. And then in the food, let's point out the order, which Rupert completely does. It's just that it's the final
Fully.
7, so you can show the
Fully.
final 4. But I think that, look, if Survivor wants ideas of what they should do, go rewatch an old school season. You've got gold right here. How are they not doing the food choosing challenge? It's fun. It shows an idea
Because
of character.
they would take this
strategy.
challenge, the reward, and they would be like, Rupert, give 10 fire tokens to the next person, and then
Yeah.
give 6 fire tokens to the next person, along with some rice. And
Yeah. No, this is so simple and effective, and that's what makes it great.
yeah.
I'd still say it's super gross that Jenna Lewis gets a hot dog and orange juice.
Yeah.
That is not a meal. That's not a combo.
I
Well,
would have
then
taken
everything else
the
got
camp water and something else at that point. And they don't even care about the food. They just want to sleep on the napkins while Rupert's getting wasted.
Yeah, Rupert's getting wasted.
So,
Okay. Ultimately, we do our challenge, hand over your head. This is the T-Bird challenge, the Parvati challenge. Yeah, that maybe call it the Sheehan challenge, because Sheehan is able to win immunity, and then she celebrates too much.
yes, yeah, take that. Like, you have to come back to camp with us. Okay, and I'll be safe. You won't be, Alicia, who's going home tonight. I love Alicia. I think she is. I am such a big fan of Alicia Calloway, and we're not talking about her nearly enough. I don't know exactly what we would be adding to her with the discussion here. She got into a lot of arguments with people throughout the beginning part of the game, or not a lot.
She's no nonsense.
Yeah, and that's what I love about her. She's not going to take your BS, but then she gets to have fun with the Shapiro tribe because they're all having fun. Did you know the Shapiro was having fun out there? So I don't know. Yeah, they are. Just watch again, you'll see. And I don't know. I'm a really big fan of her. I wish that we got to see like a third time of Alicia Calloway. And this exit is obviously, as we kind of talked about earlier, a little bit, not great for her because she's really, annoyed with Sheehan. She's like, I don't want to talk to you, Sheehan. And then she's going to go.
This is where it's so impressive because now Shapiro have to eat their own after, I guess, the first time since Rob, you left. It's been a long time between drinks. And how are Rob and Amber the swing votes? Like, Rob is winning all the challenges. Like, they're obviously in control for us as viewers. We are hearing it pretty much as the Romba story of the season. But the fact that they've really insulated themselves and made those deals, that's why I say they just suffocate the game. It's not flashy or creative, but it is in control. It is in their hands. And the fact that Shapiro now have to go to vote and it isn't Rob and Amber, it's between Rupert and Alicia, and they're the swing votes, I think is such a credit to them and where they have set themselves up in the game.
Stupid people. Just say that again. Stupid players.
Hard to disagree in that moment.
But just devil's advocate. Who's the stupid players?
The people who are allowing Rob and Amber to steamroll the whole game. Now, I know that it's not chess, and we're asking people who might not have a relationship to work together against people they do have a relationship with, and that's how we see it from an outsider point of view. Again, credit to Rob and Amber for making those relationships where they aren't a target, but they should be the target, just objectively speaking, on a very superficial level, at least.
Sheehan knew that Amber was going to win the game from day like 25 or something like that, and it was like, I think all of the that group was feeling like, okay, Rob is not making any friends. He's probably not going to get votes. If him and Amber go to the end, she's going to win. And Sheehan knew this from early on. So I mean, she it's going to come up a couple different times between now and then. The reunion of all that. So she isn't wrong that she had her finger on the pulse of some things, but yeah, no, there's definitely an element of what you said earlier about a little bit like, people weren't really coming for you. So whatever.
Yeah.
You don't have to get into it all.
In the start of the next episode, she's like talking to Boston Rob, and she's like, so are you gonna just like go with your plan, or are you gonna do something different? And Boston Rob's like, yeah, I think I'm probably just gonna stick with my plan. So you should
He's
try to
like,
what
I
I'm
have a
doing.
deal with everyone except you, so I'm probably not gonna, like this is like the one easy out that I have, and I'm probably gonna take it. Pissed off enough people.
And then she starts like inputting herself in on the Rupert and Jenna fight when they're arguing over the fish, and she's like, "Rupert, eat all the fish you want." And I'm like, "Shan, you're just now you're just stirring the pot."
I mean, there's two ways to go in terms of like the Xi'an position of like, there's sort of like what we talked about a couple weeks ago, like Guatemala, like the Danny Boatwright of just sort of like, you got like get under the radar, ingratiate yourself, like try to like no like don't even notice you. But she's like a little bit too much like on the Troyzan side of like just basically she's like gonna be the instigator with this final seven and basically like point out like all of the things that are messed up in this tribe.
Yeah. Hard one for Xi'an. I think there is a lot of awareness there without really any power.
Yeah.
Power at any point. It's not just the fact that Mogo Mogo came in at a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's very hard at the bottom. Like at the bottom, you have to be sort of like, hey, like I guess I'm just this piece that anybody could pick up and use me. Like the people, the other people have to sort of like see that. Oh, I could. There's an opportunity, as opposed to like, hey, you and you and you, let's do this. And it's like, listen, you're on the bottom. Don't tell me what to do.
Well, another thing is that she's also like, you should be using me and Tom as swing votes. And it's like, well, they should be using Tom later and we'll get to that. But I don't know why they need 2 swing votes. Like that's, they could, you're not important to that structure.
Yeah. All right.
But the loved ones challenge.
Loved ones. Yes. And it's like Thailand, the gross food. Yeah. Loved Ones challenge. Mike and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago on Out with a Planet List. The Jai Lewis fighting back with the Jeff, which is going to echo what's going to happen with Jenna Lewis in the final 3.
Yes. You didn't tell me the rules. I no, you knew you got to go, and ultimately leaves us with a boys' night out on Shapira Tribe or on the Shapira Beach.
That. Boston Rob's brother and Bucky Bowe really dodge a bullet. Like they're in the midst of like eating like that giant tarantula when Jai Lewis gets disqualified. Like, all right, moving on. Like, all right, that is the grossest thing I've seen anybody ever have to eat in 40 seasons of Survivor, and they had to just get to stop like halfway through.
Yeah,
I just can't believe anyone does this. I would not eat even one of those things. I wouldn't even attempt it for anyone in my life.
No.
I mean, if I had a loved one that came out for me and they had to eat all that, I would say it's okay. I will see you soon.
Yeah, like literally see you next week. Like I'm fine. It's been nice, but please don't.
Bye bye.
Yeah, that's like the Brian Heidick's wife. What she did.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Oh no.
But okay, would Rob rather be on Shapira with his brother or like back with Amber? I feel like he probably would rather just be with Amber, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean when he's with his brother, he's just kind of telling his brother how great he is at the game and how great of a position he's in.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, so I got this, I got the alliance is here, there, Amber.
Are we just skipping over the PDA with future survivor Laura Bonham?
We can.
Why does she wrap her leg around him?
I don't look. It's
Tom
a storybook
is
romance.
Tom is like, I did not pick him specifically because I'm not looking for that slobber all night long here. Back at on this reward.
Yeah,
it's a lot more palatable knowing that they have had toothbrushes and toothpaste this whole time for me. Yeah. So again, it's the kissing season.
I don't know. Did the rewards come from the pre-merge?
I'm sure. Question. I hope so.
Well, when they went to Saboga that's where they merged. I think they were kind of starting fresh.
Oh my god! Ew. Then.
Yeah.
I really don't like that.
Like I know in the Amazon, like because we had the toiletries, or the women had the toiletries. I swapped their camp, and they did not come with us to the merge.
Right. So Rob and Amber just making out that whole post merge without any dental.
That's
hygiene.
right, Shannon. That's called love. Okay.
I wouldn't, and my husband knows I would not kiss him if he came out on Survivor for me, or vice versa.
All right, it's a storybook romance.
Not my vibe.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is obviously some drama here. I don't know. Sorry if you were gonna just say that, but with Rob and Tom and the loved ones here, because Rob makes a comment that's going to end up being a big deal later on for Big Tom. He makes a comment saying Bo is a bigger dumbass than his dad, and Big Tom is pretty dumb. And that confessional is obviously going to air to the entire worldwide audience watching Survivor. Big Tom back home watching with his family sees Rob calling his son a dumbass. That's not going to go over well at the reunion.
No. And I love Big Tom, and I loved Bucky Bowe also. I got to hang out with Bucky Bowe a lot that week that we were in New York, and that was a fun time. I hate that this episode is called a Shapira surprise. Like, what was the surprise? That the reward was there? So stupid.
A Shapira surprise sounds like one of Rob and Amber's kids.
Whoa.
No? Okay.
I want a Shapira surprise. Not a Rob and Amber kid.
Yeah, I had a Shapira surprise. It wasn't great. Do not recommend. 0 stars.
Yeah, we're gonna ding on that.
Yeah. Sheehan is going to finally go out here. But Sheehan she's gonna cast her vote for the person who's going to win.
She knows. She knew.
Mm-hmm.
She really calls her shot.
Yeah.
And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because they're casting that vote. She says who she thinks is going to win. Then she really does have to vote for Amber at the end. I think she wants to as well, but you have to at that point. And then Amber does win because of that swing vote. So self-fulfilling prophecy.
From one she-devil to another.
But I still don't think this is a good read on Sheehan's part. Yes, that she is accurate. Amber is going to go on to win the game. She is the lone vote for Amber. The other votes are against Rob. She says, Amber, this vote for you is out of respect. You are the mastermind right now. Amber herself would not call herself the mastermind.
Amber's game is between Sheehan saying she's the mastermind and history saying that Amber rode Boston Rob's coattails. Again, she's the beta member of the pair. She's in a team. Someone like Ethan as a winner kind of reminds me of that, where it's like you dominate the game together. You're integral to that. You're not the alpha of that. You're still important, but I don't know if anyone would call you the mastermind of it. Yeah,
they couldn't have done it alone, but let's not get carried away. Amber's the mastermind of the season. Sheehan. Come on.
You gotta like Jenna's confessional in this episode. She's obviously very happy Sheehan is going home here. She opens her mouth and I feel like putting a gun in mine.
No, I don't like that because she ripped off Helen Glover, who said that 3 seasons ago.
Oh, did she actually? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's all about referencing past seasons.
Yeah, that's exactly what she was going for.
That's exactly what she was doing.
Yeah.
Well, I might just keep crediting Jenna Lewis for things that she doesn't deserve credit for, but that's fine.
Hey, millennial kids who discovered Survivor through All Stars will
welcome to my world.
Don't rip over the people's confessionals, Jenna Lewis.
I gotta say, I remember nothing from Thailand.
Yes,
keep it that way, please.
Yeah.
So goodbye, Sheehan. Maybe you'll get a car someday.
Maybe one day. Okay. So. Yeah, let me see if I can find the line. But basically, she was rowing the boat with Jan, and she said, if I had a gun, I'd shoot her.
Oh,
yeah. Anyway, let's then get into this. I feel like of the post merge, I think this is the best episode. The Instigator.
The car episode, right? Is that what we're up to?
Yeah.
Where the move to take out Big Tom.
Yes. A lot of drama here.
It's a confusing move for me from every single person except even Rob and Amber. Really confusing move. I think all 5, it's the kind of episode where if I was having to give Chizzy points, I'd be like, I'm struggling with this one because I think they all made the wrong move. I mean, Big Tom definitely should be going with Jenna and Rupert in the hope that Rupert being a big enough threat could have him sit at the end with Jenna.
Yeah.
And also the other pairs all just leave it up to, it might go to Rocks. Why do they put themselves in that position when they have...
There's a lot of weird stuff at this end game. Okay, so Rob and Amber, they go on, Rob wins the car, he takes Amber, then Amber gets a car. What's that?
Their first date.
First date, yeah, they go to the movies.
Very romantic.
Yes. And... So one of the crazy things that happens in this episode, Matt, is that they get back from the movie date, and then Amber says hey everybody, just to let you know, I got a car on there. Nobody was going to say anything. Rob was not going to tell anybody. No. Why is Amber telling people that she got a car on the reward?
I know. It's LOL, OMG, you guys will never believe what just happened.
Unless Rob was hey, you should totally tell everybody that you got a car. Yeah.
And the way that she tells them, and then she's got candy for them. It's I got a car, but I got you guys candy.
Well, no, the candy, they split up the candy 5 ways because Rob and Amber said they didn't eat their candy from the movie.
Right. And
Don't
Rupert's
bring candy back.
Are you effing kidding me right now with these two? The car date is pretty iconic as well. We don't have to talk too much about it, but Jeff getting in the car and Jeff like thirsting over Rob Mariano in that moment of like, oh my God, like, Rob, you're so the greatest
Amber,
person
you
ever.
get in the back. I got a shotgun.
Yeah. And then, she gets her own car. It's like, great. Now you can get in your own car, Amber. I'm going to hang out with Rob. Is essentially what happens there. So yeah, then they get back, they're like bragging about it and all this stuff. Not bragging about it, but it's just it's definitely awkward. The tension is there because of like, these two that are just nothing could go wrong for them. And yeah. Just
Can I
madly
also
in love.
just say the arrogance that Boston Rob can take his girlfriend on their first date and leave 3 people behind. They didn't see it, but we just saw that burden and fair play in the exact same car reward because you don't leave 3 people behind when you're such a clear pair. The fact that we don't even see the other 3 at camp until they get back, any strategizing that was happening, and that it doesn't bounce back on them at all. Again, this should be a terrible, terrible move by Boston Rob, but it speaks to the power he's created for himself that it's fine. Like, there's no problem with that. I mean, he has to kind of play defensively a little bit, starting a fight between Tom and Rupert, but he's otherwise okay, and he shouldn't be.
No. And so ultimately, that we see Rupert and Tom talk a little bit, but Rob is really feeling like that he needs to get Tom and Rupert to fight.
Yeah, and he does pretty successfully because those guys, they had a conversation or two about what, like, of course, everybody I'm sure has talked about at one point, maybe getting Rob out. And Sheehan talks about that at the reunion, saying, we did have conversations. It came up. Maybe you weren't being serious, but it did come up. So when Rob puts this plan into action, he gets these two guys at each other's throat.
No doubt, like Big Tom's game, and the same thing happens in Survivor Africa. Like Big Tom is like when like Frank and T-Bird are talking about voting out Lex. Like he's sort of like, hey, if I don't know anything. If it happened, it's like he basically is like, hey, go, if it happens, it happens. Just like he wants it to happen. He wants Rob to be voted out. He just doesn't want to have the blood on his hands.
Yeah.
And so
Rupert just gets so mad at him. Like, did you or did you not tell me that we need to get Rob out of here? And Tom's like, I never said anything like that. And it's like, okay, well, this, it didn't really take a whole lot of work. I think Rob should deserve credit for having the right idea here, but you're playing Rupert against Big Tom, and no offense, but
Shannon, and then go ahead.
It's hard to see them fall into that trap. Because again, they should be working together. It's such an obvious 3 right now to vote against Rob and Amber. So how?
And it's just the Tom and Jenna thing that was never really going to come together. It felt like.
It just shows how, like, you can see the numbers forming in front of you and it feels so obvious, but because Survivor is a game of personalities that clash and because it is in chess, it doesn't work out. But to us as the audience, we're like, you're throwing your whole game away.
Yeah.
Final 5 word jumble, really, Survivor All-Stars? This was the best you could do?
Give me that instead of another endurance.
This would have been my immunity if I was
I don't hate it.
This was made for me. Yeah. You like the word jumble, Final 5?
I mean,
I like the jumbles.
Like the Final 4 is going to be a maze where obviously like athletics play into it for that one. So having a mental kind of competition at Final 5, I don't hate it.
And then the answer to the word jumble is Chibogamogo. Like, come on, you're so basic. You're so basic.
It does feel like you would see the letters and it would be really obvious. But
yeah. Anyway, so Rob and Amber have to make it so like who do they basically can take out anybody they want here. They choose Big Tom.
They shake again with Big Tom. Too many hands were shaking. That's like the story of All Stars.
So when they get to the Final 4 and they're gonna tell, make their pitch to Jenna about like you can't beat Rupert, I have to imagine that that's something that they had thought about at this point. It's only a couple days prior. When we get there, we get rid of Tom now to ensure that there's nobody that can use him as a vote, as a flip. Tom is a big jury threat. All of Lex is going to throw a party if he can vote for Big Tom at the end. So you probably do have to get rid of him sooner than later. And if you know that you can probably get the self-interested player in Jenna to flip against Rupert later on because you two are not breaking, I don't see anything wrong with this end game for Rob and Amber.
Well, but she's weighing it up. Like, surely go Rupert, and then you're a 2 with 2 1s instead of a tight pair.
Yeah. Why not vote out Rupert here?
Why let Tom get any closer than you really?
Rupert's as big a jury threat as Tom is. Surely.
He could be, but you don't know that as well as. He could be, but I feel like you don't know that as much as you know that Tom is getting the votes from Lex. Like Rupert, what has he done in
One
the game?
vote.
Yeah, he's likable. He's likable. He's a big crowd favorite, like the audience. But like these guys, again, only know 6 episodes of him, and what has he done in this game to be too impressive at this point compared to
But
Tom's relationship with Lex?
if you were sitting next to Rupert, he'd get Jenna's vote. Like, I think that Rupert is known as a big jury threat. I think they're both jury threats.
Honest. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
provider.
Yeah, no, he's
I-
definitely a threat, but I think Tom is probably the bigger threat at this point.
But I don't think that, like, even if that's true, I don't think it matters as much as going to the 4 with a pair where, like, it wasn't non-zero chance that there's a non-zero chance that Jenna is going to Rocks. I think, like, even if it's 5%, like, why even put yourself in that position where you could be there 2-1-1 with Tom?
Yeah. Well, Tom's gonna go out, and I mean, not to yada yada too much. Why doesn't Jenna go to Rocks? So in the next vote, Amber's gonna win immunity.
Mhm.
Like, wouldn't that be the right call for Jenna? Because look at this, like, Amber's immune, so there's a 66% chance that something good is going to happen. Either Rob gets voted out or Rupert gets voted out.
Well, Rupert is just the same. So it's a 33% chance that it's just neutral because she's voting out Rupert anyway. 33% chance that it goes really well. Rob goes best case scenario.
But 2 out of the 3 things are fine because, like, that Rupert, she's going to vote out Rupert anyway. The best case scenario, she votes out Rob.
Yeah, that would be great. But then she could go. So it really is. But yeah, I mean, I guess, was she really going to be like that confident in her challenge ability? It was probably going to be an endurance challenge, but
look, those cuddles, the trio, that 3 of them cuddling up all night. I don't know. The bond might have just grown tighter with those 2 than it did with Rupert.
Well, that's what I wonder is, like, were they more of a 3 than we saw? Because we see it as like 2 pairs. We know there's a lot of cuddling, and then Jenna and Rupert are fighting. Like, maybe that's why they take out Big Tom at 5, because they do see it as like quite a clear 3. As much as they're talking about pairs and Rocks, like maybe they're like, in essence, we are basically as much a 3 as we are a 2.
Jenna, Lewis, and Rob were close. They were friends. I think they were friends from before the game, and
she seemed to be, her and Amber seemed to have a lot of time out there, that they were bonding, even if it wasn't like, a friendship that was going to be BFFs forever. She knew she couldn't beat Rupert. It didn't surprise me to see this play out like this, even though you're like, oh my God, Jenna and Rupert, one of them voting the other one out does feel shocking. But when you like kind of think about it more, it didn't actually feel like the most surprising thing, even though she is fully giving up. A lot of leverage or whatever. And
I think that Jenna accurately read that if she goes to the end with Rob or with Amber, she's probably gonna win. She's feeling good about that. So I think she just said, okay, hey, look, let me vote out Rupert here, and then let me go all in on that. I'm gonna beat them in the immunity challenge tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then she does not.
Yeah, Rupert goes out pretty quietly here, but just to swing back around 2 seconds to Tom, doesn't go out very quietly. He's obviously like super pissed off when he goes out. Pissed. Good God, pull that knife out of my back. And he looks when he gets voted out, he looks back at Rob with this like staring him down. And I mean, Rob isn't feeling much sympathy here. Pony rides over, he says in his voting confessional. So obviously a lot more to come with the animosity between those 2 at the final tribal. Like I said, Rupert a little bit quieter on his way out. He's mad at Jenna, but whatever. It's Rupert.
I think a little misplaced. Like I don't think that like Big Tom was ready to go to the end with Rob and Amber. Like I feel like that Big Tom might have done like his some due diligence, but I feel like that Rob's a little hard on Tom on the way out.
I think it is really that misunderstanding that he really did think like that Tom's deal with Lex might have been the be all and end all, and at the end of the day, you can have opinions on it, but we'll never know. And I think to just like put all your eggs in that basket, like he'd already been betrayed when he hadn't. I think that's why there's just like animosity on both sides.
And again, the same exact thing happens with Lex and Tom in Survivor Africa, where then like they have to have like a man-to-man talk on like day 37, where Lex is like, "Did you or did you not tell Frank and T-Bird about like no? I never said anything like that." He's like, it's like almost like the same exact fight.
So much justifying going around to just like make moves that at the time the game wasn't allowing you to make because it was this like moral quandary when we know it isn't. So we don't have to justify ourselves.
Yeah. So ultimately, final 3 challenge comes up. Jenna Lewis adjusts her foot, and all the drama sucked right out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought Rob
I
would
mean,
maybe betray Amber, his future wife, mother of 4 children. Definitely
the drama, if
possible.
anything, comes between Jenna and Probst, as she's like
Yes.
mad at him because she's like, "Well, I guess you said I lifted my foot. I don't know that I did, but if you
Even
say I
at tribal
did."
council, she's
Yeah.
bringing that up.
She's like,
Apparently I did.
yeah.
Yeah. Overall, the finale kind of slow until the we get to the live element. Well, I guess the final tribal council is fireworks.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and Jenna gets annoyed, throughout because she probably feels like she's gonna end up going, and she's like, he's giving his girlfriend $1 million. A pretty good boyfriend. So, a lot of attention has been put on trying to show the audience that there are people in the game that think that Amber can win, even though you probably are watching feeling like Rob is dominating the game. How can he not win? But the signs are there all throughout.
Definitely.
All right. Rob and Amber, no day 39 breakfast for these two. Well,
They had that like 2 days
WTF?
ago.
They had something,
They had the breakfast.
Oh,
of
they had
Final
like a day.
Four.
Oh, they had like day 37 breakfast. Final Four breakfast.
They had the final four. No, and then they
Yeah,
I don't know,
I got screwed in so many ways on Survivor Name. That I did not get a Final Four breakfast. They did the rites of passage with the final 2.
Yeah.
So
Did
many
they
different
really?
ways.
On the final 2 they did.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, why'd they do that? You would have loved
I
that.
don't know.
What a missed opportunity.
I know. I feel like I would have been so good at that. Either way. So Rob and Amber, they have like a day 39 fish.
They're
together.
in love. It's
Yeah.
been a long season for these two. Obviously, yeah, they really did fall in love over the course of it. The tension that was building up to that final vote of like, when the two of them are at that challenge and it's like neither of them want to step off because it's like the trust is there, but it's still, this is $1 million challenge. Both of us want to make that decision. And Amber gets pretty annoyed with Rob. She's like, I thought we discussed this, that maybe one of us will let the other win or whatever. It obviously doesn't end up amounting to much of anything because Rob will vote Jenna out and they will be the final 2 together. So once they can both breathe and relax about that they're both going to be there at the final tribal council, they're both going to have a chance to plead their case. They just kind of sit back and enjoy each other's company in the final hours. And it's, very cute.
Yeah.
It's such a lover's tiff.
But they're so scared at the same time. So there's that.
Can they trust each other? Yes. Final tribal council. I always think it's curious how Lex leads off. Is that his duty as the mayor of Ponderosa, Shannon?
Also was like the most bitter person who has set the tone for this whole jury. I think it makes a lot of sense. He does say that, I think he says he isn't bitter, but then he's like so harsh on Rob as a human being.
He congratulates them, but still then goes in.
I do think like one of the more interesting threads for me through this final tribal council is, I've spoken about it a little bit before on Australian Survivor All-Stars, been talking with some of the players. There's a really big advantage to being in a final 2 as someone who's been on a jury versus someone who hasn't. And I think that Amber evokes it quite a bit. She's like, I was betrayed and I still voted for Tina. So she did vote for Tina, right? Well, whoever she was voted for her betrayer. Yes. So I think that really does, bring some insight that you wouldn't have having spoken to players who haven't been on the jury and then sat in a final 2 or jurors. Like, it gives you a lot of insight. I think she really does use that to her advantage versus Rob, who had never been on a jury.
100%. Yeah. He like acknowledges everything that, he's like, I know I broke promises, I broke friendships and all this stuff, but you don't ever really feel the genuine like apology or like empathy or sympathy. I think like that he's trying to like say, look, I get that I did all this, but you don't feel like, but I had to do it because I had to get, I had to get us to the end and you guys were all good. Like, he doesn't do any of the groveling at the jury's feet that sometimes you want to see to win them back over. So it's that's missing here at the end.
He seems really broken to me. Like, he does seem genuinely upset. I mean, they're hurling some pretty personal things at him. Like, Rob backstabs people and he breaks deals and he's funny in confessionals and might, have a little quip, but he's never personal to the level that people are personal with him on this season, I don't think.
I mean, it depends.
Yeah.
I'm calling Bo.
Well, what does he say to someone to their face that is
not to their face? He does it all to the confessional.
Yeah, exactly, to the camera. But I'm saying, like, in this moment, they don't know that, like, in terms of what's been personally said between them.
Kathy's disappointed in Rob.
This one's tough.
was a
This
son
one
to her.
really is really tough. Just because, she's like, I looked at you like a son. And he's like, I didn't mean to do any of this stuff. And she's like, but it crushed me. Like, and she points out, I think what they're all feeling and what they're all trying to get at is, she says, there was a parallel course right there that you could have taken, a slightly different path that didn't result in all of us feeling the way that we do. And I can't disagree with that because, like, don't disagree. Well, I don't. Taking an issue with the moves that he makes and taking out Lex and Kathy and so on. I do agree that, there's a little bit of that lack of maybe not even a little bit, like the way that he sends them all off, not really with genuine heartfelt apologies and saying like, this isn't personal. Like it feels personal. And she's saying that like, you could have done this in a different way that didn't make us all feel this way. An ounce of compassion would have gone a long way. And in this moment, it's kind of
could have voted out Sheehan first.
Could have voted out
No,
Sheehan
but like,
first.
I don't see the other path. Like, okay, maybe don't say sorry you feel that way. I totally get that. But otherwise, like, there's no other strategic or structural path. Like, he has to make those moves.
Not strategic, yeah. It's just a little bit of like, extra padding of like trying to make people feel good about themselves on the way out. That's just not there.
I see the genuine heart from him when he does send out someone like Lex and in this final tribal council. Like, maybe he's not expressing it as well as he could, but I genuinely see him being broken and more upset for their friendship than anyone else is. Like, I think that Kathy and Lex are upset they're out of the game. Rob,
nobody was crying when they voted me out.
Yeah, like, they're upset for themselves. Like, he's upset to lose that friendship. Obviously, he's not at this point, he might be losing the game, and I think he is upset for that. But I also think he's more upset Julie for losing the friendship than they were when they lost the game. I think for them, it was much more about actually the game. So I see the heart. I'm sorry if he's not maybe expressing that as well as he could. Maybe he could articulate it better, but I don't see the other path that Kathy wants him to take, really.
What do we think about Tom as the closer?
Big moment, right? Yeah.
It's rude. I find it really rude.
Don't be stupid.
The fake handshake is really just...
That's hard.
I don't like it.
That's tough.
Yeah.
And even the way that he's like talking to Amber is really not my favorite. Of like, she's like, I'm gonna be honest, and he's like, oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being honest, and she's like, yeah, no, I'm just trying to, honestly. Oh, thank you so much for the honesty. It's just like, whatever. And then they go back and forth. Oh, so we just lied a little bit, and me and Rob lied a whole lot. Like that's what you're getting at here. And it's like, he's a germ, just like all jury members are allowed to say their piece. Some of them just feel a little bit harder to watch than others.
Shannon, would you agree that Tom is better here than his final tribal performance in Africa?
Yes. What was Africa?
He's like, if a hyena licks his ate a bowl of mush and then licks his hind end, is that to get to like it's just ask a nonsense question.
Honestly, that might be better than, I don't know. I just find with this, like, Rob and Amber are in their mid-20s and they're like a decade or two younger than a lot of the people who I think are being just a lot more immature. I don't know. Again, I've never been voted out Survivor. I can't imagine how high it would be to be voted out, to have aspirations for the game, to be voted out by a friend, to be betrayed. I don't understand it, so I can't really empathize with that. But I just think, like, I don't know, there's like a maturity level coming from Romba where they like kind of own it to a degree that the people just heaping it on them do not. So maybe give me the hide question other than a fake handshake.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of how much Amber brings up at the final tribal? She keeps talking about, how she got this far with luck. Like, I appreciate that she mentioned that because I feel like not enough players do. And that is a big factor in a lot of people's games.
She's better than Rob in this final tribal council.
100%.
Yeah.
Luck is something that's spoken about, I think, a little by Sandra, by Amber. There was someone in Survivor South Africa who heaped luck on too much. I think what we've said is you want a sprinkling of it because it is true that luck is a major part of your game, and everyone should acknowledge that. I think
could have been any of us. Could have been you.
Yeah, and that's what you need to appeal to jurors and say, I had something that you didn't, but maybe that something was something that you're not proud of. Like, I'm not smarter than you because they want their own intelligence. I'm not better at the challenges than you. I'm not better at this game. I might be luckier than you. And they can contend with that. They're like, all right, I'm fine if you're luckier than me. I think that it's quite a female thing that I've seen for females to admit that there's luck there, to have that humility that I think like some of the big, strong alpha guys don't want to admit that luck's a part of it, where it's a part of it for every single winner. So I definitely think acknowledging that, having the awareness to do that both of her own game and of what the jury would want is a really good move in a final tribal council from Amber.
Okay. we go back to the live reveal here for all of this. And of course, before we get the votes read, that we get the live proposal.
Yes, we're MSG. The helicopter is flown in, Jeff Probst, and the big moment is here. And it's funny because they've been teasing a big announcement or something is coming in the night. So we get the big proposal from Rob and Amber. It was really crazy. In the end, I just ended up falling in love with you. And of course, she says yes right away in her I Heart Rob shirt, and the families are there, and it's adorable. And as we mentioned like 3 hours ago, this isn't going to happen ever again. If it does, it won't be the same. It was a moment.
Well,
it was the Rob and Amber moment.
This live show is a spectacle. It is at Madison Square Garden. That typically the live shows in New York. The Marquesas one is at the Central Park ice skating rink. All of the other live finales in New York are at the Ed Sullivan Theater, where David Letterman used to do his show. This one is at Madison Square Garden, 5,000 fans in attendance, a very raucous crowd, which we will talk about. And then they are eating this up. Yes. They loved it.
I love it too.
Not the big twist.
Backstage tonight with the rest of the cast. I'm not sure if it was.
Oh, really?
Hitting.
You guys are just not romantics.
It was adorable. It was great. Rob, he had permission. It was he was planning it for however long he was planning it. This is real. And Jeff points out, whoever wins, you both win. Yay.
Yeah. I was talking about this stuff with Sarah Carradine yesterday. She's given me a lot of kind of great insight into a lot of the season. And she was saying that she doesn't really like the public proposal because I think a lot of people are like, you put a lot of pressure on that woman who's not making that decision.
Yeah.
And often I agree with that, but I do think with the proposal, it should be that you've discussed marriage, you're getting engaged at a point. It's just more like the gesture of when and how that the person who's proposing can do. And Amber does say in America's Tribal Council that they'd spoken about it a lot. So she had agency in that moment. And I think it was a really beautiful moment and definitely an iconic moment of the show.
She seemed happy.
She was happy, yeah.
This was not like when Amber is watching as David Murphy proposes to Carolina.
Yeah.
So it's night and day. They count the votes, and 4-3, Amber's the winner of Survivor All Stars.
She did that.
She did it. Okay. All right, and we get to this really raucous live reunion, which you may or may not know. I was there in person.
I saw you. I was looking after you.
Did not get a question during the live reunion, but what were they going to ask me?
They made it up to you.
I have a lot of things I'd want to ask.
Right?
Yeah. I did get to move up a spot in my placement because they put me in between Sue Hawk and Richard Hatch.
Yeah. I was thinking that was weird, wasn't it? Because why was Sue behind you? Like, Hatch was out before Sue. So you should have been in the middle of them the other way. I think they just really didn't want to put any attention to this whole issue.
Yeah, I think that I don't know from blocking wise. I don't know if they liked him being on the end where he was able to jump in because he is gonna. Yeah, he's a big blurter.
All night long.
No, I saw your shoulder so much.
Because it was constantly on Richard Hatch. Of Hatch, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
Why are we asking him so much? They
go to him a lot. He's a go-to.
Even when they don't go to him, he will speak about it. So either way.
And so what jumps out to the two of you about this reunion show? There's a lot here. The wildest reunion show there is.
It after the beautiful proposal, it does really follow on from the ugliness. There's all the stuff between Big Tom and Rob. We almost get another non-handshake. Obviously, as we've spoken about, vulnerable with Jerry, who has put herself out there twice now, but really been so vulnerable in the season, gets booed off the stage. I don't think we come out feeling warm, fuzzy feelings after it. And then we they do go around and kind of get where everyone's at, and there's some interesting updates, but it wasn't a bright and happy time, I would say.
Yeah, usually I feel like you expect that months later things have been hashed out, but things have not been hashed out with this group at all. The bad feelings were all still there. Lex is still on the defense about everything in regards to his being kind of hypocritical in the game. And we just didn't really resolve much.
Well, I do think it's an interesting philosophical question that comes up, and one that's really at the heart of the show that ends up getting brought up between really Hatch and Lex, and really Rob and Amber are more sort of just like on the sidelines during this, about how, Richard Hatch says basically when Lex is like, no, that was outside of the game, that was like a me and Colby didn't have a deal, but Rob and I did. And Richard Hatch says that basically that it's not more than a game. When you're playing chess, you don't give away another thing because a person is your buddy. You play to win in this game. The rules are a little different, but you should have known that going in. And Lex says, this ain't chess, Rich.
But it was chess when Ethan got voted out.
That was business.
Then it was a business
not chess.
trip.
It was business.
It was chess business, though. I don't know. I mean, I think that Team Rich on this one in terms of the hypocrisy, but we've gone over that. I don't know how it's really defensible.
Yeah. Like you said,
it's
Lex
interesting.
Was on the wrong side of it, and that's what made him sad about it. Yeah, end of story.
Yeah.
Also, I felt interesting in the Rhomba dynamic that Amber has to give a car, and then she says to Rob, like, what should I do? And he's like, you make your own decision. She's like, what should I do? He's like, who was the swing vote? She goes with Cheyenne. And I just thought, like, classic Rob and Amber. He does one half, she does the other half, so we get a decision. I'd like to see them as parents. Like, they're really such a team. Like, they come to every decision together.
Yeah. It's funny. Like, they had that moment in one of the early tribal councils where I think it was the one maybe where Rob, you went out of
it was a blur to me. Yeah.
They talk about her calming him,
And they're like, oh, like Rob Mariano, like, what would get you voted out? And he turns to Amber, and Probst makes the call like, oh, already conferring with your wife. And I was like, whoa.
Well, even like
Jeff doesn't like that.
America, Jeff would rather there were other partnerships going on, I guess. But like in America's Tribal Council, Jeff like starts, I guess, the trend of being like, I'm an ordained minister. I'll marry you right here. I'm like, why is this not the only time that Jeff is just offered to marry people right now?
Somebody's gonna take him up on it one day.
Yeah, like no one wants to do that, Jeff. You're the only one doing it. Someone will then, I guess, one day just say yes. Easy to do it, I guess.
One day. I'll figure
you should just up to people on the street. Imagine just walking up to couples on the street. They'd be like, all right, this is Jeff Probst. That's pretty cool. I think he can get it done.
Yeah. I know there's a lot here in this reunion show. Anything else you want to highlight before?
It's really the big thing is the Jerry stuff, I think. When Jerry ends up, kind of getting booed off the stage, essentially, she just, and it's something that I think we are a lot more sympathetic to here in the year 2021, and even hopefully, a couple of years prior to this one, of just like, yeah, these are real people too. At the time, I don't know if everybody was as understanding of that concept, and they were getting across a message that now sounds so simple of like, yes, we should be respecting these people. I mean, it's a little bit of both. I think like the audience has to be more understanding, and the players also have to be a little bit more receptive that like, okay, like you're in front of a live audience at MSG. They might throw some booze in there, but it does sound like it was pretty intense in the room. And I don't envy Jerry in that position at all. I hate that she had to feel that way and she had to end up leaving,
But nobody was talking to Jerry. Jerry interjects to say that she wants to announce that this whole thing is making her sick, and that's when the audience starts booing.
But to be fair, like what she's advocating for is like kindness and decency in what has been like a really toxic and hard thing, and they're like, boo, kindness, no.
It's like, poor timing of when she jumps in, but like her message is definitely one that could have been receptive or should have been receptive.
She said. This show is about entertainment. This entertainment is coming at a price. What it has cost us is our friendships, our feelings, our pain, our suffering for entertainment.
Yeah, that's what you hear. So
I can't imagine what it was like. Again, being a child at the time, Rob, you would know, having been a contestant, what it must have been like to be a Survivor player at the time when they were celebrities, like stars. And everyone was so invested. Now the trade-off is you have social media, so it's a smaller fan base, but they're delivering it right to your inbox. But at the time, I just can't imagine what it would be like to be like under the spotlight of what is such like a calculating game where we moralize it so much, and it's not even niche. Like it is on prime time, but also everyone's watching it and judging you for every action you make.
And then at America's Tribal Council, she's back, and Jeff is like gonna bring it up and be like, "So I heard you're upset with me.
Oh my
That
God.
the audience wasn't handled well enough." Jerry's gonna kind of call all that out, and of course, Jeff has to turn to Richard Hatch for his take on things. But ends up saying to them, "Look, all of you, if there's any contractual reasons that you think you need to be here, you are free to go. If you won the $1 million tonight, we will mail it to you. Don't want anybody here that doesn't want to be." And everybody just sits still because who's gonna get up in that moment?
Yeah.
He's like, "All right, then I don't want to hear it again." I'm like, "Wow, Jeff."
What? Okay, this was so strange. He's like, TV Guide called me, Jerry, and apparently you have. And he's like picking it out in front of everyone. And then in saying you can leave. And if you don't leave, I don't want to hear about it. It's like, yeah, there's no power dynamic here. They could all just leave and that would be fine. No one would talk about it. Their reputation would be okay. Their relationship with the show would be fine. Let's all act like this is normal. Jeff has some strange things. And also at America's Tribal Council, he's like, it's interesting that women outnumber men as winners 5-3, but there are no women in this final four, whatever that means. I'm like, yeah, let's just never unpack it.
Whatever
let's
that
never
means.
unpack that. Because it must mean something, but let's just not even think about it.
Yeah.
About our
Who do you think was
casting
the
and our
highest
editing,
placing?
don't even worry.
Who do you think was the highest placing woman in America's
Amber?
Tribal Council? Amber?
Amber
She just
did
won?
get voted hottest woman or something like that. Like,
Yeah,
she
oh my
did.
God.
The sexiest male, hottest women were the categories, I think. Best villain, best survivor fight, best moment.
Yeah. Well, so America's Tribal Council comes up that they have a big twist that we're gonna like on Thursday. America never got a voice to vote for who should get $1 million until now. America gets to vote for people.
Russell, someone let him know.
Yes. They're gonna basically they wanted the time I think they were going like head to head with Friends, I think, still during this time. And it's like, well, we don't want to give up a Thursday night. So we're just gonna make up a Survivor episode that's gonna be on this Thursday, and that's gonna be America's Tribal Council. And so one of these people is just gonna get $1 million for nothing.
Just because.
They gave Rupert $1 million.
It is so easy to forget, and then when you remember, it is so mind-boggling. That
It's a fever dream.
There are 40 people that have won $1 million on Survivor, and you're like, no, Cassandra won twice, or whatever you want to do with the math. And Tony won $2 million. Point being that that Rupert won $1 million, and that's insane.
Shannon, should Rupert have been on Winners at War?
No. It's not called Millionaires at War. Like, it's Winners at War.
He's a winner of America's Tribal Council.
Bro, please don't
Well,
even
see, I thought
that.
Jenna Lewis should have made a cameo on Winners at War because she just loves seeing the winners get voted out. So she could have been there to pop in at some point. And then if Rupert was there, that would have been a great reunion.
When Jeff is like, all right, and then we're going to let America vote for who their favorite survivor is. And Jenna Lewis just says in the film, oh, it's Rupert.
Yeah, everyone knew it was Rupert. It was pretty obvious.
We all
at
knew
the
it was
beginning of the
Rupert.
episode of America's Tribal Council, you literally, Jeff is like, well, tonight we're awarding $1 million to someone, and you see Sue Hawk pointing down at Rupert like directly. What was the surprise there?
That day that we were like, I was like, hey, Rupert, let's make a deal. All right, you and whoever gets it, let's go 50-50. All right.
90-10 even.
Where do you think that you ranked, Rob?
I don't know, probably pretty low. I had some outside of the box ideas to poll, but I think I would probably think in the I'm trying to think of maybe who I'd be competitive with. I think I'm probably down at the bottom with Jenna Maraska, Sheehan. I don't know, probably very, very low.
You needed the RHAP bump just before
nowadays we could get Stephen Fishback voted into a Survivor season.
Yeah.
We could do anything, but
you did it for so many other people, but not yourself.
Yeah.
I want to say that this is a very strange episode of television, and I'm laughing just thinking about Jeff narrating the sexy categories. He's like, there she is, getting all washed up.
Yeah.
Aaron Collins, I think that one speaks for itself. I'm like, what
they
are you
all speak for
saying,
themselves,
weirdo?
A lot of superlatives.
And then we get to Amber winning, and Mariano, she's yours. Yeah, she's mine. You got that right. I'm like, he's so obsessed with their relationship. I mean, so is Sheehan, and so is a lot of people. But
I am, but I shouldn't judge. Romba for life.
Jeff is fighting for the #1 stand title there.
Yeah, fair enough.
So. Yeah. Okay.
But, yeah.
It was strange.
America's Tribal
I think
Council.
that's where
It's not something you really need to rewatch if you're gonna watch All Stars. You could probably skip the recap. You could probably skip America's Tribal Council. You know what happens.
What about Rob and his amazing mock tribal? You can't skip the recap.
Well, no,
Rob
because
is in
that's on
5
YouTube,
episodes of
right?
the season.
You can watch that 5-minute clip.
Also, Rob gets so many quotes in America's Tribal Council. Why are you cutting out all the Rob content?
I'm sorry.
You have to watch it.
Do I have that many?
Rob, how important are hot women to Survivor?
Oh,
you know,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Go-to guy. I'm a go-to guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was nice. Jeff felt bad. Well, I saw Jeff on the street like after. He's like, oh, like I know
You're
you
the
mad
people
at
on the
me,
street.
Yeah, I know you mad at me because I didn't need it. I'm like, oh, what are you gonna do?
He's like, I will ask you about hot women next time. But to be fair, like 60% of that episode was about hot people. So what other question were you gonna get?
Yeah.
Yes. So
you should have called into TV Guide and started beef with Jeff. Then you would have gotten more screen time.
Gonna neg him. No, I mean that's like when I see him now, then he's mad at me about like, oh, all right, do you even like me? Yeah. So now I'm the new Jerry. Okay. Congratulations, Rupert, winner of America's Tribal Council.
All right. 4 hours in, we did it. We got to the end of the season. So many episodes.
Okay. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. All right. I have questions from the listeners. I'm going to table that for the patron feedback show. Okay?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Is there anything else that you feel like that we need to explore?
No, that was good.
Pretty comprehensive.
Plenty more time to come.
I'm going to let people digest this. We're going to have the patron feedback show on Friday. We're going to get to so many questions. Again, over 200 questions. We're 4 hours into this podcast. We still have to get to our survey.
What's the record?
I'm jealous I don't get to be there.
The record is about 4 hours and 36 minutes.
Oh, well, let's do the questions now. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
No.
All right. Let's go to our survey. Let's see what the listeners thought. Okay. See how many wiseacres are out there.
Oh my God. The survey's going to troll you so hard, Rob.
Who is this season's most valuable player?
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Boston Rob.
B-Rob.
Yeah.
Boston Rob, 76%.
Yeah.
Third place is Amber Burkich, 4.7%.
You said third place?
Yes. Second place, Rob Sesternino, 5.
Oh, Rob. I mean, that is the rap bump if I ever saw it. I was like, who on earth? Okay.
I was like,
I see where we're at.
Yeah.
Like,
which player would you most like to see come back and play again in a future season?
Rupert.
Rob Sesternino.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
The answer, as voted by the listeners of this podcast, was Rob Sesternino, 57%.
That's it? 57?
57.
Yeah.
Lex is number 2, 11%, and
Wow.
Kathy, 7%.
All right.
Here's a question for you. Okay. Yes or no? Will any cast member of Survivor All-Stars play Survivor again?
I honestly think you are the best chance.
No.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone will, but Rob might one day if it's right. You haven't been back since. I feel like everyone else has played. There's so many other people have played.
I mean, okay, so here's like let's just throw that. Like, are we sure Boston Rob's never playing again? Like, I think that's probably. I think that's probably like the number one.
My answer
pick.
is I think we're getting at least one more appearance from a All-Star.
Okay.
It's Rob. It's just Rob right now.
Rupert, are we sure Rupert's never? We're never see Rupert again. Alicia, I think Alicia is an interesting one.
They'll never call her.
Love to see her.
You don't think they'll never call Alicia?
No, they're not even thinking about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not right. My money would be on Jerry, honestly.
Nah, really? I feel like that story's been closed. Like
Unless
she's
she's,
had her
like, done.
3-tier arc.
Yeah, but like to go back to the original, like one of the season 2, they love to go to season 2.
Yeah.
They love to go back to Australian Outback.
Alicia is 52 years old. I bet she's like still in as good of shape as she was when she played.
I'd be interested to see it. I just don't think
I want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we had a lot recently. We hadn't had Amber back. We hadn't had Ethan back.
But
I do think like a couple of years
that's
ago, Ethan is winning that poll, I think, for who you most want to see back. Maybe he's giving you a run for your money.
For my money. So we'll see. Jerry's still out there.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's possible. That's an interesting one. Will any All-Star ever play Survivor again? Okay.
Let's revisit that if it ever happens.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll put my money on no.
Which name in this list made you pause and think to yourself, wait, who's that?
How do you do that on this cast?
You can't do that. Like, you can't.
Okay.
It's that inverse thing where the whole pre-merge are all icons and the whole post-merge are really crucial to the season. So you can't.
Well, let me tell you, Rob Cisterino is not first place. Okay, how about that?
Wow.
Good.
Second place, 20.7%.
Oh yeah, I did probably vote for you as a troll.
Yes. Okay, but I did not win. Who do you think is first place?
I think Jenna Marasco.
Jenna Marasco.
Oh, that's not a bad call.
I think you might just forget she was on.
I would have said, even though like I disagree with it, I feel like I would have said Sheehan is probably the answer.
Sheehan is not in the top 3. Jerry Manthe is somehow top 3 , 13%.
Jerry Manthe.
Number 1, Alicia Calloway.
No, boo.
27%.
Oh,
okay.
I disagree.
Who is the most underrated player of the season?
I know who I voted for. I voted for Kathy.
Is Kathy underrated? I feel like she gets her credit. Probably Amber.
Now she does.
Yeah,
Amber's the most underrated.
30% for Amber.
Yeah.
That's a good pick. I should have voted for Amber.
The Kelly Wentworth Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot.
Ethan. Sorry, Rob.
Oh.
I know you're an option, but Ethan.
Ethan is second place. 25% for Ethan, 8% for Jerry, but 53% for Rob Cisterino. You're too nice. That's wrong. You're wrong. Yeah. Okay. Out of the 40 seasons, where would you rank the winner? 1 being the best winner, 40 being the worst winner.
So I haven't ranked winners in a while, but I would definitely put her higher than I had her when I hadn't watched for ages. I'd put her around Ethan. That's like middle of the road for me. It's the kind of thing where you didn't have to be, again, so
give me a
creative.
Number.
I don't know, like 20, 25?
I said 25, I think.
Yeah.
You're a little high. It's 29.
Okay, 25.
So we have ranked these winners based on their placement here. So Amber is 12th overall. She is just behind Mike Holloway, then Danny Boatwright. She is 12th, ahead of Ben Driebergen and Natalie White.
Yeah, she's way too low. Like, I think if you rewatch it, you really see how much she was doing. Like, she's really part of that. And I think, like, because it's not as individual and she's not leading it as much, she loses some points. But because it's so dominant from an Amber, she really is a part of that, she should gain some points. And that's like a middle of the road, still very impressive win.
But I feel like 29 out of 40, like, I think I would really struggle to find too many more people that you would say that she had a better win than.
You said she's behind Mike Holloway?
Yeah, that's
Mike
travesty.
Danny.
I mean, Mike Holloway did he has more wins. I mean, he was
flashy.
Idols and challenges and
Amber didn't need to be flashy because she was always in control. Like, it's easy to be flashy when you're always on the bottom. You have to fight and fight and fight, and it looks cool. You know what doesn't look cool? Just like running it from the beginning where it just feels obvious, but it's not. That takes work. That takes a lot of work behind the scenes.
But hypothetically, if you switch like let me, I'm trying to pick the right person. If you switch like Boston Rob and Hatch on this season, is Amber still the winner?
But there's a lot of winners who don't do it individually.
Say Brian Heidick makes the season instead of Boston Rob.
They do it together though. Like, that's why she'd be, in the 20s for me. That's why she's not like 1 to 20, because it is a team effort and she does rely on that team. At the same time, she's important to that team. So I still think like with what she does, it's enough to be high up there. But yes, of course, she does require Boston Rob within that team for a lot of it, and that loses points. Yeah.
All right. Do you feel like the season is too low, too high, or just right?
Matt?
Hi. I don't know. I mean, for me, I definitely had it higher, but I've already explained all those reasons. I'm sure that the audience said that this is too high. I'm positive about that, but I won't be able to agree.
43% said it's too high.
Yeah.
32% said it's just right. 24% said it was too low. So
I ranked it 35th. Again, I hadn't seen it. And a lot of what stuck out to me was a lot of those ugly things, all the reasons I hadn't gone back to watch it until now, and I couldn't make myself do that, even though I went back and rewatched every other season. I didn't want to see Rob go early. Obviously, what happens in episodes 5 and 6, the fact that it's so dark, I don't really want to put myself through that. Having watched it, I would probably put this around just right. Maybe it's a little bit under for me, but you know what? I think it does benefit from the stuff in between that you don't think about as much. Like those fun challenges, those fun interactions, the great confessionals. It's never boring. It's interesting enough. So for me, it did climb up my rankings in rewatching it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I will tell you where this ranked for me in my overall season ranking.
Oh boy.
This wasn't that fun for me, and it has nothing to do with nothing to do with me getting voted out. Like honestly, that was my favorite part of the season of the first couple episodes. When everybody's there, it's not raining the whole time. It's not a slog, but I feel like that once you get to that episode with Sue, like that whole like long slow crawl to when Lex is gonna save Amber and then ultimately get voted out, and then it's dark, it's long, it's a slog, it's wet, it's dreary. To me, this was not a super fun rewatch. I think I'm going to have this pretty low. I'll say this was the 14th or the 13th best season I watched of it's just behind Caramoan and one up from Island of the Idols.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Well, I'm glad we can offer all the perspectives because I feel like Matt is so hard. And in the feedback we've been getting throughout the week, everyone has a lot of feelings about it. I think with returning seasons, when people are so invested, you can't be neutral. And I think that I totally understand Matt's perspective and other fans who it was iconic to them. It was iconic to their childhood. Romba is amazing. Like it's exciting in parts, like that swap episode. I see how, obviously the cast is amazing, those interactions. I see that. Rob, I get your viewpoint. I totally understand for the people where the Richard Hatch incident is completely negating and disqualifying. I get that it's dark. People want to have fun and not just like, again, try something that might be compelling, but extremely unfun. And I feel like I'm in the middle of that, where I see all parts of that, put them together, and it probably ends up around here.
It's so long also.
It is really long.
Mean, it is that, just
coming from Australian Survivor, though. Maybe that's why I was more
coming from Australian Survivor.
Yeah.
So the finale is episode 16. It's a 2-hour finale. Episode 17 is the reunion. Episode 18 is America's Tribal Council. That includes also a 90-minute premiere and episode 9, a closer look.
Pretty long, yeah. And I mean, even as somebody who enjoys it, I wasn't looking for 22 almost hours or whatever it was of the show, but it's there if you want it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Compare that to I think like a Survivor Gabon that we just recently watched, and I think the finale is episode 13, and the reunion is episode 14. So. It's a lot. Okay. All right. What's coming up next week? Do you have any guesses?
Ooh.
I will guess.
Yes.
I'm going to say Australian Outback.
Okay.
Maybe that's
my
just
guess.
Back-to-back Amber.
Yeah.
My guess is not one that I agree with that this would be next, but I feel like Marquesas is probably soon.
Marquesas.
I feel like
Buster. Is it back-to-back Rob or back-to-back Amber?
No, it's out back-to-back. Outback to Outback.
Very
Amber
good.
is what it would
Very
be.
good. Okay.
Probably
all right. Let's see. The audience says, according to the poll, the audience is saying that they think it is going to be Survivor Vanuatu.
Definitely a contender.
Okay.
But there's definitely, I think, no season that's standing out at this point. Like, where is this one next? Like All Stars was for like the entire month of April.
There's going to be a lot of like consistent middle tier seasons now, I think.
So let's go ahead and see what we have in store for you for next week. It is, as it was back in 2004, Coming up next will be Survivor Vanuatu.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes. This is the second time in this top 40 countdown that this has happened. This happened when I went from Survivor HHH to Ghost Island. That it's very fun for me when I get the preview of what's coming up next. We got that in America's Tribal Council, where we got the preview for season 9. So we go from 8 to 9. The 23rd best season of Survivor is Survivor Vanuatu. Grace Leader and Kevin and Nigel will be with me next Wednesday as we go back to what the natural progression of things to go from Survivor All-Stars to Survivor Vanuatu. Islands of Fire.
All right.
Nice.
It's I like
Moving on.
Vanuatu. I like some Eliza, some Amy in getting mixed in there. So
Yes.
it should be fun.
It has not been one of my favorites. I almost remember nothing from the Evolution of Strategy about Survivor Vanuatu. So we will discuss that next Wednesday. All right. Can I tell you about what else is coming up here on Robin's podcast?
Rob, I don't know how you do all of this. Watching this season, you killed me this week. Every week with all this stuff. Like, how are you doing this?
This is the 17th season of Survivor I've watched.
Struggling. Why did you do this?
Look, there's
Finding a way.
There's a cost.
You seem tired.
Rob Sesternino is gonna do it.
Never say that he doesn't work hard. You hear me, Alicia? Yeah. He's proving something right now.
Yes. Let me just say that, this whole thing is, for your entertainment, people, there's a cost.
It's a lot.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about what's going on. Big Brother Canada. Matt knows all about it.
Heard of
Kevin Martin was on the Big Brother recap tonight live with Jacob Jones and Taryn Armstrong. That's a lot of fun. I've been places at the same time with Kevin Martin and Boston Rob also.
Did you pop in on a clubhouse we had with Kevin and Jacob?
I think I popped in and I think it might have been ending.
Yeah, fun times with those two. So I'm sure the podcast was a good time. Yeah. Check
that out. Okay. Big Brother Canada recap. Okay. Oh, the circle is back. Week 3 roundtable is coming up. We're gonna have Jenny Autumn, Jason Reed, and Kirsten McInnes with Taryn Armstrong and myself to close out week 3 of the circle. Shannon, have you followed the circle?
I have not. As you know, I can't just dip a toe into something. I have to go all in, and I just felt like, it's my 1 month until Survivor comes back, so I'm just kind of chilling with that for the next few weeks.
Sounds nice. Of course, on the RHAP Rewind last week, we watched MTV Cribs. Had a lot of fun there with Asia Welch and Jason Reed joining Chappelle and myself to talk about a wild episode of MTV Cribs. If you've been keeping up with the RHAP Rewind, next week or on this week, tomorrow we'll be talking about Blind Date. Should be a lot of fun with Jess Sterling and Sarah Ferguson. Okay, that's what's coming up. A new season of 90 Day Fiance. 90 Day Fiance Happily Ever After kicked off. Puya and I got to talk about everything happening on the brand new season of 90 Day Fiance Happily Ever After. Matt, you ever check that out, 90 Day Fiance?
That's a lot of big commitment there. Not yet.
Yes,
okay. I'm waiting.
It's no Survivor All Stars, but
yeah,
it's a lot. Of course, we have got a lot going on. Of course, with our patrons on Tuesday night, I hosted this month's patron orientation call. I sent that out to the patrons. We had some great demonstrations about how to use the RHAP Discord if you want to go back and check that out. I'm going to be watching the NFL draft with patrons on Thursday night, and Friday night we're going to have the first ever patron karaoke night on the Discord. Gosh. Shannon,
I gotta come. But that's like Saturday for me. I'm not saying I might drop in.
Okay, yeah, it's going to be Friday night at 8 Eastern in the patron Discord. Find out everything we have going on over at robbinswebsite.com patron. Pro tip, wait till May 1st because the Patreon, unless you do the annual membership, they will charge you for April and then again for May. So I don't want that to happen to people where you feel like you got ripped off. Okay. I don't want you to feel like you made a deal with me, like I'm Boston Rob, and then not feel so good about it. All right. Of course, if you're watching the YouTube video, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell to be notified when we're going live. And then, of course, follow us on social media for everything we're doing at Rob's Podcast on Twitter and at RJP Grams over on Instagram, where Shannon Gus has been taking over today.
I have. It's good. It's been good to get
It's
out.
Yesterday for you listeners. Yeah.
No, it's still today. Like in this current time, I'm currently taking it over. I've been doing this podcast. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to answer some questions probably after I finish with this. It's been nice to get out of the All-Stars mindset. It's probably the only time I've done that this week. So definitely. Yeah. And I think they're going to put it as like a saved story. So you can go check it out anytime. I've been answering anything.
Okay. Shannon, what's next for you? Once you're out of the All-Stars mindset.
Yes. Well, then I will immediately be going to the Survivor South Africa Immunity Island mindset. New season, June 3. Survivor is happening. It has been filmed. It is coming out June 3. Mike Bloom and I will have preseason content at a date that is soon, but I can't announce when, but very soon. And there's going to be a lot of interviews, exclusive interviews with the cast that we have, and more. So subscribe to the International Survivor Hap-Ups feed. Follow me at Shannon Gates on Twitter and Instagram where I'll put out that content. And don't miss it. Like if you're a Survivor fan that you care enough to be 4 hours and 20 minutes into an all-star podcast, like you obviously really love Survivor, you should watch Survivor South Africa. It's a current season that is happening in a month. Please join us for the ride.
All right. And then Matt Ligori. What's going on with you? What are you up to these days?
I am still doing the Glee podcast I have with him on Adwin. It is The Choir Room. If you are a fan of that show and want to come hang out with Amon and I doing some ridiculous podcasting there, the challenge is never going to end, which is a good and a bad thing. So podcasting about the challenge over on the Dom and Colin podcast with Brian Scally. A new season is trying to film right now. They kind of got shut down with COVID stuff, but then they're going to get back running eventually. We'll do some drafts for that. Should be fun. And if you want more All-Stars content, I think I already mentioned it, but Mary Kwiatkowski, Frail Mary, and I did a series of Survivor All-Stars podcasts over on the Kowski Cast. So check that out. It was
How many episodes was that?
It was 4. We split it into 4 parts. I think we recorded it over the course of like 2 months. So we took our time with it rather than, crazy people who like to watch an entire season of Survivor in a week. So that worked out pretty well. Over on Kowski Cast, check that out. It's a fun time.
Everyone, thank you so much for listening and for watching this deep dive into Survivor All-Stars. I hope you're enjoying this series as we continue to watch a Survivor season a week. They said it couldn't be done, but here we are. Almost halfway there. 17
I'm not sure it can be
in.
done. I'm still
not sure it can be done.
Not sure how you're doing it.
Thank you so much, everybody. Shannon and Matt, this was so much fun. I appreciate you spending so much time with me tonight.
It was so much fun to be able to talk about All-Stars with you. I'm sorry I cut you off at the ending, but to talk All-Stars with you, that was like a really cool experience. So
that was one of the main reasons I signed up to do All-Stars as well. I wanted to hear your experience.
And imagine if you talked to one of the real Survivor All-Stars.
Oh, stop it.
Stop it.
All right. Have a good one, everybody. Take care. Bye.